Attention in the cattle barn, this is second call for Class 1 ORB and Angus females. Second call, Class 1 Angus and ORB females.
ORB's on the left, Angus is on the right. Yeah, that's working at switch.
Cattle Barn, this is your last call for Class 1 females and your first call for Class 2 Angus and ORB females.
Elliot White, 632, can you show up to the Angus Arena, please?
In the Angus barn, we have Class 1 females entering the ring. If you are in Class 2, please make your way to the Spur Arena and begin staging under the Phillips and Jim Bassford banners. Class 2 females, get to staging.
Attention ORB showmen, we are having Class 1 enter the ring now. Class 2, go ahead and get ready, make your way to the show arena.
Angus heifer exhibitors, this is the last call for Class 2. If you intend to show in Class 2, please make your way to the Spur Arena.
Well, good morning. We're going to start here on our ORB side of an excellent class to go ahead and lead off with. I think our top pair of heifers here are both really good. But honestly, the young lady steamer that we're going to lead off with, from the moment she hit the ring, she's captivating in her look, so fresh and feminine about it. The top side of her neck and shape to her head. This female gives a really good look from the profile when she gets her stock and set up and pose. The big step behind her has the right amount of skeletal width. Laser muscle onto her skeleton in a maternal fashion. She gets out and travels. She's the soundest female in this particular class. Really appreciate that one. A good spot to start off the day. The smoky female, the cream colored female that comes in a second, has a lot of the same pieces as the heifer right ahead of her today. Really attractive, draws back, really balanced. She's a heavy structured female. For me, where she falls to second, she wants to get just a little bit lower in her pin set and comes up just a notch shorter in her stride as she gets out and travels. I like that heifer's extension. I like it later maturing look as compared to some of the heifers on down the road. But a really nice one there to go in second. A really cool black and white female here in third. Lots of dimension and shape when you step right in behind this female. She's heavy structured right at the surface, and I appreciate that about her. For me, she gets just a little bit rounder made, not as fresh at the top side of her neck. She wants to round out of her pin set as she gets out and travels. Really appreciate that female stoutness. Still has a nice look about her when she stops and pose. Young man's red and white heifer that comes next. You can't put any more dimension and put any more mass into one than she has. Just tons of width and shape down her top. Still a big body female. For me, she's got a little bit too much for her size. I like to lengthen her out, make her a later maturing female, if we're going to move her on up in this class. The female that comes next, another one that ties her neck really high on the top side of her shoulder. She has that length of side that we're after. She comes also with that later maturing package that I like. For me, she gets just a little bit harder there in her flank. She doesn't have as soft and maternal of a sweep to the lower part of her rib cage. And then if you want to criticize her just a little bit more, she's not quite as big in her size of the rear foot as some of the females ahead of her. But as you can see right there, she draws a really nice silhouette when the young man gets her parked. One, I think that's a really bright feature on down the road. Now the young lady with her red heifer that comes next does an excellent job out here of showing this female. Really like this one for just being functional. She's smooth shouldered, she's soft and pliable in the center part of her rib cage. Big footed female that gets out and travels really well. She doesn't have as much pizzazz as some of the heifers right ahead of her. I like to open her up and just stouten her up throughout if we're going to move her up in the class today. But a functional, big bodied female is going to make an excellent cow for the young lady on down the road. Young man's got another nice cow that wants to come next. Big bodied female, really bold there in the center part of her body. I appreciate the spread she lays on top of that. For me, she gets a little more off balance when we steady her from the profile. A little deeper there in her chest. Wants to tie her neck a little lower on her shoulder. But a dimensional female that does have the body that we're after. Young female that comes next, but honestly really high quality. She gets outsized and massed out here, but I need to work her up just because of the quality that she does have. Big-footed female that's really flexible, still has the attractive look that we're after. Just a little bit, just greener today, needs more time if she's going to compete with the ones ahead of her, but one that has a really bright future down the road. A lot of cool breeding pieces in this particular female. The young man's blue roan and white heifer that comes next. I like how feminine she is about her head and at the top side of her neck. When the young man gets her parked, she draws back level with her lines and she's strong down the center part of her top. young man that closes the class. Got a really nice female, and she's giving him a little bit of a fit today, but he's doing a great job of hanging with her. For me, she gets a little bit more refined and frailer in her bone work. She wants to round out of her hip just ever so slightly. The young man's got a nice female there that's going to get better in time to feed. Let's give this class a round of applause. Really good class of females.
Placings in Class 1, Harley Rayfield, Lubbock Cooper, first place. In second place, we have Bailey Kane from Forestburg FFA. Third place, we've got Ava Hodges from Edgar FFA. Fourth place, Callan Stewart, Randall County 4-H. And fifth place, we've got Darren Jackson, May Pearl FFA. Class 2 needs to be in the holding area. Class 3, you can go ahead and start coming this way.
Well, good morning and a pleasure to be here. I know the weather's a little chilly, but it's an honor to be here, and I know these kids are proud, and I'm sure they're very appreciative to be here as well. Nice class of Angus females here, and tremendous quality as you get down into the middle of the pack. Some really nice females. You get down towards the end, and you've got some good cattle that are just a little skinny and a little green. Land with two really nice females and a good cow prospect in third. The two out here hit me with the most balance and quality as you study them from the side. They've got the balance and the proportion in terms of their lines. The one that leads off is tremendous in terms of her rib cage, a bold-bodied, deep-sided female that's square and very correct off both ends of her skeleton. A female that's got extra performance, extra length of body, and extra mass when you step right in behind them compared to the other cattle in this class, and then puts that in tandem with a nice view over here at the setup. I'd like to strengthen her in her loin when the cattle turn and they start to get into motion, and just try to fix her a little bit right there at the edge of her loin. Female that comes in second's very attractive. Up-headed, clean neck, sharp-fronted heifer that gives you a great look from the side. A heifer that's got the depth through her lower body and flank. I'd like to provide her with a notch more natural shape when you study the cattle up top. She flattens into the upper part of her rib compared to the female that just left, and I'd like to stouten her up as you study her in terms of bone and foot, make her just a hair stouter featured in her basic demeanor, but a very high quality female for the young lady. Congratulations to her. Bold rib, deep-sided, wide skeleton heifer that comes in third. Females, you study her on the profile, a little heavier through her chest floor, the short switched heifer, kind of throws her off in terms of balance and proportion from the side compared to those first two. I like the power and the body mass. Just like to clean her up in her brisket and make her just a hair stronger in terms of her lines. Young man's heifer standing still there is very typey and they're kind. I like the moderation, the depth of rib, the boldness to her body. She's a little more conventional in terms of her length of side. She's a notch smaller in terms of her frame and just gives up some horsepower in terms of her performance. Attractive, feminine heifer that needs to be a little stouter featured when you step right in behind her. A really stout, powerful heifer in terms of bone and muscle. Needs to have a little bit more natural depth of rib. Like to make her a little prettier up through her front end. Female here, the young lady, I think the youngest in the class. Heifer that's got a good shape and a good turn to her rib. Female that's nice in terms of her balance. She gets just a little slow and a little sluggish in the way she wants to move out here in the arena today. And then we get into some cattle that have a lot of depth of rib, have a lot of body to them. They get just a little off in the way that they're structured off of either end of their skeleton. And then as we start to close the class, a little more conventional frame, shorter body type females here that the young man has. And then we round out with some attractive, feminine, well-balanced females that are simply two behind in terms of condition, performance, and weight per day of age. Awesome class of Angus heifers. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside if you would.
Over on the ORB side, we bring in your class 3 heifers to the show arena. Class 3.
In the Angus arena, we are fixing to have Class 2 enter the ring. Class 3 females, be making your way to the spur. Class 3 females and Class 4, be thinking about it. Results from Class 1 Angus females. Your class winner was Kylie Byler. Second went to Carson Pack. Third to Kylie Wing. Fourth to Cooper Puckett. And fifth to Kinsey Edwards. Angus cattle, as y'all make your way to the Spur Arena, if you will line up under the Phillips and Jim Bass banners, there is a very nice man in a red jacket that will tell you exactly which number to go to. So be looking for a nice man in a red jacket and he'll get you where you need to be.
attention in the ORB barn. In classes 1 and 2, go ahead and be bringing your first and second places to the show arena.
Another really good class of ORB females. And I wanted to rewalk this top pair one more time real quick here at the end just to make sure that I was seeing them accurately. And once we got them back out here and look at these two, this is another really good pair of them up here on the top end. The whole class is really deep throughout. These two heifers, there's some trade-offs within them. But for me, the silver heifer that's going to go off and lead, as she gets out and goes, she has more reach out on the front end as she travels. Now, I'd like to square her up a little bit there to get in her knee and just snap her up at the base of her forerib. But a female, when she gets her parked, you view her from the side, her chest sits neat up in her, she's soft and maternal there in the center part of her rib cage. You step in behind her, I feel like I said, we'd like to snap her up at the base of her forward, make her just a little bit wider underneath. But from the side, that female is really attractive in her look. She gets out and travels, and she has more reach out of her front end. The young man's black heifer here in second has some really intriguing pieces. So sharp at the top side of her neck and clean underneath her throat latch and her chest. She's bolder there at the base of her forward and wider and more opened up high. And honestly, that's why I wanted to gravitate to her. And I gave her an extra lap there just to make sure and see if she could get out and go. For me, she's the longer body female, a notch more upright in her shoulder. And as you ask her to get out and travel, she wants to come up a notch short in her step. But comes next. I love her build. She's really good with it. It was hard for me to stray too far from structure, and I kept wanting to work her up. Unfortunately, she's a plainer fronted female. It just gives up some dimension when you step right in behind the cattle. But a really nice body female that's really flexible and can get out and go. And that's the kind of cattle that the young man's going to have success with in the future when he turns them back out into the herd. The white female that comes next, another really expressive one that's got a ton of shape and a ton of muscle. She gives you a really cool look from the profile. For me, she's not as feminine about her head shape. And then as you ask her to get out and go, even though she's flexible at her pasture, she gets just a little bit tighter there in her hip and her hop. It just wants to labor ever so slightly off of the rear end. But a female, like I said, that sets the surface good. Just wish she would reach with a little bit more comfort out of her hip and her hop. A big extended female that comes next, really feminine about her head, and she has the maternal muscle shape. For me, I like to change her front end design as far as her shoulder set goes. I think if we laid her back at her shoulder, we allow her to pick her chest up, tie her neck a little higher. And as you can see, because of her shoulder set a little farther forward, when she gets out and goes, she wants to get tighter there, and her force line just kind of falls apart from a balance perspective out on the go. The young man's female that comes next is a really expressive, heavy muscle female. For me, she just needs toned back a little bit and smoothed up. She gets just a little bit rounder and coarser made, but one that also has some intriguing breeding value for that young man. Got a pair of Baldy heifers that come next. I have to go with a later maturing version. This female, the young man with the hats, longer and more extended from her shoulder forward. Really like the feminine head shape she has. She's ultra green female out here today. Just needs more time to soften up in her body. Just hope that she opens up with a notch more dimension and shape to her rib as she continues to mature. And the young man's Baldy heifer that comes next, she's bigger body than the one right ahead of her. She's wider pinned. For me, she wants to run downhill. She comes just a little shorter in her candy bone, a little bit earlier maturing in her look. The young man's heifer that's right behind him is another one that I wish was later maturing in her kind. She gets just a little bit shorter in her face and a little bit runs downhill there. But a stout female that's got another cool hind leg. Just wish she was bigger and longer. Two roan females here that close the class. Younger, greener females, more out to keep up. She's fresher, more youthful about her head and her neck. She still balances up better underneath. The young man's heifer that closes the class. One I'd like to change from a balance perspective. She's a little straighter in her shoulder, not as deep back in her flank, but one that still has some dimension and stoutness to her hip. People that's going to get better with time as she softens up in her center rib. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really a class of ORB females.
Very, very good class of Angus heifers, and that first class was loaded with quality all the way through, and this one's the same, just obviously it feels like a fraction of what we had in that first class, but the top-end quality here is present, and it's very high caliber. The heifer that leads off, when she's at the setup, she sets the standard in terms of proportion and balance. Without question, the sharpest neck female whose neck comes high and tight and right out of the top side of her shoulder, bold and square and dimensional when you study both ends of her body. And then a female too, just in terms of her balance and in terms of her lines, there's no question she's the strongest in her skeleton. She has the most natural proportion when you study them right behind her blade to her tail head, and then the lower third of her body balances with the best of them as you study her flank relative to where her chest is. She's not as stout featured and she's not as extended in the rump structure and in terms of her overall kind as what we have right behind her. A long-sided female here in second that's got a lot of performance, a female that's good on the move and sets them down, picks them up the right way. And I like the fact that she's got more natural body and she's got more natural extension to her than the one right behind her. I think when the cattle get out and move, she's a good-footed heifer, sets them down with more cushion and depth of heel than what we have right behind her as well. When you study her from the side, she gets a little easy right behind her blade. She's not as picked up in her chest as some of the other cattle that we'll talk about, but I like the fact that she's a great cow prospect in terms of soundness, body, and extra performance. I love the depth of rib here in the female in third, and a soft-haired heifer that catches your eye quick when she came in. Body shape and depth are really good. Females, you study her in motion off of her rear feet. She's not wanting to be as confident in the way she sets them down. She's a little shy, she's a little timid, and the shallower heeled heifer needs to go with just more authority when we ask her to lead. The heifer that comes in next, I liked off the bat from the right when she came in, a long-sided, up-headed, feminine heifer. You like her length of side and extension without question. A heifer, as you study her in motion, she kind of wants to get a little awkward in the way she sets her hind leg down. She doesn't have near the body shape and the forerib shape or the natural depth as the cattle on either side of her. A deep-sided, moderate female that probably makes a really good cow for the young lady. I think as we progress her on to a bred state, she gets a little more conventional as you read her being older about her head and her neck. She doesn't probably have the extra go and extension as you find in a few of these other cattle. Young man's heifer's moderate, big-bodied, easy keeping. A heifer, as you study her, like to clean her up through her brisket, make her more extended ahead of her shoulder, and then have her have just less of a sharp angle to the back side of her hock. This heifer here has got natural shape and power and expression as well as any of them do. She gets just a little green and a little shallow about her body and her rib. And then when you study her out here, she's not quite as good in the way she puts her weight down on her rear skeleton, kind of throws her balance off, not wanting to be quite as proportional over here. Just like to give her more body, primarily speaking, for the extra power and shape that she has. Moderate, deep-sided female the young man brings to us, a little conventional, a little short-coupled, like to give her just a little more gas and go, pick her up through her brisket and her chest floor as well. Young lady's heifer is strong-topped, level-hipped, and has some power. She gets just a little off in terms of balance, being cresty about her neck, a little heavier through her throat, and the bigger naveled heifer might just need to be a little cleaner in her overall pattern. Young man's heifer has some strength atop, some squareness to her hip, gets a little off in the way she moves out of her rear skeleton, not as long-reaching, not as attractive in her hind leg set. And we close with the heifer that's good in her lines, feminine and attractive up front. The green-conditioned heifer needs more body and mass to rival those towards the top end. Congratulations on a really nice set.
Results from Class 2 Angus heifer calves. Your class winner was Sarah Britton. Second was Kylie Wing. Third went to Carson Pack. Fourth to Jarrah Johnson. And fifth to Mackenzie Scott. Class 3 heifers are entering the ring. Class 4 Angus heifers, please make your way to the staging area in the Spur Arena. At the conclusion of Class 4, we will have our champion heifer calf division. So if you are a class winner or second place in classes 1 through 4, please do not go anywhere. We need you for the division after Class 4. I apologize on Class 2. Our winner was Cadence Kennedy.
Over on the ORB side, make sure that we have our first and second places from Class 1 and Class 2 in the holding area, please. All first and second place for Class 1 and Class 2 in the holding area.
Class 4 Angus Heifers, if you are not in the spur arena, you need to get here pretty quickly. Class 4 Angus Heifers.
quite a bit of difference in this class in terms of type and kind. And the one that hit me hard when she walked in and continues to do so is this young man's female that leads the class. I love the moderate body shape, depth of rib, and just her overall balance and proportion as you study her too. She's kind of the tandem heifer of having some natural skeletal width, some natural pride to her body, with a great set of feet and legs, a good look of balance. I'd like to pick her up in her sternum and her chest and make her cleaner when you study her down there in that regard. But when we set the cattle in motion and you study them at a 3/4 view, there's quite a bit more natural mass and dimension of this female than the one that we have coming in second. I really like the heifer in second, a sure-footed, long-strided, flexible female that gives you a great look in terms of refinement and femininity up front. I like the fact that she's very clean and attractive and fresh in her lines, and a female, as you study her, one that gets out and goes with the best of them off of both ends. She's just a hair narrower coming and going in terms of her natural substance, and we have right ahead of her a female and the young man. He's doing a good job. They just need to get a little more in sync and a little more rhythm presenting his female today. Big stout rig comes in third. I love the power and the mass and the performance. Female's a little off in the way she moves out of her rear skeleton, hocks in a little bit, wants to swivel in her hip, not get out and travel as soft and fluid as what we have in those first two. This is a nice female in terms of strength, the top line, levelness to her hip, and the up-headed female's neck set high out of the top of her shoulder. She's a little flat in her fore rib. She doesn't quite have the natural body and the natural shape as some of those cattle through her rib cage ahead of her. This is a nice heifer standing still. I love the moderate body width and power that she has. Young man does a good job of keeping her slow on the go. She's a little tight and rigid in her spine. She's a little tight and rigid in the way she travels from behind. And then we get into some females that have some depth of rib. They're a little conventional and a little off in their structure. A heifer that closes, a nice heifer that's just behind in terms of weight per day of age, mass, and condition. Congratulations on a nice set.
Well, another exceptional class, and as far as depth of quality goes, Class 3 is really something. This one's been a lot of fun to sort through, even though this whole division has been competitive. And for me, what makes it fun is these cattle are all different. But these four that we have pulled out here, in my opinion, are very, very fun. The star-headed female we're going to lead off with, from a balance and attractive standpoint, this female is really good when you step off and view her from the profile. So extended from the blade, from her shoulder blade forward, fresh and feminine at the top side of her neck. Her chest sets up in nice when compared back to the center part of her body. As she gets out and goes, she's flexible there in her spine. And for being that long-bodied of a female, she still gets out and hits her stride long and level out of her hip. But when you step in behind her, she still has some spread to her pin set. She's not as bold at the base of her rib cage as a couple of them right behind here, but I still read that female to be green. And for me, that's one that has the right muscle shape and pattern to make a really good big one this time next year. So a really good place to go ahead and lead off with. The female that comes in second, she can give you a great look. And honestly, for me, when I really want to work her up is as she gets out and travels. That female takes a long stride out of her front end. She's really athletic off of her rear foot and off of her rear leg design. Bold in the center part of her body shape, but still yet has a maternal look. It's this look right here where she falls to second. She wants to get just a little bit rounder there out of her pin set and isn't quite as long and extended from her shoulder forward. But she's also just a little bit stouter. An excellent female. That one's going to be a lot of fun on down the road. The female that comes in third for me gets to be a little bit more of the problem cat for me. Park at the stand. She can win the class. She's really good up to her front third. A female that once again is really well balanced, and she does have some dimension. You step right in behind her. It's as she gets out and travels, as she falls to third for me. She really wants to get lower there in her pin set. It's a little bit tighter there in her hop. Just uses her passion as she gets out and travels. But I think if we could alter that one in her hip and her hind leg ever so slightly, that one can move up a couple spots in this class because standing still, she is ultra attractive and has a great look. That young lady's got her a high presented one. That's going to be a lot of fun for her. Same thing goes for the heifer here in four. Really big in her body, lots of dimension when you step off and you get a little bit coarser and rounder when you study her at the base of her shoulder and there out of her hip. And we'd like to change that if I'm going to move her up any. The stiff nose female that comes next, Broomtown Deluxe, really bold in her body, tons of dimension to get right behind her. I'd like to lean her up a little bit. She's got plenty of condition on her for this stage of the game for me, and it's starting to show a little bit as she gets out of travels, a little bit more uncomfortable because of it. The Baldy female just depends on which look she gives you. She can get a little bit round out of her hip, but sometimes when she drops her sheer side of your leg back and that levels out, this one can give you a really cool look. Tall front end, but still gets out and moves out of the front end, ties her neck high on the top side of her shoulder. That one can be fun for the young lady on down the road. Young man's got a Heifers Ring, a really nice fit heifer here that comes next. For me, she gets just a little bit deeper there at the base of her neck. It doesn't have as much reach and stride out of the front end of her skeleton. Same thing goes for the young man's black heifer. You can lay her back and angle to her shoulder, soften her up there in her spine a little bit. We can move her up a little bit. That's a stout female that still has a lot of good. Young man's heifer that comes next, expressive. Just like to let her go a little bit better, more comfortable on both ends. But that one's got a nice balanced look and plenty of dimension. Young man's heifer that comes next, big body one, or a big foot and heavy structured female. Like to soften her up in her body. We're going to move her up. And then the roan female that closes the class, functional and feminine, just needs more time on feet. She's by far the greenest one out here. Just needs more maturity if she's going to move up in this class. Great class. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Attention in the cattle barn, all heifer exhibitors, this is info for you. Whenever you are done showing, if you would like to leave, you do not need a trailer release. When you are done and ready to get out of here, you are allowed to go whenever you please. We do ask that if you are staying overnight, that all cattle and tack be out of the barns by 9 in the morning. If you need to stay the night, all cattle and tack be out by 9 o'clock in the morning. You are more than welcome to keep them in the tie-outs, but out of the barn by 9 a.m. In the Angus Heifer Show, we have Class 4 in the ring. Class 7, be making your way to the staging area.
Attention in the ORB barn, we are now doing our Division 1.
Division. So it's like 3 classes then a division? Yeah, division. Drive, division champion drive. Division 1 champion drive? Yes, that's division.
First place in Class 3 goes to Brinley Davis, Swisher County 4-H.
Is that the same
Second
for
place
two?
in Class 3, Marley
This is
Marshall.
class 4.
Fourth place,
Yep.
Isabel Bidson.
By the time
Fifth place goes to Brandon Schwab.
So you can look at the.
We are now doing our Division 1.
I've been trying to spot the numbers too. Yeah. On the front and the shrine. 13. It's only 12, huh? Oh, guess somebody missed it.
Class 6, go ahead and be bringing your ORB heifers to the holding area. Class 6.
Darn sure a nice class here, and the top end's really good. The heifer that leads off does so in a runaway, in my opinion. I love her ability to put natural body shape, depth of rib, the fundamentals of the body and the soundness with an elite look of balance and proportion from the side. And then you get over the top side of her and you get right in behind her, and she's got some real pry and dimension to her skeleton. That's a female that's pretty unique to have that kind of body and that kind of mass and to walk as well as she does, and then to still have some gas and performance to go on down the road and do some good things for the young man. Heifer that comes in second and third, females that are really close in my opinion. I think that as you study them, there's a little more natural extension. I think there's a more up-headed female that's a little sharper when you study her in terms of length of body. And I think that right when you get in front of them too, she's just a little neater in the way her brisket's laid into her. And I think that in terms of soundness and moderation and body fits the bill really well. She's just a little open at the top of her blade and not quite as sharp in the way that her shoulder blades come together at an aerial view. Female here in third, again, love the rib and the body and the dimension. She's one that gets just a little heavy about her brisket, and for the amount of body and mass she has, I'd like to stouten her forearm up, give her a little more circumference there in terms of heaviness of skeleton. A long-bodied heifer the young lady has that has some natural expression and natural shape to her. Female that's a little shotgun-bodied in terms of her rib, not quite as deep and soft and pliable when you study her lower body and flank. I like the female on the move next. Takes a long, comfortable, accurate step. Heifer that's nice in the way her neck sets at the top of her shoulder. She's just a little shallower and tighter in her rib design, not quite the outward turn to her body as we have towards the top end. Deep-sided, easy-fleshing female the young lady has, just a little short about her rump, a little shorter coupled from the profile, and I'd like to clean her up as you study her through her sternum and her brisket. Female that the young lady brings to us next, standing still, a good heifer in terms of depth, and her study her angles, and they look very appropriate. She's just a little narrower when you get on the top side of her body. Like to pick her up in her chest floor and make her a little cleaner and fresher in her condition. Stouten up the brown tinged heifer, and she works her way up a few extra spots. She's just a little fragile in the set of her hind leg, a little narrower gauged coming and going. And then we get into some cattle that have plenty of body and plenty of depth. They're just not quite as sound and accurate in the way that their hind leg works today. I'd like to make them just a hair more refined. Mass up the one that we close with, and she becomes one that can move up a few spots. Congratulations on a really nice set of Angus cattle. Let's give them a good hand if you would.
All first and second place Angus heifers from classes 1 through 4 should be in the staging area and ready for the junior heifer calf division. I need all first and second place classes 1 through 4. With that, class 7 Angus heifers, please make your way to the spur arena. Class 7 Angus heifers.
Well, as we get our first three classes of the ORBs back out here for division, this has been a lot of fun for me, and it's been an honor to be here. And right out of the gate this morning, we started with some really good cattle. These exhibitors have done an excellent job. I'm going to talk through our class winners here again, so you get to see my thought process. The young lady that won our first class, it was right as she came in the gate, and took a few steps in, and I knew that one was my kind, was high quality. I like how she's a late maturing, extending female. It's skeletal width she has from the surface still has enough for me. We can strengthen her inner loin ever so slightly, but I feel it's definitely contention. It was an extremely high quality class. Some really good seconds down here. The smoky female was heavy structured. It's stout featured, still balanced up really nice. She's a little bit coarser and rounder. We talked to you, just reach out at both ends as well as the one that beat her in class. It's still extremely high quality. Young Dave's black heifer that was second to the silver one. Another one, she has stoutness advantage. She's bolder, more pulled apart before it. Just didn't want to get out of her front end. Skeleton is good and didn't want to hit her stride as well on the go. And the young lady's female that was second in her third class. Talk about how good I like this one on the move. Really flexible as she gets out and travels. She's still really dimensional when you step right in behind her. Just maybe not as attractive as the female right out of her front end that beat her today. With that being said, let's give this division a round of applause. I'll select the grand reserve of this division. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your Class 4 Angus heifer results. Your class winner went to Brax Friedrich, second to Sarah Britton, third to Dalton Birdwell, fourth to Lydia Williams, and fifth to Morgan Christian. We are now judging for the junior heifer calf division.
Heck of a way to start our Angus show with this first division and 4 really good class winners. There may be just a hair different in terms of type and kind, but I think that in terms of the fundamentals of having some body and some soundness, some balance and some natural pride to them, they fit the bill really well. This first heifer is really unique in my opinion. I love the depth of rib. I love the fact that she's really round in the shape of her body. She's got some natural power when you get right in behind her, and she gives you a great look at the setup. Their neck sets high to the top of her shoulder. Female that's got a little extra performance and mass and a little extra extension to her than a few of the others that were in that class and a few of the others that are remaining out here as well. I'd change her just slightly in her top line. We put her in motion. She's a hair weak in her loin. She's a little cranked up in her tail head, and I'd like to just revise that aspect of her skeleton. The heifer that wins Class 2 is striking from the profile. Sharp-fronted, neat-necked, dead level in terms of her top line and her rump structure at the setup. The female that's got some really good pieces when you study her up top. Her rib comes good out of her spine. She's got some natural shape and expression to her. If we were to change her, I'd stouten her lower skeleton up. I'd make her a bigger-footed, heavier structured female, and personally like to lengthen up her hip and make her go just a hair more comfortable out of her rear skeleton. Big, stout, heavy skeleton female that comes out of the third class. I like the bone and foot size of her. I like the mass that she has. You study her in terms of balance and eye appeal. She proportions out really well from the setup. I'd like to change her and have her wedged in a little neater at the top of her shoulder. I'd like to pick her up in her chest floor and lean her up through her sternum. One that wins Class 4 hits me really hard. That female is really nice in terms of combining power, body, structural integrity, and does so with a really good look of proportion over here at the setup. And she offers a tremendous amount of performance, weight per day of age, and just natural production ability in this female. I like that power and the mass, and you watch her come and go, and she's pried open good through her skeleton, and that allows her to have that tremendous amount of shape and dimension there through her center body and cavity. More than respectful set of seconds over here, and let's give them all a nice round of applause, and we'll select your first division Angus.
Congratulations to the division winners from the calf division ORB ring, and that goes to Brinley Davis of Swisher County 4-H. And our reserve division calf heifer was Carly Rayfield from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Going in the ring now. Or we need Davis Schnell, Springtown FFA. Your calf needs to be at the holding area. Class 7, you can go ahead and be bringing your calves to the holding area as well. Class 7 ORBs.
In the Angus ring, our champion heifer calf goes to Brax Friedrich and reserve to Maddox Sewell. Class 7 Angus heifers, we are missing exhibitor number 731, Alyssa Murray. We are ready to go in the ring. Cattle barn, we have class 7 Angus heifers entering the ring. If you are class 8, please get to the spur arena. Class 8 Angus heifers, we need you to the spur.
Well, we get started in our next division here, another really competitive class, and honestly, kind of a runaway winner in this class for me, the young ladies female, just a really good place to start. Not only is she the most flexible as she gets out and travels, she's really square built at the surface, yet she's got the right blend of dimension and still being maternal in her look. Just a really nice place to go ahead and lead off and start this division with. Gets closer between second and third. I opted to go with the female that had more stoutness and was more pulled apart at the base of her skeleton. For me, we'd like to lay her back in her shoulder, just allow her to pick her neck up as she goes and have a little bit more reach out of her front end. But a female that just still balances up nice when she gets her parked, really dimensional when you step right in behind her. The young ladies female that comes next, one that's more flexible out of her front end as you get out. She gets out and travels and the heifer right ahead of her. For me, she flattens up quite a bit at the base of her rib cage, and even if you're on the top side of her rib cage, it's still square up there at the bottom. That's a great female that's built right. It's hard to hang on that sound front end. It's going to be an excellent female for the young lady on down the road. Young man's got a big, stout, high-performing female here that comes next. For me, she gets just a little bit coarse when you study her head shape and her at the base of her shoulder. She still doesn't want to flex her top quite as good as the ones ahead of her. But that female's got loads of dimension. When you get in behind her, still balances up nice from the side. And nothing to take away from the young man's heifer that closes the class. She's been just a little bit tougher on her out here today. I wish she'd balance up a little bit better. When you study her from the profile, or another one that's really expressive in her shape, got a lot of dimension and tribute to the next generation. Really nice class of ORB females as we get started in this division. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of Class 6. In first place, we have Madison Wells, Harris County FFA. Second place, Casey Harble, Mansfield FFA. Third place, Wiley Rogers, Wolf City FFA. And fourth place, Devin Schnell, Springtown FFA. Fifth place, Ethan Barrett, Madison County 4-H. We now have Class 7 going in the ring. Class 8, be bringing your calves to the Spur Arena. Class 8, be bringing your calves to the Spur Arena.
That first division was really good, and it set the standard, I think, for what we're to see today. So when you leave off of the division like that, you always wonder what's to come, and if you can kind of uphold that standard that we established in that first division. And I'm going to tell you really quick, this young lady's heifer that leads off picks up right where we left off in the first division, and I'll be curious to see what else comes in this division. We'll just say that. How's that? Great team here. She gets her presented to a T, a female that in terms of her skeleton is absolutely 12 o'clock. A great-footed, square-built, good structured female. You know, the length of stride and the cushion to her pastern, she checks the box there. But I like the fact that she's square and she's got some natural base width to her when she comes at you and when she leaves you. Tremendous proportion over here on the profile. The right kind of power laid on her skeleton for a female. Young lady, nice job. Heifer that comes in second, standing still's powerful in her look, really fresh in her presentation. I like the body depth and the shape of her rib. I like the fact that there's more natural width and power to her over the one that's right behind her. We put her in motion and she can't match the skeletal integrity at the ground of the heifer that leads off. Like to change the shape of her foot, have her set down with a little more cushion to her rear joints. Female in third, this young lady can show the wheels off of one. I like the way that she presents this female. She highlights the heifer's look of balance, refinement, and quality with the neck set that's right, the length of her top line is right, the depth of her rib is right. I'd just like to stouten her up personally, give her a notch more bone and foot and natural width when you get right in behind the cattle. This female here at the setup is moderate, big-bodied, has some natural substance to her. She gets a little more conventional from the profile. The shorter-hipped heifer needs to take a longer stride to work her way up in this competitive lineup. Big, stout, high-performing rig that the young lady brings to us. I like the power and the mass and substance of this heifer. She gets a little heavy about her chest. She's a little off in her brisket, and I just like to lean her up and freshen her up in her overall condition. Same can be said about the young lady's heifer here that's moderate, deep-sided, and has some stoutness of feature. She's a little heavy about her head. She's got a little more throat in her than ideal, and I'd like to lean her chest floor up and make her more attractive. This heifer here is very angular, very attractive up front, deep-sided. Young lady needs to get her presented with a little bit quicker turn to the ability to set her up. I'd like to change the structure of her hind legs, stouten her bone and foot, square her up from behind. Long patterned, attractive female that needs more physical feel, needs more depth of rib, and needs to be just a little bolder in her kind. We get into some cattle here that are moderate framed, have a nice turn to their upper rib. They need to be a little sounder in the way they're constructed, like to stouten up their feature of bone and foot. Congratulations on this class of Angus heifers. If you would, at ringside, give them a nice round of applause.
Your Class 7 Angus heifer results: Mackenzie Costal was your class winner. Second went to Brax Friedrich. Third to Jared Johnson. Fourth to Peyton Alexander. And fifth to Elizabeth Caffey. We are now, Class 8 is entering the ring. There is no Class 9. If you are a Class 10 Angus female, please get to the Spur Arena. Class 10 Angus females to the Spur.
Class 8, ORB, Class 8, ORB, make your way to Spur Arena. There's a bunch of you in the class, so please make your way to the Spur Arena.
the base of her chest than she is in her center body, and then she wants to run up into her flank. But a female that's got loads of stoutness and power, she definitely sets the standard for dimension in this class. The red female that comes next, I like how smooth she is in her design, lays her shoulder onto her forerib seamlessly. She's still really bold and big in the center part of her body. She gets out and travels really nice as well. She's a little rounder out of her hip, maybe just doesn't have as much look up front. Pushing just a little bit of cover in front of her shoulder, and we can lean her up ever so slightly. Nice fresh female here that the young man brings next. Smooth and deep body. For me, she gets so much more refined at the surface. We can stab her up there, we can move her up a place or two. The next gold female that comes, flexible when you study her right at the ground. She gets coarser wherever you study her. The shape to her head and at the point of her shoulder. We can make that one a notch more feminine. We can get her up a couple spots. The white female that comes next, really attractive and sharp about her head and her neck. She's a big bone, stout hip female. For me, she needs to be just a little bit bigger and later maturing. Just soften her up there in her hock as she wants to go away from you. The female that closes the class, feminine and maternal. She needs more width and stoutness when you step in behind her. If we're going to move her up, I haven't tell today, but a really good class of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, we got results of Class 7. First place, Hayden Erickson, Usher County 4-H. Second place, Kennedy Huffman, Galveston County 4-H. Third place, Brittany Gibbs, Lombard County 4-H. Fourth place, Anna Castandea, Terry FFA. And fifth place, Evan Melvin, Montgomery County 4-H. Class 8, we need you in the holding area and about to walk in the ring. Class 9, be bringing your calves to the square arena. Class 9, ORBs. Class 9, be bringing your cows to the show arena. Class 9 ORBs, be bringing your cows to the show arena.
Really nice pair here on the top end of this Angus class, and similar females with regard to being big volume, sound skeleton, really functional in their basic build. I think there's a few subtle differences, but again, type and kind wise, these are the two that surface as the real cowy functional ones. I think there's a fresher conditioned, very highly presented female in terms of just her presentation in the young lady's heifer that we land on here. And I love the balance, the femininity, the proportion she has from the profile. Cleaner condition when you study her around her tail head, and absolutely sharp when you get over the top side of her body with the way she's wedged in at the top of her shoulder. Bold and powerful in her rib cage. She doesn't have the sweep to her lower rib and flank as we have right behind her, but I like her clean condition, sharp appearance, and her ability to be very, very athletic when we put them in motion. The heifer that's in second's a big volumed heifer, like we said. I love the weight per day of age and performance of this female. As you study her there, she gets just a little easy out of the backside of her shoulder. She contains a little extra pone fat around her tail head, not quite as fresh in her overall appearance and condition as that top heifer, but two awfully nice cow prospects. Powerful female in third. I love the power and the shape of the top side of her body. She takes a really good stride out of her hind leg. She labors a little bit off of her shoulder and her knee. Like to get her out and get her going just a hair sounder in the way she moves up front. Female also develops a little bit of a crest to the top of her neck. Those are small things, but in a class of this caliber, kind of boils down to just those little nitpick things that we come to. But I like the extra performance and stoutness she offers. Moderate, powerful, shapely female the young lady has. As you study her, she becomes pretty conventional in terms of length of body and performance compared to that top end and to the cattle on either side of her. Like to pick her up, make her more extended, and achieve a little more weight per day of age. Big stout rig the young man brings to us. I like the shape and the power down her top. Big stout hip in this female. A little off in the way she's structured on her hind leg. Needs to be pried apart in terms of base width from behind. A very attractive, eye-appealing heifer the young lady has. A little too narrow when you get right in behind the cattle compared to that top end, and I'd like to see a little more security in the way she plants her hind leg and her rear foot to the surface. This young man's heifer standing still is really attractive. Moderate, deep-sided, well-balanced, fresh-conditioned female. We get her in motion, and I don't know if it's the weather, if it's the way she's designed. She's a little sluggish, and she's not wanting to pick them up and set them down with enough confidence and authority. I like the performance and power of this heifer. Needs to be sounder in the way she's made out of her hind leg. Young man's heifer here has some performance and extension. Need to be just a little sharper in the way we get her presented, a little tougher to look at today. Like to make her a little wider when she comes at you, bolder apart when you study her from behind. We get into some females that are a little more conventional in their type, a little too steep in her shoulder. I like the young man's heifer here. It just needs to be bigger in her kind. And then we get into a slew of females that offer a really well-balanced, attractive, strong top-line look. They need to have more performance and weight per day of age and flesh on them to compete with that top end. Nice set. Congratulations to you.
Attention Angus exhibitors, Class 10 is fixing to enter the ring. We'll then have the Junior Heifer Division, and Class 13 needs to be thinking about coming up.
Attention in the ORB cattle barn. Class 9 needs to be in the holding area in the spur arena. Class 9.
Exhibitor number 668, Karami Gilbert, you are needed in the spur arena. Your class is fixing to walk in the ring. Exhibitor 668, Karami Gilbert. Angus Heifers, we need first and second place from class 7 and 8. Make your way over here by this entrance gate. Class 10 is a small class, and we want to be ready for that junior heifer division. First and second out of class 7 and 8.
Another really good class, really good trio of females up here at the top end. And, one thing about these ORB females is they've sure been good, but not every classroom here has looked the same, and I think that's what makes it fun. And these cattle are really good. And this silver one that we're going to start off with, she put some really, really intriguing pieces together. Studying her upper surface, great in her foot shape and her foot size. She is really comfortable when she hits the surface and she gets out and travels. She maintains a collected look on the go, and that's tough to do for a female with as much substance and power as she has. She still balances up really good when the young lady gets her parked. You know, she's not as feminine about her head or as smooth about her shoulder as some of the females we've used earlier today, but as far as making them good and unique, this female's a great place to lead off with. At first glance, I think the cream-colored female comes across as being an alternative and as being smoother in her shoulder, just a little bit longer and leveler in her hip. For me, where she falls to second, she still kind of follows the same head shape as the one right ahead of us, and she gives up some foot size and some heaviness of structure. I like to still square her up there in her hock as she goes, but that's a really, really high-quality female. Great in her look from the side and her balance. She blends smoother from her shoulder back into her forward than her class one. And the young lady's gold female that comes next, really big and stout in her rear leg, long in her hip, and just tons of dimension when you step right in behind her. She gets just a little bit lower tying in her neck attachment, a little crestier there at the top side of her neck if we're going to gets out and travels, and she wants to pick up in her spine, pick up in her tail down and go. For one that's standing still really draws back with some nice lines. Young man, silver female that comes next. Another expressive, dimensional female that still balances up nice from the profile. She's another one that's got a little extra tail head. She's not as comfortable off of her hind leg as she gets out and goes. Really like the pattern of the Baldy female that comes next. Ultra feminine, really gets out and travels, the flexibility on the both ends. She gives up some performance in this class, and she also can be stoutened up when you step right in behind her. But just drawing away from the profile, really like her look. Young lady does an excellent job of getting out and showing that look. Young man, this female's got some cool pieces, huge in her bone, and really stout out of her hip. She gets just a little bit coarser up about her head, like to soften her up and make her a notch more maternal and to sweep to her lower rib. Young man's blue female that comes next. Wish she'd go a little better on the frame of her skeleton, but she's a female that's got tons of dimension. Young man's got himself a nice cow prospect there. Red and white female gets out and travels with some flexibility, tons of set and flex to her rear hop. For me, she comes off just a little bit lower performing, a little flatter there at the base of the rib. Definitely not flat the female that this young lady's got next. This black and white female is ultra powerful, just stout from wherever you study her. The power comes at the expense of her being just a little bit coarser everywhere. I think we can still loosen her up a little bit in her stride. Young man's white heifer comes next, a little bit more conventional in her size. We can make her a little bigger and later maturing. We can move her up a couple spots. And the young man's black and white one that closes the class, attractive about her head and her neck. Just needs power to move her up today. Exceptional class of ORB females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Little shy on numbers, but a very good class of females here. Good cow prospects from 1 through 5. Really good show heifers up here in 1, 2, and 3. The heifer that leads off is, again, the tandem of volume, mass, substance, with a great look of balance from the side. She's not as sculptured, neat, and clean, and probably as cool up through her neck as a few of the other heifers we've seen today. But in terms of just sheer balance and proportion, everything fits the bill. It blends smooth, and you want to talk about loaded for bear with mass, rib shape, upper dimension, and then the female that's super powerful, wide-based, and square when you get right in behind the cattle. She comes at you a bit wide off of her front end and rolls a bit off of her front feet. I'd like to change that about her, and like we said, just pull her neck out of her just a hair more extended ahead of her blade. But young man, great job with a very powerful female. The heifer that comes in second, I like the volume and the mass to her center body. She has the lower body and flank and sweep there to the lower part of her rib that is in modern fad. And I think that her feet and legs are built really correct and sound and athletic. I'd like to strengthen her up right behind her shoulder, stouten her up in her upper rib shape, and then compared to a few of the others, we might like to lean her up through her brisket, make her just a hair stronger in her lines when we study her through her top line. But a really powerful, wide, big-bodied cow prospect the young lady brings. Sharp-necked, up-headed, neat-fronted heifer that comes in third. Kind of the outlier from that perspective. I love their neck set. I like her cleanliness through her lines and her freshness. She needs more body. She needs more fore-rib shape. I'd like to set her back in the angle of her shoulder and make her be just a hair sounder off of her front end, give her more volume and guts to her compared to those first few. The brown tinged heifer has a tremendous amount of shape to her top. She's a moderate female that's got a big, powerful upper hip shape to her. Female that's a little coarse featured about her head and her neck, not quite as attractive and feminine ahead of her shoulder as we have in those first few head. And we close with the female that's moderate, deep-sided, and well-balanced. Heifer that's just a little smaller in her frame, a little more conventional, doesn't quite have that future growth to her as those top-end cattle. Congratulations on a good class.
In your Class 8 Angus heifers, the class winner was Kaylin Kaiser. Second went to Pecos Worrell. Third to Lane Self. Fourth, Briley Irvin. Fifth was Parker Pepper. And the results of Class 10, your class winner was John DeMoss. Second was Sarah Britton. Third was Hayden Sage Lee. Fourth, Cassidy McLaughlin. Fifth, Karami Gilbert. We are now judging our junior heifer division. If you have a Class 13 Angus heifer, please get to the Spur Arena. We need all Class 13 Angus heifers.
got results for Class 8 ORB heifer. First place, Casey Schliffet. Second place, we got Harley Groom. Third place, we got Bella Parker. Fourth place goes to Ethan Spearman. Fifth place, Jerome Swart. Congratulations. On the ORV side as well, we have Class 8 going in the ring, or Class 9 going in the ring. We need all the first and second place heifers from the junior calf division to be in the spur arena. All the first and second place heifers in the junior calf division, please be in the spur arena.
Tremendous division here, and again, a lot of quality and a lot of different types and kinds, and that's what makes it fun, to be frank with you. The heifer that wins the first class of this division is really unique, in my opinion. A tremendous set of running gear built underneath her, athletic, square. Not only, again, the fad of soft cushion and flexible lower pasterns and joints does she meet, but she's got some natural base width and squareness to her coming and going, and then to have an elite look of quality, and the way that her neck ties high out of the top of her shoulder still suffices the sweep to her lower rib that's in modern day fad as well, and the length of hip and the length of spine that all proportions out with the rest of her skeleton makes her really attractive to look at and makes her very fundamental in her general type. The heifer out of the middle class is highly presented, fresh in her condition, and you talk about one that's got the rib shape to the upper part of her skeleton and the pin width and the natural base width as well. A female that's really, really powerful from that regard. As you study her, she probably doesn't have the amount of bone and foot and forearm that some of the other cattle do in her lower skeleton, but from there up, there's a very maternal, very powerful, well-designed, well-balanced female that I love the design of her structure. When we get her in motion, she, like the one right ahead of her, is flawless in the way that she strides about the arena. The stoutest, biggest ribbed one of the group comes out of this third class, and you like power and mass like I do, those things hit you really hard. I love the turn to her rib, I love the drop to her body, and I love the natural substance when you get right in behind her. With that said, we maybe compromise a little bit of refinement and femininity ahead of her shoulder. She wrinkles up a bit in the top of her neck. She's a little short and conventional from there, from her shoulder blade forward. And I'd like to see her come at you and be just a hair better in the way she walks off of her front skeleton. But a really powerful female, make a good cow as well. Great set of seconds. Let's put our hands together at ringside. Congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Your champion junior heifer in the Angus side was shown by Mackenzie Costal, and reserve was shown by Kaylin Kaiser. Class 13 heifers are coming in the ring. Class 14, make your way to the spur, please. Class 14, make your way to the spur.
In the ORB ring, you meet all the first and second place for the junior calf, or the junior heifers. All the first and second place be in this holding arena.
Angus show, we need exhibitor number 1235, Jaden Johnson, to the spur. Exhibitor 1235, your class is going in the ring. Angus exhibitors, if you have a senior heifer in class 14 or 15, please make your way to the spur. 13 is in the ring. So calling remainder of senior heifers in the Angus barn, classes 14 and 15.
Most attractive heifer in this class wins for me. The young lady, when she gets her parked, really like this one silhouette. Tall front and ties her neck high out of her shoulder, long and level back to her hip. For me, she gets a little upright in her shoulder. She wants to break a little bit there in her loin, but even still, this is the highest quality one of this class. Really nice female for the young lady. Does an excellent job of getting her shown and presented. The young lady's quality that comes second. A lot of things I like about this female. She's really loose in her structure. She can get out and travel with the best of them. Getting stepping behind her, she's opened up in her pin set with tons of dimension. She's not as sharp there to her head and her neck, or as clean at the base of her chest, but that's a really functional female that I think has got an exceptionally bright future for that young lady. The silver female that comes next gets a little randy on the young lady. Kind of wants to push around every now and then, but still extremely striking. Love this female's balance and really dimensional, but with all that shape up at the top side of her skeleton, when she wants to push, she picks up the center part of her spine and wants to duck her pins on the go. But that one's got a lot of breeding value and some unique pieces for that young lady to breed on down the road. Young man's silver heifer that comes next, same kind of stoutness and even a little bit bigger feature right up the surface. For me, she gets shorter in her hip, she's a little shorter in her neck is when I kept her down in place. Big bodied female that still has a lot of stoutness and a really nice female for that young man. The red and white heifer that comes next, she's actually taller fronted, more extended from her shoulder forward than the one right ahead of her. She's a long-sided, long-hipped female. Unfortunately, she gets just a little bit tighter in her hock. She doesn't reach as good out of her hip as she gets out and travels. But I feel that as she matures and softens up to the front or to the center part of her body, is only going to get more competitive. The young lady's black and white heifer that comes next has got a stout, full of a rear leg set, as we've seen in the show today. Unfortunately, it's the front third that I'd like to change if we're going to move her up any. If we could we're going to move her up any day. Young man's Hereford appearance female that comes next is just a little bit quick in her maturity pattern. If we can make her just bigger and longer, then we can just make her just a little bit sounder in how she gets the surface up front. The young lady, black female that comes next, another stout-featured, big-footed one that's really attractive from the profile. She gets out horsed today as far as performance goes. She wants to separate a little bit from the point of her shoulder to her forehead. Young man's female that's up next, one that's long and level down her top. She needs to be a little bit softer there at the center part of her rib. I like to loosen her up in her hop as she gets out and travels. Same thing goes for the young man's red and white female. I think if we can take that one top and take some of the fluid off of it, allow her to go with a notch more reach and mobility. That one can move up a little bit. She's a long spine female, tons of expression. Then the young lady's white female that closes the class. She's actually really flexible. She gets out and travels. She needs more power throughout if we're going to move her up. But on down the road, we're going to make a nice count for this young lady. An excellent group of females. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 9 in the ORB show. First place goes to Carly Rayfield, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Second place, Mackenzie Arnold, Avery FFA. Third place, Riley Grill Reed, Red River County 4-H. Fourth place, Braden Dennis, St. Joe FFA. Fifth place, Miley Leverage, Albany FFA.
Another quality class, and quite a bit of difference in type and kind. And as soon as they walked in, this female here hit you really hard, in my opinion. I love the volume, the body, and the sheer look of quality that she strikes you with over here on the setup. Her neck set's attractive in the way it comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's the blend of having a flexible spine with some strength to her skeleton and some strength to her lines as well, and absolutely sound and comfortable when we ask the cattle to lead. Has some natural dimension to her. Maybe you'd like to stouten her up in the upper part of her forerib, have her be just a hair bolder as you study her down her top. The heifer that comes in second's a big, stout, high-performing female. I love the ability to be a bigger, kind, longer-bodied heifer and still have that much natural volume and depth to her. As you study her, I'd like to make her just a hair better in the way she views on the move out of her hip and her hind leg. Gets a little sharper in the angle of her hock compared to our class winner. Her bone and foot size maybe doesn't match the sheer mass and volume that she has on the upper half of her skeleton. Throws her a bit off in terms of proportion. The heifer in third's a little different in her kind. She's a more moderate, deep-sided, bold-ribbed, big-topped heifer that's got some natural expression to her. Again, I'd like to stouten her foundation up, make her bigger-footed, heavier skeleton, and have her get out and go with just a little bit more fluid movement to her hind leg. This young lady's heifer achieved a great weight per day of age and performance level. I like the extra size and dimension that she has to her. Again, you study her on the move, and she's not quite as attractive or functional in the way that she moves out of her hind leg compared to a few of those other cattle. I'd like to lean her chest floor up and just lean her overall condition up as a whole. Moderate, sound-moving, bold-topped heifer here that needs to be just a little bigger and a little higher performing in her kind for the young lady. Talk about some production here. A female that turns 2 in March, got a big calf on her side. That's very, very admirable. I'd like to stouten the cow up, make her a little more powerful, and do that to the same to the bull calf at side. Female as you study coming next. One that lost her calf, the young lady said, and you can tell she's a little hollow, she's a little empty, doesn't have the volume or the guts that these other cattle have today. And we close with one that's tall-shouldered, strong-topped, and level-hipped. Needs to be stoutened up in her bones, squared up in her hock, and made just a little broodier in her overall kind. Congratulations on a good class.
On the Angus side, your Class 13 winner went to Kylie Byler. Second was Sydney Harris. Third to Jaden Johnson. Fourth to Shelby Phillips. And fifth to Harper Massey. Class 14 is fixing to walk in the ring. Class 15 females on the Angus side, I need you in the Spur Arena. Class 15.
Another really good division in our ORB, our show here, and the young lady that won our first class, the February female, she won that class pretty quickly. It was a blend of being dimensional but still maternal from the side that allowed her to kind of separate herself in that class. I think when you get her out here, still a female I really appreciate. I like her rear leg design. I like the dimension and spread that she has to her pin set. Maybe she's not as attractive and as long and extended from her shoulder forward as some of the females out here, but one that's still really functional in her own kind and a competitive female in this lineup. The young man's gold-colored female that won the second class, that particular class, we had 2 females. Neither one of them were quite right at an angle to their shoulder. This heifer was quite a bit stouter and more dimensional, so I opted to use that power and allow her to win that class. I get her back out here. She fits in really nice, long and level back to her pin set, opened up and tons of power from front to back. Female that's once again functional and really attractive in her rear leg design. Same thing holds true in class. We can just redesign her in her build of her shoulder, allow her to tie that onto her forward just a little bit neater, but still an extremely high quality female. Really like the white female that comes out of our third class. Like I talked in that class, really impressive that she's so good footed, that she gets out and travels so well, or being as stout and dimensional as she is. Like I talked, with all that power, she's maybe not just as feminine in her look, not quite as just maternal in the shape to her shoulder, but a female you still have to appreciate with just how much power and dimension she has. She's still practical and has plenty of sweep to the lower part of her rib design. Female that's still ultra attractive, really good balance from the profile. Then the female that won our last class, our October female, another one that I
heifer, Casey Schiffelt, Navarro County 4-H. And then the reserve goes to Carly Brayfield of Lubbock Cooper FFA. We are now showing Class 12 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 12 Senior Heifer Calves. I also need Class 13 to be making your way to the show arena. Class 13, be making your way to the show arena. In the ORB ring. Class 13 ORBs.
It's a really challenging class. It's a nice set of heifers. There's quite a bit of variation just in type and kind and size and weight per day of age in here. This female that leads off does so in a hurry. And I mean, a clear-cut winner in my opinion. The perfect blend of this class of power, volume, structural integrity with the look of proportion from the profile. She's a female that really outmasses everything in here, handles it right on her feet and legs, and then gives you a good, proportional, balanced show ring look from the profile. Congratulations, young man, on a nice job. Heifer that comes in seconds, has some power, has some natural thickness to her, is a base female in terms of her width of skeleton that's ideal. She's just a little off from the profile, a heifer that's a little heavy about her head, her neck, and her chest. She doesn't quite have that sleek, attractive look up front as a few of the other cattle, but I'm more comfortable with her being able to get out and motor correct off of either end of her body and being laid in smoother at the point of her shoulder than what we have right in behind her. A high-performing, stout female with a tremendous amount of width and power the young lady has here in third. Simply put, when we ask them to lead, this female's endured an injury maybe. Maybe she's sore on her feet, but she's not wanting to get out and travel the right way, and so she winds up a competitive third. This female here that comes in fourth, an attractive fronted, smooth built, feminine heifer that gets just a little off in her hip when we put them into motion. She needs to be stronger up to her pins and go with a little more attractive set to her hind leg on the move. I'd like to stouten her up when you get right in behind her as well. Moderate, deep-sided, easy-keeping heifer here that's a little more conventional, a little quicker maturing heifer that needs more natural shape and expression and to be leaned up around her tail head. We close with the heifer that when she stands there and she lets the young lady present her, she's well-balanced and proportional. She gets just a little tough to look at with her attitude today, a finer bone, smaller footed heifer that needs to get out and flex better in her hop. Congratulations on a competitive class.
In your Class 14 Angus heifers, your class winner was exhibited by Coulter Pullman, second by Connor DeBerry, third by Whitley Wheatrick, fourth by Grace Bowden, fifth to Heartland Massey, and sixth to Jill Fulton. Class 15 is entering the ring. After 15, we will have the senior heifer division. If our junior heifer calf and junior heifer division winners and reserves would please make your way to the Spur Arena, we would like to do the champion Angus female shortly after this senior heifer division.
Really nice class here to start this next division, and there's definitely some give and take and some trade-offs. The young man, snip-faced female that we're going to lead off with, one, I really like a lot of things that she has. Really an attractive female that's ultra fresh in her condition and in her look from the side. Super feminine. When she gets out and goes, she's a soundly structured female in this class, and I like to stay as committed to that as we possibly can. You know, I'd like to see her softer there in the center part of her rib. But I think besides that, she excels in a lot of areas in this particular class. She still has enough softness. I'm not worried about her practicality. She still balances up from the side. I went ahead and switched these young ladies in second and third. For me, the heifer that ends up in second, she's sounder out of her front end. She's a notch more maternal in her kind. It just looks more like a maternal female when you step off and view her from the profile. Just a really nice female. For me, she gets just a little heavier condition in relation to not having as much dimension when you step right in behind her. I think you can square her hop up from behind, just as she goes. She wants to pull it in, gets underneath herself just ever so slightly. Really like the dimension of the female that's in third, and I wanted to use that stoutness and get her up into second. For me, the problem is that she gets out and goes, she really wants to kind of rock forward in her shoulder blade. She wants to pigeon toe up front of the surface, and that just doesn't allow her to get up and pick her neck up with as much look and balance as she gets out and travels as the heifer's right ahead of her. But lots of dimension, really a stout female that's got a lot of cool breeding pieces. Going to make an excellent project for that young lady on down the road. The female that comes next, so stout and powerful. You step right in behind her, just leads the class as far as dimension goes, and she's so long-bodied. For me, she needs to get out and travel, hit her stride a little bit better off of both ends. If we're going to move her up any day, she still wants to separate her shoulder forward ever so slightly. Young lady's got a really nice brood calf here, the baldy female, big body, still massive when we step right in behind her. She comes to us heavier condition than I'd like, and that's not allowing her to get out of her front end with as much reach and flexibility as she gets out and travels. The Charlene Phillips female that closes the class, I like her foot shape and her foot size. She's flexible enough for me. I'd like to just make her just a little bit sharper there at the top side of her neck. She wants to get just a little bit crestier, and she rounds onto her hip. If we can change those things, we can work her up a couple in this class. Really nice female with a lot of future for the young lady. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Really nice class.
All right, placings for Class 12 Senior Heifer Calf. First place, Emory Marsh, Hill County 4-8. Second place, Madison Wright, Detroit FFA. Third place, Jalen Lamb, Bandera FFA. Fourth place, Lindley Shirley, Frio County 4-H. Fifth place, Rayleigh Woodhard, Moore County FFA. We are now showing Class 13, Senior Heifer Calves. Class 14, be making your way to the Spur Arena. Class 14, be making your way to the Spur Arena. ORB, Senior Heifer Calf. Class 14.
Another solid class with some, one of every kind really in this deal. And I'm going to sacrifice a little bit of smoothness and levelness and soundness to gain a really powerful, bold, dimensional heifer with a lot of performance and weight per day of age. I don't think her being a touch round out of her hip and a little tight and swivel-like out of her rear skeleton has affected her ability to put on weight per day of age and substance in the right form and fashion. And so, again, a heifer that I like the power and I like the boldness. I just like to free her up and make her a little better in terms of her rump structure. The pair is one that's got a nice bag on her, good teat size and structure to it, moderate cow that's easy keeping and fleshing, probably to the point she could be leaned up around her tail head, maybe got a little extra condition on her early, and you see that established in her pones. I'd like to maybe stouten her up just in terms of her basic foot, bone, and overall width to her. But she's done a great job with this first calf. Can't take anything away from her from that regard. Heifer that we close with is up-headed, long-necked, really strong in her lines. Just like to see more natural body and volume, see her be a little heavier skeleton and go with a little more soundness out of her front end. Congratulations to you on a nice class.
Class 14 ORBs and making your way to the spur arena. Class 14 ORBs.
Another competitive, solid division here in the Angus breed. Heifer that leads the first class of this division off is one that really functional, very attractive and feminine. I like her view up through her front end. I like the extra depth and sweep to her lower rib and flank, and a very athletic set of running gear built underneath her as well. Compared to a few of the others, you study her up top and you get right in behind her. I'd like to make her bolder in the way she comes out of her spine in terms of her rib cage, make her a little stouter as you study her behind her blade, and give her just a little bit more natural power and shape to the top half of her skeleton. Really powerful, bold, big rib female that make a great cow for the young man comes out of this second class. As you study her, I like the shape and the pride to the upper half of her skeleton. I like the extra substance she goes with from behind. And I think in terms of balance, she's very proportional. She's not as sleek through her chest floor. She's not wedged in as tight at the top of her blade as the cattle right there in front of her. But I think she's got a lot of natural dimension, a lot of natural power, and she handles it the right way on her feet and legs. Like we talked about in this last class of the division, this female's powerful, expressive, really extended from the side to have that much shape laid on her body. She's a bit round out of her rump. She's a little tight and restrictive out of her hind leg. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside, and we'll select your champion.
Your champion senior heifer was shown by Coulter Pullman, and reserve senior heifer was shown by Kylie Byler.
Excellent class, and a really good top trio of females. I think the top two here even separate themselves a little bit more. There's some minor differences between them, but for me, this star-headed female that we're going to lead off with, she just pulls everything together so nice. Her look from the profile, and she's striking in her silhouette from the side. She's so nice there, and how she transitions from the base of her chest back into her underline, sweeps all the way back into her flank. Long and level there on her hip, and for me, where she got the advantage over the one in second, and when you study her down her top line, just so fluid and flexible in her top line, maintains so level there on her pin set, an exceptional place to go ahead and lead off with. This young man's heifer in second is a really interesting cow. She's going to make him an excellent breeding piece on down the road. Really attractive up front, really prime heart and bold. I love how much dimension this female has. Yeah, she still balances up really good from the profile. She's a sound structured female, and she gets out and travels really well. I thought I'm going to change her just down her top line as she gets out and goes. She comes up in her spine just ever so slightly.
Dale County 4-H. Second place, Dane Sullivan, Trinity County 4-H. Third place, Ty Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Fourth place, John DeMoss, Montgomery County 4-H. I don't think I said that right. Fifth place, Ashley Riddle, Midway FFA. We now have Class 14 going in Marine. Class 15, please making your way to the show arena. Class 15, please make your way to the show arena in the ORB show.
Tremendous Angus show here on this side of the arena, and again, hats off to these exhibitors. This has been a high caliber set of females, and there's been something for everybody. There's a little different type and kind, and there's some stout ones, there's some attractive ones, there's some that blend those two traits together, and so it's been fun. And again, I say it wholeheartedly. It's an honor to be here, and I know these kids appreciate this opportunity after everything the past 12 months. So the first division winner, I think, sets the bar really good from the get-go. A female that blends some body and some power with extra performance and length of side, and she handles that the right way on her feet and legs. You know, studying her, I think she balances well. I don't know if she's quite as attractive as you study the top of her neck, wrinkles up a bit there through her neck compared to a few of the other heifers. Like to just see how she grows and matures into her front end, but I like the fact that she's got extra power and mass for that division. The one here in the second division, to me, is unique in her pieces, and the fact that her foot structure is really sound and square at the surface. She's built square up through her hock and to her hip as well. Her neck set is super attractive in the way that it strikes out of the top of her shoulder. To me, she could be just a hair stouter when you get over the top side of the cattle compared to a few of the others out of their shoulder blade. Might like to pick her chest up in her just a hair compared to a few of the other females, but love the look, love the soundness and the athleticism that she brings to the table. Big, stout, powerful female here out of this last division, and I love the volume and the body and the mass that she offers, and she still proportions the right way. She's not probably as smooth and wedged in as neat up through the top of her shoulder, but there's a reason for the fact that she has that much substance to her. She's built wide through her chest floor and honest through her chest floor. She's built wide and stout from behind, and she gets out and she moves the right way. And I tell you, just a beautiful head on her as well to have that much mass and power. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors and enthusiasts at ringside. Let's give these kids a nice hand. We'll select you a champion.
On the Angus side, our champion Angus female was exhibited by Coulter Pullman, and the reserve overall female was exhibited by Mackenzie Costal. We also have 2 showmanship winners today. Representing juniors, we have Jara Johnson. Jara, if you are still around, we have a prize for you. And also Dalton Birdwell. We have a showmanship prize for you as well. Jara Johnson and Dalton Birdwell, please come get your showmanship prizes.
Another really good class, an exceptional place to go ahead and lead off with the young man's Baldy female. She's massive when you study her and the shape she has to her center part of her body, yet she's still stout and wide, kind of from wherever you view her. For me, if we're going to change her, we can just lean her up ever so slightly, but that's a tall task to ask the young man of a heifer of this age to keep her much leaner. But really nice female to go ahead and lead off with. Blue roan crew, they come in second. Young man's got one that's really flexible. I actually prefer her structure as she gets out and goes. She's big-footed, flexible off of both ends. Unfortunately, she just gives up some body when you step on her. Young man said she's due to calf here in a couple months. I think as she progresses along farther and matures some more, that'll soften up. But I love that one's flexibility and how she meets the surface on both ends. The young lady, I had a fun conversation about this female. She said she's due to calf in 30 days. I don't think either one of us thinks she's quite going to last that long before she has it. But a really good female, heavy structured, really, really rugged when you study her right there at the ground. She's just a little bit rounder when you stick at the top side of her neck and out of her hip. Like that one structure. Good luck to you, young lady, and calving her out. Could be a lot of fun. The young man's heifer that comes next, smooth there at the point of her shoulder, back in the center part of her body, long and smooth in a muscle pattern. She just gets frailer and more refined when you study her at the ground and in the bone. We can stouten her up and move her up in place. Really cool female that comes next. Young lady's got another one that's due here pretty soon, just a couple weeks. Heifer that gets out and travels really well. I like how she maintains her top line for being this far along bred. Not as stout and conventional when you step right in behind the cattle. The young man told me this heifer slipped her calf here a couple weeks ago, and that's a tough go. I was telling him I had to do the same when I was about his age. She sounded as a heifer right away. So I picked her up. Obviously, she still had a calf inside of her. She'd be softer there at the center part of her body. Nice one there, young man. That's going to make a nice female for you on down the road. Nothing to take away from the young lady that closes the class. Big frame female that's really extended. She gets a little straighter off of both ends. Just need to soften her up if we're going to move her up here today. Really good class of females in this particular division.
Attention, if you are parked on the east side of the Coliseum, we would sure appreciate if y'all could move some vehicles. There are 4 HEB water trucks that are over there, and we've got some vehicles that are going to be in the way. So if you are parked on the east side of the Coliseum near the HEB water trucks, please go relocate your vehicle. East side of the Coliseum.
All right, in the ORB ring, we got results for Class 14. First place, Drayton Brown, Ellis County 4-H. Second place, Logan Brooks, Hills County 4-H. Third place, Linda Williams, Avery FFA. Fourth place, William Nash, Harris County 4-H. Fifth place, Taylor Burnett, Madisonville FFA. We are now showing Class 15. This is the last class of ORBs. All of the first and second place of the senior heifer calf, I need you at the Spur Arena. All of the first in place of the senior heifer calf, I need you at the Spur Arena. And go ahead and be thinking about bringing your division winners as well. Your division winners for the ORBs.
Attention all key exhibitors, we're about to start the Key and Is show. So if you'll go ahead and start bringing up the first couple classes of Key and Is. Don't have quite as many as we do in the Angus, so it might go just a little bit quicker. So go ahead and start bringing them this way. For the key show, the staging area will be on the side under the Phillips Welding Service and Jim Bass Ford area. If you will come there for the staging area before your class begins. Re-swab, if we could have you to the key holding area. Re-swab, your class is getting ready to go in.
FFA. Third place, Katrina Potter, Kansas City FFA. Fourth place, Madison Wright, Detroit FFA. And fifth place, Joel Gomez, Liberty Hill FFA. Alright, we are going in for our division of senior heifer calf. All of our firsts and seconds of the senior heifer calf need to be here.
It's a really nice class, an eventful start here to the Key Show. And there's, these are three really good heifers. They're a little different in their type and kind. There's not one in here that puts all of maybe the fundamentals and the pieces together, but the black heifer, when she came in, hit me good in terms of being a moderate, deep-sided, bold-ribbed, maternal appearing female from that regard. And I like the fact that she still balances well with some proportion. And, you know, you study her angles, and she appears to be very sound and comfortable. She's a little ornery, and she's fighting the lead a little bit. And with that said, she's maybe not grabbing her front hoof print with her back foot as consistent as what she probably would if she was acting the right way. But if you look at her at that pose right there, a very proportional, high-quality female. Young lady, great job of holding on to her and having grit and some toughness. The heifer that comes in second, I'll tell you, it's hard to look at when she's running around, but a female that's really attractive up through her front end, really sound and flexible. She's a more maternal, feminine heifer than what we have right in behind her. She's sounder off of both ends of her body. She's a little finer bone, frailer featured heifer than what we've left with, and a female that maybe could use just a bit more stoutness to her overall demeanor. A cool heifer here in third, an up-headed, neat-necked, sharp-topped, muscular heifer that needs to be sounder. She's wound up a little too tight off of either end. She hits me as just a little more steery about her overall makeup, but a really cool featured heifer here. Young lady does a great job with. Congratulations.
Also, I need in the ORB ring, we need all of the division champions and the reserve division champions to be in the spur arena so we can do our grand drive. Also, to the Shorthorns, we are not taking a lunch break. We are going to roll right through. And I will say that again, we are not taking a lunch break. We are going to roll right through the Shorthorns.
Over here in the Key Show in Class 1 placings, first place went to Sheridan Valbalcrum from Ellis County 4-H. Second place went to Reese Schwab, Guadalupe County 4-H. And third place, Haley Etheridge from Angelina County 4-H. They are going to bring a water truck in the show arena here shortly. They're going to have to. They're going to raise this door here on the north side and kind of come around by the holding area. So just beware that that is happening. I just got told by some of the people that are with the show, and they're going to be driving it through here. So just kind of go over towards the fence over there for the holding area. They're probably going to wait to the ORB show. It's taking a break, and then they may come in here. So just be careful of that with your key heifers.
Another really exciting division here at our ORB show. Hats off to these exhibitors. Have raised some exceptional cattle all day.
It's a good class again and challenging a lot of different types and kinds, different frame sizes, different growth patterns, different degrees of substance. The one that hits me the best out here with the blend of some volume, some skeletal integrity, proportion, and stoutness is the young man's red and white heifer. She needs to be a little bigger in her kind, a little more extended in her maturity pattern, and that's where I would critique on her a bit. But I love the fact that we're able to put some bone and power and body with a good set of feet and legs and a very well-proportioned look. The heifer in second, when she first came in, I thought, okay, maybe we've got a class winner here, and I still think that it's close and they're teetotal opposites. This one's attractive up through her front end, long-bodied, level designed, the right one in terms of extension and her lateness of maturity, I think, for future shows fits the bill. A little frailer featured, a little smaller footed, and needs to probably be blown apart just a bit wider through her entire skeleton. Heifer that comes in third's the same way. Up-headed, neat-necked, really sharp in her lines, just too frail and too closed up in her general base width. Needs to be pulled apart wider through her entire skeleton. I like the little smoky heifer. I think she's a sound-footed, stout-featured, muscular female. She's in an apparent weight and performance deficit in this class. She needs to be bigger and heavier in her weight per day of age and just a little neater when you study the front third of her body. We close with a female that's big-ribbed, deep-sided, has some shape to her body. She's a little short up through her front end. She's not quite as attractive through her throat and her chest, and I'd like to see her be a little sounder and more attractive in the use of her hind leg. Congratulations on a nice class.
Cattle exhibitors that are standing in the spur, we are fixing to open the big rolling doors on the north end to ease a water truck through here. So if you have cattle standing in the spur arena and you do not want them startled by the water truck moving through, they are going to move right through that east side. Just beware that we are bringing a water truck in. So if you would like to move to one of the ends to stay out of the way, now is the time to do so.
All right, results for our division senior heifer calf. We got Thomas Timms, Hill County 4-H. And for our reserve, it's Dane Sullivan, Trinity County 4-H. Here shortly, we will be doing our grand drive for the ORB show.
Over here in the Key Arena, if you'll bring all first and second places for the heifer calf division, first and second places for the heifer calf division. Also results in our second class. First place went to Brady Trotter, Hardin Jefferson FFA. Second place, Jack Sullivan, Trinity County 4-H. Third place, Cassidy Albright, Fall Counties 4-H. Fourth place, Riley Gilbreth, Red River County 4-H. And fifth, Ashton Boyd, Pewitt FFA.
Nice single entry female here in gold colored heifer, soft haired, highly presented, gives a nice look in terms of depth of rib and having some stoutness to her bone and foot. She's a little off in the way that her hip's constructed, rounds out of her hip, ducks her pins, and doesn't quite move as well out of her rear skeleton as a few of the others, but the front 2/3 of her, super attractive and right in terms of the kind. Congratulations, young lady.
First place, Class 3 in the Key Show, Lindsay Vasquez from Weiss FFA. Now we'll be doing our Heifer Calf Champion Division. All first and second places entering the ring. Class 6 keys, please make your way to the holding area.
We are now showing our ORB Grand Drive.
Good division to start our Key Show with. The young lady's black heifer comes out, acts right, looks the part out here in this particular lineup as far as having some performance with some body and some substance to her. She gets out and comes through here, unlike in class, and gets out and goes and moves the right way as well. Probably like to square her hock up just a bit, have her be just a little wider based as she leaves you. The red and white heifer is one, I love the body and the bone and the amount of power that she has, and she still balances the right way from the profile. She's a little more conventional in her type and kind, a little shorter coupled female, like to maybe accelerate her growth curve and make her just a little more extended and a little bigger in her kind. And the yellow heifer is one, again, the front 2/3 of her, very attractive and right on spot, but one that's just a little off from hooks to pins, rounds out of her rump a bit. Like to strengthen her up there and make her a bit sounder in the way she moves in her rear skeleton, but love the look up front with the body shape in the middle as well. Let's give them a nice round of applause and we'll select you a champion.
Well, what a great ORB show. We get all three of our division winners back out here in our reserves. Really happy with how they came together. This has been a lot of fun for me right from the start this morning. Our calf division was extremely good. As you can see, we've got a really high quality representative out here that's got a big time future. I'm not going to talk through these divisions again. We discussed them at length a couple times today. Let's give a round of applause to our exhibitors. This is a great show. Select
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I've been working on it. So it seems like the weird thing is ring B is fine. So I don't know why one of our computers is still connecting, the other one's not. I think what it's probably doing is prioritizing one or the other. I am working on it first. So it's saying good connection now, which isn't the same as excellent connection. So I think it's partly fixed, but I did have to drop some of the settings. So it's probably not quite as good quality. It's still pretty good. I don't think it's not like as crisp as it was. So yeah. Sorry about that. Sure.
Champion Heifer Calf Division in the Key Show goes to Sheridan Van Balcom.
All right, your grand and reserve champion of the ORB show goes to Thomas Timms of Hill County 4-H and Casey Shiflett of Navarro County 4-H.
All right, we're ready for our first class of junior calf division, junior heifer division. Again, sorry, had a battery malfunction a while ago. Champion goes to Sheridan Valbrockham, and reserve goes to Brady Trotter in your junior calf division. Class 6 is ready to come in the ring.
And the showmanship champion goes to Casey Shiflett, Navarro County 4-H.
It's a really good class and a nice top pair. And within the top pair, just a black female here that leads off quite handily, in my opinion. Because of the two big-bodied, stout-featured, sound skeleton heifers, this one gives you a unique look of balance and quality from the side. Her neck sets higher out of the top of her shoulder. She's sculptured a little neater up through her neck, and you study there through her front third. Just very high quality, a lot of ring presence, and again, love the athleticism and love the ability to put the body and the mass on a balanced, really sound skeleton. The silver female is one that's like her and mirrors her in terms of width of skeleton, power, and just sheer body dimension. A female that gets just a little, not quite as attractive, not quite as feminine, we might say, about the front third of her skeleton, but a nice female in her own right. High-performing, long-bodied female the young man brings to us, a little frailer-featured, smaller-footed heifer that's a bit round up through her shoulder, a little coarser up through her eye and up through her head as well. This is a unique female in terms of foot size and bone, a soft-haired heifer. I just like to redesign her structurally. She's off in her hip, closes up in her hock, comes at you a bit narrow through her chest. First glance, I'm thinking, wow, we got a stout-featured, nice balanced female. Just like to redesign her feet and legs and make her sounder and a little more genuine coming and going. Very powerful, expressively muscled heifer that we close with. Wound up a little too tight off of both ends of her body, a little shallower ribbed, more terminal in her appearance as you study her vulva and you study her rib and head. Congratulations to our key exhibitors in this class.
Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 1 Shorthorn Heifers. First call, Class 1 Shorthorn Heifers. I've also been asked to announce that there's not going to be a lunch break in Ring B. No lunch break in Ring B. We'll run straight through.
Hayden Erickson, your class is going in the ring. Hayden Erickson, your class is going in the ring. Class 8, Kia Nias, please make your way to the staging area. Class 8, Kia Nias, please make your way to the staging area. Placings in Class 6, Kia Nias. First place, Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. Second place, Reese Schwab, Guadalupe County 4-H. Third place, Wade Strutz, Mineral Wells FFA. Fourth place, Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. And fifth, Reed Strittmatter, Aubrey FFA.
is Willie Weiss. He's from St. Augustine, Iowa. He went to Iowa State University where he's on the livestock judging team. He presently runs cows and farms as well as works as a loan officer at a community bank. He is married to Nikki and he has one daughter, Dallas. So we're ready for class number 1 of Shorthorn heifers to enter the ring. These heifers range in age from May the 11th to May the 4th. There are 3 entries in this class.
Pretty challenging class with quite a bit of difference in their type and kind, and then maybe not quite having that one that rises to the top as quick as we've had in some other classes. But I'm very comfortable starting the red heifer. I think she's easily the soundest, most maternal appearing female that's got the most natural depth through her body, significantly better in the angle of her hock and her rear joints, especially when we put the cattle into motion. The silver heifer that comes in second is stout, powerful, really wide-based, maybe to the point she's a little restrictive in the way that she carries herself in the arena. The shorter hip, tighter hock heifer needs to be sounder and a little more functional in the angle and use of her hind leg. The smoky female we close with probably takes a longer step and sets down a little more comfortable than the one right ahead of her. She's just a bit too shallow as you study her rib design, a little off in terms of her balance because of where her flank sits in her. Just like to make her softer and deeper in her kind. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Entering the ring is class number 1 of Shorthorn heifers. We have entry 446, Braden DeBoer from Ellis County 4-H, Brett Young from Nazareth FFA, and Hudson Reed from Waterville FFA. I would also like to announce that the validation committee wants to check papers on first and second place heifers, so they will need to have your registration papers on your first and second place heifers in each class.
Placings in Class 7 key junior heifers. First place goes to Tressa Jones, Potter County 4-H. Second place, Colin Strittmatter, Aubrey FFA. And third, Reed Meeks, Hill County 4-H. Class 8 is going in the ring. Class 9 key heifers, please make your way to the staging area. Class 9 key heifers.
450, Madison Scott from Eastland County 4-H. Entry 451, Mason Woodward from Moore County 4-H. Entry 1770, Carter Long from Needville FFA. Entry 454, Cole Fincher from Wolf City FFA. Entry 457, Jackson Rocher from Clifton FFA. 458, Raider Taylor from Victory FFA. 461, Alice Jones from Burleson Centennial. 462, Brooke McKee from Madisonville FFA. 464, Morgan Brooks from Mayflower FFA. 466, Amber Lee, Chapel Hill FFA. 467, Tina Boone from Runnels County 4-H. 468, Morgan Dowdy, Godley FFA. 470, Luke Hosa from Williamson County 4-H. 471, Raider Taylor from Victory FFA. And 443, Ellie Spearman from Rockwall County 4-H. Class number 6, Heifers Farm, November 1 to December 31 of 2019. You should be in the makeup area, please. Class number 6, November and December Heifers in the makeup area.
A lot of good ones in this class, a lot of difference in this class, but there's an easy thing to do, and that's to start with the silver heifer here, this young lady's. Absolutely striking from the side, perfect in terms of her feet and legs, fresh in her condition, presented to a T, both in her presentation, young lady's ability to highlight the quality of this heifer with showmanship as well. Just a really intriguing female here that we start things off with to be able to outmove everything and outclass everything in terms of silhouette and balance. Big, stout, big-bodied, heavy-boned female in next that proportions out well from the side. She's too fat. As you study her in terms of her condition, like to lean her up through her chest and lean her up in her body cavity, make her be sounder in the way that she moves. And I bet if we leaned her up and cleaned her up a bit, we could get her to go ahead and travel and track out the little bit more smoother, attractive view through her hind leg. The red and white heifer's moderate, muscular, really stout in terms of power and body shape. She's a more moderate, deeper-sided, softer flank female than what we have right behind her. She's not wanting to travel as well out of her hip and her rear pasterns today. A little sore-footed maybe. Like to maybe just give her a little bit more security and a little bit more confidence in the way she's putting them down. Big frame, long-bodied, brockle-faced female. I like the front third of her skeleton. I like her ability to offer some strength to her lines. She hits me as a little big and hard out here. The tighter full-ribbed, shallower-bodied females tucked up too much in her flank for me personally. Like to just see her bodied down and made a little soggier and a little broodier in her kind. Muscular, moderate, powerful yellow heifer here that's a little too coarse-featured up front, a little bold in her shoulder, and has just a bit of an awkward, tighter set to her hind leg. Another moderate female that's got some depth of rib and some shape to her rib. The smaller boned heifer just gets a little chesty about her brisket and like to stouten her up, make her a little bigger in her overall kind. Female with some rub marks here is strong-topped, level-hipped. She's just a little short and conventional about her front end, and she's a bit frail and fragile in the makeup of her rear skeleton. Our blue roan is up-headed, strong-topped, really square in her hip. She's just a little narrow as you study her coming and going, and flattens into her lower part of her quarter and the base of her skeleton. Our smoky female we close with has some rib shape, some depth of body. She's just a little awkward in the way she strides out of her hind leg. The smaller footed, finer boned heifer I wish could be a little sounder in the way she moves off of either end. Congratulations on a nice class.
Class 9 key heifers are coming in the ring. Then we'll have our junior heifer division. So all first and second places in the junior heifer classes, would you please make your way to the staging area for division champion after this class. Class 9 is entering the ring. Class 12 senior heifers, please make your way to the staging area. Results from that last class. Class 8 key heifers. First place, Paisley Gass O'Donnell FFA. Second place, Callan Stewart, Randall County 4-H. Third place, James Earls III, Callahan County 4-H. Fourth, Brayley Reese Cowan, Fannin County 4-H. Fifth, Cannon Weiss, Water Valley FFA. Sixth, Kaylee Vogel, Panther Creek FFA. Seventh, Zoe Whitmar, Meridian FFA. Eighth, Courtney Deason, Texline FFA. Congratulations.
So challenging class. Again, a nice set of heifers, and there's one in here that I find very complete, very fault-free, and that's this moderate red female. I think soundness-wise and fundamental-wise, she fits the bill really good. Moderate, deep-sided, sound-moving heifer that's well-balanced. She's not as powerful as some of the other ones. She gives up some performance, and that's the biggest hiccup is she got enough gas and enough weight per day of age to her. But quality-wise and functionality-wise, she's easily the top pick in my opinion. The black heifer offers more length of body, more extension. She's up-headed, neat-necked, strong in her lines, and has a little bit more of a cleaner conditioned appeal to her today than the white heifer right behind her. She gets just a little up in her flank and not quite the body as some of the other cattle do. I'd like to make her a hair broodier, a little bit bolder in the shape of her rib. This white heifer's got a tremendous amount of depth of body, easy fleshing female, gives you a maternal look at the setup. She's not wanting to go well enough off of her front end today. She's a little sore-footed. She's a little steep up through her shoulder, and I'd like to stouten her up with regard to foot and bone. I moved this white heifer up, or silver heifer up, a couple of spots. Being frank with you, over here on the profile initially, she didn't look very good, and she looked a little off in the way that her weight distribution and her presentation was. But the young lady walked her out here. She's sound, square, muscular, and I'm not scared to admit that she needs to be a few more spots up than what I initially pulled her. And so with that said, I still would like to see her maybe just be a little broodier in her kind, a little bolder in the upper part of her rib compared to a few others, but substantial amount more body, physical feel, and power than the red heifer that we have right behind her. This female's built really attractive. She's really sound. She's up-headed, angular, and has a nice look to her. Simply put, she's quite a bit further behind in terms of performance, weight per day of age, and just sheer flesh compared to the other cattle in this class. Black and white heifer hits me as moderate, deep-sided, muscular, and stout-featured. Really wide skeleton from one end to the next. She's too chesty there through her brisket. She's a little more conventional in her length of body, length of hip, and overall maturity pattern. This black and white female we close with, I admire her in terms of strength of top line, muscularity, and expression of shape down her top and out of her hip. She's just a little too shallow-bodied, a little finer bone female that needs to be more maternal and feminine up through her front end. Congratulations on a nice class.
In the Shorthorn Show following class number 3, which is in the ring now, we'll be doing a division. So we need the first and second place heifers from the previous 2 classes to go with this heifer in this class. Placings in class number 2 of Shorthorn heifers. First place goes to Cole Melcher of Wolf City FFA with May Mona Michelle. Second place goes to Carter Meyer, Meadville FFA with TMF Dewey. Third place goes to Allison Jones of Burleson Central with TMF Full Hot Revival. Fourth place goes to Morgan Dowdy, Godwin FFA with ROVS Annie Rose Trump. Fifth place goes to Raider Taylor from Victory FFA with RTCC Fran. Sixth place goes to Morgan Brooks, April FFA with Lazy B Brooks. Seventh place goes to Ellie Spearman, Rockwall County 4-H with JSSSEE Denali. Eighth place goes to Raider Taylor, Victory FFA with RTCC Freckles. Ninth place, Brooke McKee, Madisonville FFA with JAC Sugar Cane. And 10th place goes to Luke Hosa, Williamson County 4-H, TMF Fools Renee. And 11th place goes to Macy Woodward, Moore County 4-H with Bar F Myrtle Bow. 12th place goes to Madison Scott, Eastland County 4-H with SLBL Miss Tequila. 13th goes to Jackson Roaster, Clifton FFA with TX Milestone Cake. 14th goes to Kenna Boone, Ronalds County 4-H with JAC Elizabeth. And 15th goes to Amber Lee, Chapel Hill FFA with JR Jazzy Fuzzy Jolie. In the ring now is our Class 3, January and February 2020 Heifers. We do ask that you bring your first and second place Heifers back from the previous two classes for the division. Following the division, we'll move into class number 6. Those will be junior heifers fed November and December of 2019.
Placings in Class 9 Junior Heifers in the Key Show. First place goes to Maggie K. Simpson, Tatum FFA. Second, Lexi Tucker, Joshua FFA. Third, Brianna Rayburn, Perrin FFA. Fourth, Gage McWhitterer, Wolf City FFA. Fifth, Brandon Clinton, May Pearl FFA. Sixth, Ariana Rodriguez, Terry FFA. And seventh, Abigail Riley Northcutt, Alvord FFA. We are now doing our division, junior heifer division championship drive over in this ring.
Another good class of shorthorn females, and the young lady in white sock heifer that leads off. Another one I think wins the class pretty handily. She's a feminine female that's really soft in the center part of her rib, yet she's attractive. When she gets out and goes, she's a sound structured heifer in this particular class. It's a really nice place to go ahead and lead off with. Young man's heifer at second is grown female, is definitely more dimensional. She's stouter than the one that beat her today. But for me, we can just tie her in a little bit deeper into her shoulder, into her forehead, if we're going to get her up at the first head. But an expressive, bold-headed female that still balances up nice from the side. Young lady's been junior brushing on this heifer that falls in the third. Her hair is really, really nice. I like how she transitions from her shoulder into her forehead. I like how she ties the upper part of her rib cage into her spine. Just really gets out and goes really well. For me, we need to soften her up in the center part of her rib, allow her just to balance up a little better from the profile if we're going to move it up any further today. Young man's white female that comes next, she's flexible as she gets out and travels. I'm going to be just needs to be a little bit more youthful with pressure about her head at the top side of the neck. I'm going to move her up any, but a big, stout, rear-legged female that gets out and travels really well. Like maturing a solid red female that comes next, I think her best days are no doubt ahead of her. I just need more time and maturity to soften up in her flank if we're going to get her any higher. She's still going to be set down just ever so slightly in her tailhead. She kind of wants to throw the one in just a little bit. The young lady's white sock female that comes next, one that when she first came to the ring, I liked her performance, I liked her stoutness. The longer she's out here, she wants to kind of come apart and do a few pieces. She's not tied in quite as neat right in behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little bit rounder out of her hip. But that is a big, stout, long-made female that's going to make an excellent brood count for that young lady. A nice, smooth, feminine female comes next. I really like just how long and maternal her muscle pattern is. She gets a little bit more closed up when we study her at the base of her skeleton. She still needs to have some nostril depth to her flank if we're going to move her up any higher today. Young man's heifer that comes next, tall fronted. Really like how strong and level she is down her top. She needs to be laid back in the angle to her shoulder. We just still give her just a nostril width at the base of her forehead. And the heifer that closes the class, the young man's got one that gets out and travels and reaches really well off of both ends. She needs to balance up a little better from the profile. Can still be stouter when we step right in behind her. Really good class of shorthorn females. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Very good division here in the Key Show, and a lot of differences as you might expect as you get in here and you see different types and kinds throughout the course of each class. This black heifer is really good, and she set this division, the standard of it from the get-go. Up-headed, awesome presence through her front end, tremendous depth and spring to her rib, great set of running gear. I'd like to stouten her up a bit right behind her blade, just a hair. The young lady does a great job, though, of getting this one parked, presented, and highlighted to a T. Red heifer's a moderate, deep-sided female, not quite the class and not quite the silhouette is what we have on either side of her, but still female that's moderate, has some width, and has some body to her. White heifer hit me really hard in class, comes back out here, and the things we like about her are still apparent. A great-footed, big-boned, clean-jointed, stout-featured female that has the right type of performance meshed with the right type of rib shape and stoutness. Out here, she's a little lazy. The young lady's not getting her head up and not getting her quite as parked into a T as what we did in class, and heifer's probably getting a little tired, but we could get her head up just a nickel, lowering her down a bit, and try to present her with a little bit more proportion. This red heifer out of the last class is one that's moderate, deep-sided, makes a nice cow for the young lady. I'd just like to kind of amplify her growth and accelerate her growth as we study her and project her out. It boils down to the first class winner and the third class winner. We'll go back and make another pass and check them out one more time. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside if you would.
Hudson Weiss, we need your second place heifer out of class 1 back for the division champion. Hudson Weiss from Water Valley FFA.
And your champion junior heifer in the key shows go to Maddie Smith from Henderson County 4-H. Congratulations, Maddie. Reserve goes to Paisley Gass of O'Donnell FFA. Congratulations. We'll now jump into our first class of senior heifers. If you'll bring all senior heifer classes to the staging area, these will go pretty quick. Thank you.
As we get our lineup out here for our first division of shorthorn females, three really nice class winners and three really competitive seconds. The young man's May heifer that won the first class, she won that class pretty handily. I like her look and blend that she has of structure and balance. Obviously very green. You study her out here in contention of this other group.
was MADE Mona Michelle, shown by Cole Venture of Wolf City FFA. We're now ready to bring in class number 6. These are November and December of 2019 Heifers. We should have entry 487, Holly Kerr, 488, Kelsey Willis, 489, Faith Coronet, 490, Caitlin Anderson, 491, Nathaniel Lucas, 493, Jeff Sambo, 494, Caleb Hines, and 495, Timothy Deal.
Good class here as we start to get in this last division and differences, but again, good cattle come in different forms and fashions. I like the up-headed, strong top, clean condition female that leads things off, and I guess in the show ring setting, I'm more comfortable with her being leaner through her brisket, cleaner in her condition, and just a little more extended in her maturity pattern over what we have directly behind her. I'd like to stouten her up in her lower skeleton, make her a hair bolder and stouter in terms of her foot and bone. Red and white heifer is big-bodied, deep-sided, really stout featured, and just real cowy in her middle. Really stout when you get right behind her. A little too heavy through her brisket and chest floor. Like to lean her up around her tail head and her lower body. Just pick her up a little bit in her overall kind. Black heifer we close with, strong topped, expressively muscled, long-sided heifer that needs to have more depth of rib, a little more softness and broodiness to her, and go out with a little more soundness through her hind leg. Congratulations to all three of you.
Class number 7, junior heifers, cast September and October of 2019. You should be making your way to the makeup area. Class 7, junior heifers, September 1 to October 31. Come to the makeup area. The Shorthorn breed is glad to welcome one of our princesses for the state of Texas. This is Ellie Spearman from Rockwall. Our queen was from Lubbock. She's not able to make it today because of icy conditions. So we're glad to have Ellie Spearman with us presenting the awards and working the show.
Placings in Class 12 Senior Heifer Keys. First place, Aubrey Ivy from Bangs FFA. Second, Braden DeBrod, Ellis County 4-H. And third, Mackenzie Arnold, Avery FFA.
Really nice single entry heifer the young man brings in. And again, the fundamentals of soundness and volume are definitely present, and a great teat structure and future udder development underneath. They're just remarkable from that standpoint. And I like the extra power and the extra hip and the extra base width that she brings to the table as well. One to have that kind of look from the side and that kind of body shape to her, and to still be able to get out and move. Nice job, young man, on a good heifer.
First place in Class 13 Senior Heifers Keys, Clayton Guthrie from Lomita, FFA. We're getting close to wrapping up the Key and Is show. If the semi-heifers would start getting ready, if you're in the first few classes of semi-heifers, might start heading towards the holding area.
Another solid class and a good place to start here with this young lady's black heifer. Love the soundness, the ability to get out and get going right off of both ends. And again, a really smooth, well-balanced, well-designed female. Like to kind of shave her up in her chest just a bit, lean her up around her tail head, but otherwise fits the bill really well. Black heifer's tall-shouldered, strong top, has some shape to her top, and I think she's leaner when you study her general type and kind and condition than the female right behind her. With that said, I'd like to stouten her bone and foot up, bring her down in her rear rib and flank, make her just a little broodier compared to our class winner. The smoky female's moderate. Her angles appear to be sound and correct, standing still. She gets out and she takes a pretty good step off of her front end. Female that gets up in her top, she's a little excessive in her feel today, and that kind of makes her roach up a bit. I'd like to make her a little more expressive in her general shape and make her a little more powerful in her kind. Congratulations to all three of you.
Places in class number 6 are the shorthorn heifers. First place went to Faith Coronet from El Campo FFA with Full Stella. Second place went to Kelsey Willis, Palmer FFA with SLBL Ginger. Third place went to Caitlin Anderson, Browlette FFA with DAL HW Juno's Gypsy Road. Fourth place went to Caleb Hines, Hoffman FFA with CPL Lady Cornerstone.
Are you ready?
Fifth place went to Polly Kerr, Montgomery FFA with 4BS Koki Kerr. Sixth place went to Timothy Deal, Hill County 4-H with K8 Sassy Girl. Seventh place went to Jeb Stambo, Cotton Center FFA with MJS Cumberland and AG Lori. Eighth place went to Nathaniel Lucas, Luling FFA with TMF Brokers Queens G. In the ring now are the junior races. This cash will pass September 1, October 31 of 2019. I'd like to introduce our Shorthorn Superintendent for this year, Dr. George Oshweed in the brown jacket and the beige cap standing down here. Dr. Oshweed is from San Angelo, actually. He's been the Shorthorn Superintendent for several years. Helping in the ring, Billy Cravett and his son Hayden. Y'all might have to wave. Billy's in a brown jacket, Hayden's in green. And then we have our Princess Ellie Spearman from Rockwall.
Results in our Key Show Class 14. First place goes to Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. Second, Wyatt McHam, Angleton FFA. And third, Samantha Dar, Sheldon FFA. We're on our last class of Kianias in the senior heifer division. We'll then do a division champion and then breed overall. So if you had a division champion or reserve, please start heading this way.
Cool mark, single entry female young lady brings to us, and standing still gives a great look. I love the way her neck set is. I like the strength of her lines, the power that she has when you get right in behind her. A big degree of bone and foot and body shape to her. We get her in motion and we'd like to lengthen the stride of her rear leg, have her hinge a little looser with a little more flexibility off of either end of her body. Really cool looking standing still there, young lady. Congratulations to you.
For Class 8, we need be in the makeup area. That would be Emily Howell and Macy Parkey. We need your heifers in the makeup area, please.
Class 15 key heifers, first place goes to Naomi Browning from Clearbrook FFA. We're now entering the ring for division champion of our senior heifers, the key show.
A reminder to our short-horn exhibitors, first and second place heifers need to have their validation papers and registration papers checked with the validation committee. They'll be first and second place heifers.
Another big class and a competitive one. The redneck roan female that we're going to lead off with. Really impressive when she's at the stand. I like her blend of dimension and balance. She gets out and goes, and her hind leg is really functional. She hits her stride. We're going to change her just ever so slightly. We can change the design of her shoulder and lay her back just a little bit up front. But that's getting awfully picky. That's a big, high-performing female. Bounces up really good. Young lady does an excellent job of getting her put together. Closer for me between second and third. I chose to keep her October heifer up. For me, she's just a little bit sharper up on the top side of her neck and fresher there. I'd like to see her a little stouter and square in her pin set, but I do like the silhouette that she draws from the side. And as she gets out to travel, she's still one of the sounder females in this particular class. Bigger, longer, more extended female that comes in third. I like her later maturing look. For me, she gets just a little bit shorter stepping when you ask her to get out and travel. That's a big top, really dimensional female with loads of dimension from front to end. Young man's heifer that comes next, when he gets her stopped and parked, balances up nicely. I like her chest sits up at the base of her forward. A female that just opens up and explodes with dimension from there back. Her rib design is really impressive. For me, it says you ask her to lead. She gets a little bit straighter off both ends of her skeleton. Doesn't maintain that balanced look on the go. The young lady's female that comes next on the opposite end of the spectrum as far as dimension goes. She's a sound female that gets out and travels well. She just needs to be opened up and powered up from front to end. She gets a little bit weaker there in her spine and weaker there in her loin, but a really nice, complete female. And that young lady does an excellent job of showing her. The roan female that comes next, another high-performing female that's tall-fronted. She's really extended from there back. Another one I'd like to lay back in her ankles, just allow her to stay more balanced as she gets out and travels. She gets just a little bit longer in her toe as well. Then the female that comes next, one that has a really attractive look. She needs to soften up there in the center part of her rib, back into her flank. She still gets just a little bit more refined when you study her in her foot and in her bone work. Heavier structured, white female up next. One that's taller and more extended. For me, she's a little too flat. Needs some more body for her frame size, but a nice female with a balanced look. Young man does a nice job with this solid red heifer that closes the class. Long-sided, long out of her hip. She just needs to tie all the pieces together a little bit better. We can lay her shoulder onto her forward, then you can move her up a spot. Really good class of short-horn females. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Really good division here in the key show, and as we start to kind of end things here in this breed, I'm really impressed with the quality of this final division as well. The first class winner strikes a really nice look from the profile, an up-headed, strong top, square-hipped heifer that's sound and correct on her feet and legs. I'd like to maybe just put a little bit more natural bone and foot and just mass to her compared to a few of the other cattle, and give her just a shot more natural body shape and broodiness in her appearance. One out of the middle class hits me really hard, and a female that, as you study her, her lines are strong and they're attractive, and there's power as you get over the top side of her skeleton. Easily the stoutest in terms of rib shape, the stoutest in terms of genuine width from behind. And what's really impressive is that she's super clean in her condition. There's no chest or brisket fat deposition. There's nothing around her tail head. And so very clean in her condition. To pick on her, I'd stouten her up from her hock down to her hoof, make her a hair bigger in terms of her bone and circumference of foot. Female out of this third class, very sound, very functional in the way she's built, loose structured when we get her out in motion. Love the body that she has in the middle of her cavity. I'd clean her up through her brisket and her chest floor, lean her up around her tail head. Compared to the heifer right ahead of her, I like the body and the bone that she has. I'd like to stouten her up in her pin width and lean her up in her kind. Nice heifer, though, there out of class 3. This black and white heifer, like we said, parked, standing still is really cool. Intriguing in the way her neck sets at the top of her shoulder. Tremendous amount of power and shape. Great amount of bone and foot. Just needs to move better. When we put her in motion, needs to get out, hinge, and flex and reach a little longer out of her rear skeleton. Nice set here in this last division. Let's give them a good round of applause, if you would, and we'll select you champion.
Placings in Class 7 Junior Heifer, September 1 to October 31 of 2019. First place went to Emily Nutcraft, Draper FFA, with CCR Robbins. Second place went to Aubrey Ramos, Andrews County 4-H, with CCR Rosemary. Third place goes to Audie Stutz, Mineral Wells FFA, with WHR SRVM Cecilia. Fourth place goes to Ty Carr, Lamb County 4-H, with CCR Piper. Fifth place goes to Piper Carr, Lamb County 4-H, with WHR SRVM Cecilia. Sixth place goes to Kimberly Weatherby, Reagan County 4-H, with CCR Tina. Seventh place goes to Casey Powers, Coughlin FFA, with ROBS Glenda. Eighth place goes to Jenna Stambo, Cotton Center FFA, with MJS JFB Flowers Lavender. Ninth place goes to Boston Weiss, Water Valley FFA, with WHR CMF Cecilia. In the ring now is Class 8 Junior Heifers. These are calf May 1 to August 31 of 2019. 4 entries, entry 515, Mason Parkey of Olton FFA. 519, Alex Zuniga, Olton FFA. 520, Emily Howell, Parrot FFA. And entry 521, Madison Barrow, Frisco Heritage FFA.
Division champion senior heifer in the Key Show goes to Clayton Guthrie. Reserve champion goes to Maddie Smith. We'll now enter for our breed champion division of the Key Show. If we can have all division champions and reserves up here, we're about to go in. Over in the Key Show, we had a committee that observed during the breed and have a prize for showmanship throughout the breed, and we would like to announce the winner of that. The winner of the showmanship for the Key Show goes to Haley Etheridge from Angelina County 4-H. Congratulations.
Places in Class 8, Junior Heifer. First place goes to Macy Parkey, Open FFA, with Cash Farms Crystal. Second place goes to Madison Barrow, Frisco Heritage FFA, with WHR Cecilia. Third place goes to Alex Zuniga, Open FFA, with MJS Carrie I. Lilly. And fourth place goes to Emily Howell, Heron FFA, with Duchess. We're now ready to select our division champions. So we need our first and second place heifers to come back in the ring. From Class 6, we need Faith Coronet from El Campo with first place. Second place, Kelsey Willis, Palmer FFA. From class number 7, we need our first place heifer, Emily Mushgrass from Brayford with CCR Robin. Second place, Aubrey Ramos from Andrews County 4-H with CCR Rosemary. And from our last class of that division, Macy Parkey with Cash Farms Crystal. And in second place, Madison Barlow with WHR Cecilia.
Heck of a division set of champions here, and to me there's quite a bit of similarity between these, and there's still some differences that I think are kind of nice to see. Again, not all good ones have to look the identical same to me, and so I like seeing a little variation, but really sound, good-footed, good-doing cattle as a whole, and then some with a little extra mass and pizzazz. The soft-haired Division I winner is one that is moderate, really good-bodied for her age, and I like the fact that she's soft-ribbed, bold-bodied, and then still balances with the look of proportion for the young lady. Like we mentioned, we'd like to square her up and broaden her apart as you study her from behind ever so slightly. The one that wins Division II hits me really hard, and she comes back out here, and it's always tough to get them to look as good as they did initially, and I don't know how to say this, but I think she even looks better than she did in that division lineup when she gets back out here. I love the turn to the bottom side of her rib. The turn to the top side of her body is really good to have that much drop to her belly, and then to have that type of look up through her front end of, one, being maternal and feminine, but two, of setting her neck high out of the top of her shoulder to make her have the presence and the intriguing pieces. Says an awful lot for her. And young lady with the second division winner, just tremendous amount of flexibility when we put them into motion. I think it's refreshing to see that we can make them sound and big ribbed and have that kind of look and still have some natural width through her sternum and some natural base width as well. Some actual natural base width as well. The heifer out of this third division is very powerful and very genuine in her kind. Bold through her sternum, powerful through her rib cage, tremendous amount of width through her upper hip, and she's clean conditioned as you would want and very, very fresh. I'd like to make her just stouter featured in terms of her bone and her foot. As you study her compared to the one right ahead, like to maybe make her a little more proportional when you get back through her rear rib and flank compared to where her chest is there. She doesn't have any chest. I just like to pull that flank down ever so slightly, but love the presence, the power, and her ability to be super clean condition. Nice set of reserves over here. Let's give them a good hand and we'll select you a champion.
Breed champion Key Heifer goes to Maddie Smith. Reserve goes to Clayton Guthrie. Congratulations to everybody in the Key Show.
Shorthorn exhibitors, we need class number 11, senior heifers to the makeup area immediately. Class number 11, your January to April of 2019 heifers need to be in the makeup ring. We're ready to judge that class.
Second call for Class 1 Simmentals and second call for Class 2 Simmentals. We'll be starting shortly.
The junior champion in the Shorthorn division was entry 508, shown by Emily Huntsman of Drayford FFA with CCR Robin. And the reserve junior champion was entry 489, shown by Faith Coronet from El Campo FFA with Fool Stella. Kinley Baker, we need your Shorthorn heifer to the makeup area and the show ring. They're waiting on you. Kinley Baker.
All right, we are about ready to start our Simmental show. So Class 1, you're about to go in the ring. Oh, just kidding. Okay, we are just kidding on that. We will make the first call for Class 1 Scimitars in about 15 minutes. Also, showmanship will be shown in the ring while you are showing. There will be no callbacks for showmanship.
A second place ribbon for the Shorthorn show was found. So if you're missing a second place ribbon for the Shorthorn show, we have it up at the table. Thank you.
Attention all scimitar exhibitors. As you enter the ring, all firsts and seconds must have their registration papers and their DNA tests with them. And once you get your ribbons, you will go underneath the South Plains implement to the people over there so that they can check all your paperwork. Please make sure that you have all of that stuff with you when you walk into the ring. Thank you. All right, attention scimitar exhibitors, class 1. We are getting ready to roll. Please head to the show arena if you are not here. Class 1, scimitar show heifers. Class 2, be thinking about it.
An exceptional class of shorthorn females. I think these top three are really competitive, and there's some give and take between all three of them. The young man has done an excellent job of keeping this female fresh, and I think it's her freshness and how lean of condition she's in that allows her to come out and win this class. Not only is she dimensional and really good in her pin set and her hip, she's bold there,
Attention all Simmental heifers. All you have to have is your registration papers. That is all you have to have. They will do the DNA testing under the South Plains implement sign. Sorry for confusion if anybody had questions. All you need is your registration papers when you enter the ring.
I've been asked to announce that Ring B will not have a lunch break, so the main non-Jew heifers will follow the shorthorns. Placings in Class 11 senior heifers. First place goes to Carter Meyer with TMFD. Second place goes to Keely Peters from Whitney FFA with Kato Primo Foolish Girl. Third place goes to Brayton DeBoer, Ellis County 4-H with BFS Augusta Linda. Fourth place goes to Logan Brooks, Hill County 4-H with SULL Super Bowl. Fifth place goes to Mason Hodges, Oldie FFA with JJ Robin Queen. Sixth place goes to Tyler Hicks, Alvord FFA with RTCC Freckles. Seventh place goes to Brigham DeBoer, Ellis County 4-H with BFS Ivory. Eighth place goes to Kenley Baker, Putnam FFA with FCG Miss Fireball. Ninth place goes to Raylan Gruber, Moore County 4-H with SLBL Miss Glitter. And 10th place goes to Adele Alford, Sweeney FFA with TMF 5916 Cumberland. Entering the ring now is class number 12, senior heifers. Entry number 537, Lindley Ashley from Cooper. 538, Jacob Hines from Kaufman. 539, Cassie Powers from Kaufman. 512, Cheyenne Bixby from Panhandle. And at 542, Nathaniel Lucas from Lowell. Following this class, they'll be selecting our senior champion female. So all the first and second places from the previous two classes need to be still in the makeup area. We did enter 9 shorthorn exhibitors. All first and second place exhibitors need to go to validation and take your registration papers with you to the validation table. Again, I'd like to introduce our judge, Willie Weiss. He's from St. August, Iowa. He went to Iowa State University where he's in the livestock judging team. He presently runs cows and farms as well as working as a loan officer at a community bank. He is married to Nikki and they have one daughter who's about 2 years old named Dallas. Lucas, Sloan FFA with TMF Lowrider Jane. Third place goes to Cyan Bixby, Panhandle FFA with PLM Miss Cherry. Fourth place goes to Lindley Ashley, Cooper FFA with MADE Layton Charm. And fifth place goes to Jacob Hines, Kaufman FFA with 3H Miss First Lady.
Two really nice classes as we finish up our last division in our Shorthorn show. The young man that won our first class in this division, just so fresh. He did an excellent job of maintaining this heifer's condition, and that's where she got the biggest advantage over the heifer in second to her in that class. Extended from her shoulder forward, really attractive about her head and fresh the top side of her neck. Yet she was massive and bold, still soft and maternal in her rib design. She gets out and travels. She's the most athletic. A lot of that due to her condition. The heifer that won our next class, in that class, she was the one she was the most dimensional. She was still sound and structured. You get her back out here, a female that's still really competitive. She doesn't tie her neck quite as high on the top side of her shoulder. She's also not quite as even and correct in her foot shape and size, but still a really competitive female. Then the young lady, second out of her first class, well, like we talked, she pushes a little extra condition in front of her shoulder. One like to just lengthen up and extend from her shoulder forward, but still like her dimension. She gets out and travel on a really functional hind leg. The young man's got a really nice pair that was second in their last class, doing a nice job raising that bull calf. Let's give him a round of applause. Also for champion reserve of this division.
In our senior division champion, the senior champion is Carter Meyer at TMF Demi. Reserve senior champion was Keely Peters from Whitney FFA with Cato Primo Foolish Girl. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Heifers, and the main on Jews ring will follow us. So if you're in the first class of main on Jews, if you'll be coming in the makeup area.
It's a really good class of Simmental heifers, and what a way to start this breed with. Probably the toughest class because of the quality that runs deep in this particular class to start this breed. These two that are left out here, 1 and 2, really high quality, a little different in their type and kind. I'm more comfortable with the flexibility and soundness of this Baldy heifer to lead things off with. Tremendous look up through her front end, moderate, deep-sided, considerably sounder in the way she's designed out of her hip and her hind leg. Goes to the surface better in terms of her foot placement as well. The performance and power go to the black heifer here. In standing still, I love the rib shape, the depth of rib, the extra length of her hip, length of her side, and there's more performance here. When we put her in motion, she doesn't quite get out of her hind leg and her rear feet the way that she needs to, and so maybe a foot trimming It will help her in the future, but a female that needs to go a little sounder out of her rear skeleton. Parked and standing still, this one in third has as much power, rib shape, and dimension as any of them. She's a little up in her top and elevated in her loin when we put her in motion, and she's just a little tight moving off of her rear skeleton. I like this Baldy that comes fourth standing still. Very feminine, attractive, well-balanced, a good-bodied female. Again, in motion, she needs to be sounder in the way she's designed out of her rear skeleton. Big, long-bodied, high-performing female here the young lady has. I'd just like to see her a little softer in her rear rib and flank. I'd like to make her stouter featured and pry her apart a little wider when you study her from one end to the next. The snip-nosed heifer is one that is very, very green, and she's up-headed, clean-necked, has a good turn to her lower body. She just needs to be stouter featured. Female gets a little frailer boned, a little narrower coming and going, and flattens into the lower part of her quarter and base of her skeleton. The young man's brockle is, again, just like the one that left, very green in her condition, sharp-fronted, feminine featured, female that gets up in her top and rounds out of her hip a little, and I'd just like to see more natural depth through her flank and a little bit more heaviness of skeleton underneath her. We close with the female that's long-bodied and high-performing, just a little too coarse as you study her up through her front end, has a little bit extra skin through her throat, just like to clean her up in her pattern. Congratulations on a really good class.
Well, an exceptional shorthorn show to get all of our division and reserve division winners back out here for our grand drive. I'm not going to talk through these division winners again. You talked them all twice already. But just want to say this is exceptional as far as the quality goes. There's tons of good showmen in this division and lots of good cattle. I think as you can see, we tried to keep them as sound as I possibly could, keep them looking attractive, balanced, looking their profile, and put as much dimension into them as we possibly can from there. That being said, let's give all of our shorthorn exhibitors a round of applause, and also the champion, reserve champion, shorthorn female.
All right, results for our Class 1 Junior Scimitar Show. First place goes to Leah Schmidt, Chapel Hill Northeast FFA. Second place, Michaela Heseltine, Jim Wells County 4-H. Third place, Cameron Boatwright, Gonzales County 4-H. Fourth place, Hannah Cullingham, Collinsville FFA. Fifth place, Shiley Schluck, Hill County 4-H. We are now judging Class 2, Scimitar Cattle. Class 3, be making your way to the show arena. Class 3, Scimitars. I need you in the holding area at the Spur Arena. Thank you.
The champion shorthorn heifer was shown by Carter Meyer with TMF DB8G. The reserve champion shorthorn was shown by Emily Mushrath with CCR Robin 953 UT. Also, we'd like to congratulate Piper Carr of Lamb County 4-H on being selected for the Junior Showmanship Award. And the Senior Showmanship Award goes to Emily Muchrath. We're now ready to turn over our mic to the Mainanju.
Attention Simmental exhibitors. Class 3, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 3.
Exceptional top pair of heifers in a good class of Simmental females. And the top two are both really highly presented, fresh, good-bodied, very powerful cattle. And I'm just more comfortable with the young lady's heifer that leads off, ability to get out of her front end a little easier, sounder, and more comfortable than when we put them on the walk here. Not to mention the high-performing female has an advantage in terms of length of body, length up through her front end, and just overall performance as well. But love the balance, the eye appeal, and then the ability to put some mass on their body as well. Moderate, big-bodied, white-flanked heifer the young lady has. If we could make her go a little better and a little easier off of her front end, and I don't know if it's a structure deal, because reading her, angles look right, shoulder angle, front structure looks right, standing still. We get her in motion, and this stout-featured, big-ribbed heifer just laboring a little bit off of her left front leg, but two really good cattle on the top end. Slick-haired heifer balances with strength through her lines, really level out of her hip. She's got performance, and she's a stouter featured option between her and the one in fourth. I'd like to change her and make her a little more refined up through her head, make her a little cleaner up through her brisket, and have her be just a hair prettier through the front third of her skeleton. The red heifer's moderate, has some shape to her top, refined and feminine up through her front end, a little frailer featured, fragile-legged heifer that gets out and goes just a little upright, a little sharp in the angle of her hock. The young man's female has some drop and depth through her rib, gives you a cowy look from a fleshing standpoint. I'd just like to see her a little neater as you study her up front, have her be just a little more attractive overall from the profile. Brown tinged female's muscular, stout-featured, high-performing. She breaks in her top line, gets a little up in her flank, and is a little low in her brisket. Those things I'd just like to make a little more proportional from the profile. And then we close with the heifer that's muscular down her top, has some shape out of her hip. She gets just a little off in the way she moves out of her hip and her hind leg, not quite as sound, and like to clean her up underneath in her navel as well. Congratulations on a really nice class.
All right, folks, we'll be getting started with the main show in about 5 minutes. If you would start getting your first class of maidens ready by the show ring.
All right. Second class of Simmental heifers. Placings go to first place is Cadence Kennedy from Stevens County 4-H. Second place, Kinley Rathman, Lynn County 4-H. Third place, Michael Hoza, Williamson County 4-H. Fourth place, Audrey Thornton, Van Zandrit County 4-H. Fifth place, Ryder Stevens, Springtown FFA. We are now showing Class 3. We need all first and second place from Class 1 and 2 to come to the show arena, please. First and seconds from Class 1 and 2 of the Simmental show for our division drive as well.
Attention all ARB and limousine exhibitors. Attention all ARB and limousine exhibitors. ARB heifers will be showing in Ring A on the north end of the Spur Arena following the Main on Jew show. Limousine heifers will be showing in Ring B on the south end of the Spur following the Simmentals. The schedule in the premium book is incorrect. We apologize for any confusion. Again, the ARB will be showing in Ring A following Main on Jew. Limousine will be showing in Ring B following the Simmentals. Also, the Limousine Association will be having a shootout show 30 minutes following the conclusion of all of the heifer shows.
Another very nice class of semi-females. In top two, surfaced pretty quick in my mind. And then a nice class winner here, the young lady's black heifer. Really smooth and sound and good-bodied. Has some extra performance and gas to make a nice bred down the road. And then a female, too, that's really powerful when you step in behind her. I like the fact that she blends more proportional and is a little deeper-hearted, bolder-ribbed, and has a little more natural turn to her lower body and flank than what we have right behind her. The streak-faced heifer's up-headed, long-topped, level-designed. Just like to make her pull her down in her rear rib and flank to help balance her out from the side, clean her up a little in her lower shoulder and chest as well. Young man's Baldy is one that I like for the muscle and power and just the expression content that she has down her top and from behind. She's cranked up a little high in her tail head, a little weak in her loin when we set her in motion, and she doesn't have maybe the depth through her lower body and flank is what we have in the first place heifer. Doesn't have quite the smoothness and quite the correctness out of her tail head and hip as we have in the second place. This female here hit me really hard coming in, being moderate, deep-sided, bold-ribbed, and having some natural substance to her. The longer this more moderate framed female's out here, the weaker she's getting in her knee, and she's wanting to get straight up front, come over up through her front end, and needs to be sounder off of both ends of her skeleton. Young man's heifer's a nice female in terms of length through her front end, levelness to her hip. She's just a bit small out here and a bit behind in terms of performance. I think if we could amplify her weight and get her a little bigger in her weight per day of age and kind, she moves up several slots. Young man's heifer's up-headed, strong-topped, and level hip. She needs more depth of rib and softness to her flank, and I'd like to stouten her feature up of bone and foot. We close with the female standing still that I like. She's strong-topped, has some rib shape and some power to her. Get her in motion, and the short-hipped heifer's a little too tight-wound and needs to be heavier skeletoned underneath. Congratulations on a good class.
All right, in the Scimitars ring, we got results for Class 3 Scimitar Show. First place goes to Remy Murphy, Bastrop County 4-H. Second place, Hartley Beatty, Floyd County 4-H. Third place, Braden Hope, Runnels County 4-H. Fourth place, Carly Burks, Bangs FFA. And fifth place, Luke Gonzalez, East Central FFA. We will now need all of our first and second place Scimitar heifers for the calf division to be in the holding area for our division drive. And while I'm on the mic, Class 6, be making your way to the holding area. Class 6 Scimitars, be making your way to the holding area.
Attention to the cattle card, we need all names at ring B, all names at ring B.
We would like to welcome our judge for the Scimitar Show, Jake Frankie. He has a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and his PhD from Texas A&M University. He was a member of the 2003 National Champion Livestock Team and he coached the 2006 national champion livestock team. He is married to Jamie and has a daughter, Collins, and a son, Brand. Thank you for judging our show. Let's give him a welcome.
Really nice class. We start our main division. The young lady's heifer that we're going to lead off with. When she gets out, she sets the standard, I believe. Big-footed female that's flexible off of both ends. I like how she's extended and she's read with a later maturing look. You know, she gets just a little bit bigger out here. Her softness has set her part in the rib, but for a young calf,
What is he doing?
condition, play confident, time will come. Really like that one's build and design.
My brother drives me insane.
The young lady's black and white heifer that comes
He literally drives me insane.
grabs your attention. Big body female that's been
I should not have driven my time today, but
for me, she comes across a little too early maturing. We can make her a little taller.
I am too. I'm glad I'm here.
Extended, then we can move her up a place. But that one still has
Cody, quit.
the big-footed female, really dimensional. Gets closer here between third and fourth. The heifer that's in third.
Do I need to make that announcement? Did anybody hear Rhonda? I know it is different.
Gets out to go. She stays more collected in her look. For me, I'd like to make her go just a little bit better from behind. She wants to just toe in a little bit and set down just comfortably off of the rear too as she does go. Young lady's heifer that comes next, really expressive in her muscle shape, stout hips female. As you can see from the side, she doesn't balance up quite as well. Just need to soften her there in the rear flank. She gets just a pinch rounder there out of her hip, but a really nice female. She's got a bright future for the young lady. Young man's heifer that comes next. She's bigger body than the two heifers that are right ahead of her. Unfortunately, she gets a little bit shorter about her neck, a little bit straighter there in her shoulder. And as she gets out and goes, she's not as comfortable, I believe, but still a heifer with a lot of dimension. I like her body shape. Then the young lady's female that closes the class. There's an elevated female that's plenty attractive when you catch her there on the stand. Unfortunately, she gets a little pushy out here. She wants to get up in her spine and round out of her hip, so we kept her where we did today. But a really nice heifer that has some breeding value, really nice pieces for on down the road. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Great way to start this first division drive in a nice little baldy here that's neat-necked, good ribbed, and has a nice set of running gear built underneath her. Like to see how big she'll get as we progress her through maturity. Maybe looks a little more conventional, if you will, in terms of length of body and length of cannon. This one here out of the second class is awfully nice. She is high quality. Love the body, the performance, the power, and her ability to proportion absolutely perfect over here at the setup is very remarkable. Not to mention beautifully presented, high quality female. Young lady does a nice job with her. Extra performance and length of body we find in our third class winner, and one that I love the length of her hip, her extra length through her side, and then a female that when she does decide to get out and go is sound and comfortable on the move. She gets just a little awkward looking when she wants to run up and turn and twist, and it's just a little tough, but we get her out here and she's natural right now and makes for a nice female as well. I'd pull her apart in her forerib, give her just a bit more natural base width as you study her from behind and off both ends, really. Congratulations to you. We'll select your first division champion to get our breed with. Congratulations, young lady.
Results for your Class 1 mains. In 6th place, Courtney Hughes, Palmer FFA. 5th place, Brooks Black, Frisco Heritage FFA. 4th place, Whitley Rogers, Wolf City FFA. 3rd place, Piper Carr, Lamb County 4-H. 2nd place, Jesse Smith, Rivercrest FFA. And the class winner is Annabelle Groom, Johnson County 4-H. We have Class 2 mains in the ring right now.
All right, in our semi heifer show, the division champion goes to Cadence Kennedy from Stevens County 4-H. And then the reserve goes to Kinley Rathman, Lynn County 4-H. Congratulations. In the ring now, we are showing Class 6, Junior Heifer Calves. Class 7, go ahead and be bringing your calves up here.
We need our
Go ahead.
We need our Class 3 mains to make their way to Ring B. Class 3 mains, you are up next.
And just for a little clarification, the Lemmy show will be shown in Ring B, which is closest to the photographer's stand. The limousine show will be in Ring B, closest to the photographer's stand after the semi show. The ARB will be after the mains in the other arena, Ring A. In the other ring, Ring A.
Again, high caliber class and some nice females here. The Brockle that leads off, I think, is easily the soundest, most functional female. Like, we'll get her out in motion and she picks them up, sets them down the right way. Very confident, very fluid in the way she moves. Not to mention a well-balanced, well-proportioned heifer that offers more performance, offers more mass than what we have right in behind her. Very attractive, up-headed heifer whose neck sets high out of the top of her shoulder, jet level down her top. Female, as you study her, she's a little straighter up through her shoulder and her knee compared to our class winner. She's not quite as much performance either as what we have on either side of her, but a female that's really well designed and very attractive to look at. Female that comes in third is powerful as you study her shape. Really big top, stout-ended heifer that has some performance and length of body. Female gets up in her top, rounds out of her hip, and not quite as attractive when we ask the cattle to lead as the cattle in 1 and 2. This streak-faced, white-footed heifer is moderate, deep-sided, very cowy and broody in her makeup. She's a little heavy through her brisket, a little more pronounced through her chest floor, and I'd like to lean her up as you study her overall condition. Young lady's heifer, strong-topped, muscular down her top, and a female that's got some extra width when we get in behind her. She's a little rougher featured when you study her at the profile, not quite as attractive in her lines, needs to be a little softer in her heart back to her flank. We close with the heifer that's probably got as much muscle shape as any from behind, and she's tall-shouldered and extended ahead of her blade. Simply put, she needs to be redesigned structurally. She's a little tight wound off both ends, and I'd like to make her a little softer and broodier in her center body. Congratulations on a very nice class.
Results for your Class 2 mains: 8th place, Robert Searles. 7th place, Journey McCandless. 6th place, Mitchell Olds. 5th place, Braxton Angley. 4th place, Paula Cervantes. 3rd place, Sunny Hare. 2nd place, Dodge Chapa. And your class winner is Kennedy Kaufman. We've got Class 3 mains in the ring right now.
All right, results in your Junior Scimitar Heifer Show. For Class 6, first place, Adeline Burkhardt, Sam Rayburn, FFA. Second place, Jose Jimenez, Eagle Pass, FFA. Third place, Mike Petrus, San Patricio County 4-H. Fourth place, Elizabeth Hurt, Liberty Hill, FFA. Fifth place, Jill Fulton, Georgetown, FFA. We're now showing Class 7. Class 8, be bringing your calves to the holding area. Class 9, you can as well be bringing your calves to, or just kidding. Just Class 8.
We need our Class 1 and 2 mains to go ahead and get ready for your division drive. Class 1 and 2, first and second place mains to get ready for your division drive.
what's the numbers on the girl in the pink?
Another good class of main heifer calves. Young lady brought us another really nice one and a good one to lead off with. Really good balance, really dimensional. Step in behind her. Got a really cool stout hind leg on her. Really good place to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to that young lady. I ended up switching second and third here at the last minute. I think the pair is close. Young lady's heifer just stays so much more collected in her front end design, in her front end build. Her shoulder lays onto her body a little smoother. Picks her neck up a little higher on the top side of her shoulder. I prefer her condition. She's greener and leaner. For her age, I prefer that. Really nice body female. Not as coordinated off of her rear two as the one that beats her. Really nice heifer to go second. Young man's got a really nice cow prospect here in third. Does a really nice job. She's really fighting in today. When she pulls on her, she wants to tie her neck a little lower on her shoulder, open up a little bit up front. Get her extra condition. Makes her just look a little rounder on her hip. That's a big body female that's got tons of dimension. Really nice one for the young man. Really stout heifer here that comes next. Big out of her hip. Unfortunately, for being so stout hip, she gets just a little bit rounder, a little bolder at the point of her shoulder. Like to soften her up and give her a notch more of a maternal look in the profile. But that's an attractive, sound female. Can make a nice one for a young man on down the road. Young lady that comes next, big body female, transitions smooth from her shoulder back into her forward. She gets coarser about her hop joint, and when the young lady takes her out, she gets out and goes. She's not as even in her toe and foot shape, not as comfortable right at the surface. And the young man closes the class. Nice heifer, like how long and level she is down her top. For me, she needs to be laid back and angled to her shoulder, just have a notch more reach and structure off of both ends. Very nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Very close pair here and a good class, again, of females. I like the red heifer. I guess when she first came in, the longer they're out here, both these cattle are good-bodied, both these cattle are functional, and both of them are built genuine in terms of base width and sternum width. I like the red heifer's ability to offer those things and still be a little more extended, a little bigger and more powerful in terms of her kind and her weight per day of age. And I like the fact, too, that you study them up front, she's a little more appropriate in the way she puts her front legs together and not quite as excessive in her front base width up front. She gets just a little up in her top when we ask them to lead, but I think she maybe got her a little extra full, and other than that, really nice female to start. Moderate, big-ribbed, easy-keeping black heifer that balances the right way from the profile. She contains a little more brisket and chest floor in her, plants them a nickel wide up front. Doesn't quite have that extra performance as we had in the red heifer to lead things off, but a top pair of great cattle there. Big, high-performing, stout-featured individual in third. When we put them in motion, female gets a little off in her rear foot, sets them down uneven, walks on the outer part of her hoof wall, and needs to be leaned up at the top of her neck and cleaned up through her throat and her chest. We had these two flip-flop. Young man right up here, if you'll move up a spot. I like this female in terms of strength of lines, power. You step in behind them, there's a considerable amount more hip and a considerable amount more base width in her than what we have in the next two. I'd make her deeper sided, make her a little softer flank, a little heavier structure. Yellow tagged heifer is one that gives you a strong top, level hip, smooth shouldered appeal. She's a little too narrow for me when you get right in behind her. Needs to come at you wider through her chest, be blown apart through her rib and her base width from behind. We close with the white flanked heifer that's got some depth through her heart girth, some fleshing ability to her. She has a little extra skin up front, a little too much brisket up down low, and needs to be brought down in her rear rib and flank. Congratulations on a nice set of semis.
A really fun division to sort here in our first division of our main show. I'll talk through our class winners real quick. Young ladies, heifer here that won our first class. Like I talked in class, big-footed. She was the most flexible of that class. She had the right maturity. She's long enough fronted, long enough sided. She'll mature to some body as she matures and gets older. Just a really nice functional female. Go ahead and win that first class. Heifer, the young man's leading that one class two. Won that class very handily. She's attractive. She was the biggest body female. She's also the soundest structure. You know, she's not perfect right behind her shoulder. She separates there just a little bit when compared to the heifer right behind her. That's still an extremely high quality female. That's very much attention out here. Then the young lady is a heifer that won our last class. I think when you just study her the surface of where she really excels. Big-footed female that's just so square. She's square up front with the ground, square from her rear leg. Just tons of dimension when you step right in behind her. She's big hand and just carries it all the way to the ground. Yet still maternal when you step off the viewer from the profile. Just a really nice female to win that class. We had some really competitive seconds. Young lady's black and white heifer. Like we talked, even though she's quicker in her maturity, she grabs your attention being a dimensional, big body female that's still attractive. Young man's got another dimensional one that was her second in the second class, big-footed female. And the young lady, heifer that was second in the last class, feminine and maternal, really sound structure as she gets out and goes. Let's give all of our Division I main exhibitors a round of applause. Also our champions.
All right, over on our Simmental side, results for Class 7, we've got Mackenzie Taylor in first place, Chapel Hill Northeast FFA. That was Class 7, right? Second place, Owen Britton, Groom FFA. Third place, Hannah Cullingham, Collinsville FFA. Fourth place, Carlos Walker, Crowley FFA. Fifth place, Samuel Lihu, May Pearl FFA. We are now showing Class 8. We need all first and second place junior heifer calves to the show arena. All first and second place junior heifer calves to the show arena. Class 11 Simmental, you can be making your way to the show arena as well.
We need Kinley Smith to the main arena. Kinley Smith, your class is about to go into the ring. Your class 3 main results: 6th place, Trent Doty. 5th place, Tatum Bixby. 4th place, Josh Chapa. 3rd place, Randon Schwab. 2nd place, Annabelle Groom. And your class winner is Kennedy Kaufman. Your division and your reserve division champion is Kennedy Kaufman.
Interesting class of females, a little different type and kind amongst these three. The red heifer, though, is pretty easy to find when she's standing still. Great power, great design, great balance, and a female that's very genuine in terms of her upper rib and top shape, really stout out of her hip, and very, very genuine in terms of the lower quarter and her base width to the surface. Get her in motion. She's a little steep up through her shoulder. She's a little rigid in the way she moves off of either end, just like to free her up ever so slightly. Long-sided, deep-bodied black heifer the young man brings. Love the soundness and the volume. I thought from the profile and in motion, she'd be your class winner. You get over the top side of her and from behind, I wish she had more natural shape to her upper rib. I wish she had more natural power. When you get right in behind her, the higher conditioned female flattens a bit and narrows up a bit in terms of her width. Heifer that we close with, standing still again, a deep-hearted, strong-topped, level-hipped heifer. She needs to be sounder in the way she strides out of her rear skeleton to move up any higher in this particular trio. Congratulations on a nice set. Little smaller numbers here in this division, but a nice quality lineup here. The black Brockle sets things off really well. Great balanced, great eye appeal, very sound, very functional. Love the running gear underneath there. And she still has some pride to her center body, some natural width from behind. Maybe not to the extreme degree as the two red cattle do, but female lays it on her skeleton the right way. Very maternal, very, very functional. Red heifer's pretty cool in terms of her power, her width, her up-headed look and presence through her front end. Well, I'd like to maybe make her a little leaner through her brisket, have her go a little sounder in the way she's designed in her top line and on her rear feet, but I love the look in tandem with some natural width. The darker red female, again, standing still, tremendous shape to her top, tremendous power to her upper hip and rump. Female that gets just a little wound up off of both ends of her body, and she could be just a little softer and looser in the makeup of her rib cage. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside. We'll select your division champion.
Megan Bronar to the show ring in our next class. Megan Bronar from the mains.
All right, congratulations in the scimitar ring. Champion junior heifer goes to Adeline Burkhardt. Sam Rayburn, FFA. Reserve champion goes to Mackenzie Taylor, Chapel Hill Northeast, FFA. Congratulations. We will now bring in classes 11. Class 12, be making your way to the show arena.
Another nice class of main heifers. I think the top pair gets close. Both of these two heifers are complete opposites of each other. Young lady's black and white heifer is so much stouter, more dimensional. She sets down with a bigger, stouter hoof, makes the surface square. That's why I opted to keep her up into one. For me, she gets a little too coarse and round, top side of her neck. She really wants to round out of her hip, but she has so much dimension. She's so big-footed and heavy-structured.
place, you got Mitchell Olds. Third place, Meredith Rome. Second place, Teresa Jones. And your class winner is Kinley Smith. In the ring, we've got Class 7 Junior Heifer Mains. Attention in the cattle barn, we need all main exhibitors. We need you to report to the show ring for your classes. All main exhibitors report to the show ring for your classes. We are currently in Class 7 Junior Heifer Mains.
Dang nice class of semi-females. A really good top pair. Very, very close. And I think the longer they're out here, there's a fresh advantage here in this streak face female in first. And I think you look at her, she's cleaner through her condition, leaner through her brisket, more slender at the top of her neck, and everything blends so smooth and right and transitions just how it should be. And she's very, very deep and bold and stout in the upper half of her body. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her forearm and her bone and foot and make her just proportion out the lower half with the upper half a little more even. But a female that's ultra fresh, long-sided, really attractive. Congratulations to the young man. This streak-faced heifer here is just like her in terms of volume and width and power. As you study her on the profile, she's not quite as neat in the way she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. I'd like to pick her up in her chest floor, lean her up and nickel in her neck, but an awfully nice cow prospect. Up-headed, long-necked, strong top, level-designed heifer in third. Needs to have more natural depth and shape to her forerib and her heart. I'd like to pull her down in her rear rib and flank compared to those first two broody cattle and make her just a hair bolder and stouter in her rib cage. The red heifer is one that's tremendous in terms of depth of rib, length of hip, a heifer that breaks a little bit in her top, gets a little heavy in her brisket, little crest about her neck, and those things just detract from her balance. As a side note, I'm going to say, young lady, you've done a really good job with that red heifer. That's a big, stout, powerful female for the stature that she is. Hats off to you on getting her shown really well. This young lady's heifer has as much power, muscle shape, and expression as any. She's just a little more conventional in the length of her hip. She's a bit round off both ends. The shape of her feet need to be redesigned so she could travel a little smoother and more functional. Congratulations on a nice class.
in the cattle barn. Attention in the cattle barn. We need contestant number 628, Reed Stringer from Trenton FFA to the show arena at this moment. Your class is fixing to go in the ring. Reed Stringer, Trenton FFA, please report to the show arena. Your class is fixing to go in the ring. Also, results from Class 11, Simmental Heifers. First place, Cashdale, Rains County 4-H. Second place, Garrett Sanders, Lynn County 4-H. Third place, Braden Hope, Reynolds County 4-H. Fourth place, Zabriana Gardo, Seagraves FFA. Fifth place, Kennedy McGrath, De Leon FFA. We are now showing Class 12 Simmental Heifers. We need first and second place from the senior heifer calves to head this way as well. First and second place senior heifer calves, please head this way. Also, division winners of Simmental Heifers, please start making your way to the show arena. Division winners, please make your way to the show arena.
Results for your Class 7 Junior Heifer Mains. Fourth place, we have Emily Goodwin. Third place, Miles Mikowski. Second place, Megan Bronard. And your class winner is Colton Jordan with Wise County 4-H. In the ring right now, we've got Class 8 Junior Heifer Mains. We need our first and second place from Class 6 and 7 to go ahead and get ready for your division drive. Your Class 8 main results, second place, Paige Bixby with Panhandle FFA. And your class winner is Mallory Miracle with White Right FFA. And coming into the ring next, we've got our Junior Heifer Division drive.
It's impressive, this set of cow-calf pairs, and then one that's a few months off from calving, but 3 pairs that are really nice and doing a great job of raising their calf. The cow that's going to lead off is very refined, very feminine, like her look up front, good teat structure underneath, and obviously done a heck of a job of raising this first calf. I tell you that calf at side is what does it. High quality heifer calf there for the first one. It's a nice individual. Congratulations to you. The next 2 are different in their type and kind. The cow that's going to be second, more moderate, more refined and feminine as you study her up front. That's kind of mirrored there through her teat structure as well. I really like this bull calf on her side for being just a little over a month old. He's stout featured. He's got some power. He's got some width. And for a first calf heifer, she's milking good, and you can tell that in that calf to be that bold and stout for a first one. That's what did it for me between 2 and 3. This third place female is one that's very high performing, muscular. Young man does a really nice job presenting her. She's a little rougher featured. I'd like to make her hair sounder in the way she moves out of her rear skeleton, make her a little more refined in her teats. The calf's nice, attractive up front. It got some shape and some power, little finer bone, little frailer featured female there, the heifer calf. We closed with a high-performing, long-bodied, level female. Like to see her obviously a little further along and have a little bit more bag or have a calf on the ground as well. Congratulations, nice set.
Your junior heifer main division champion is Mallory Miracle, and your reserve division champion is Kinley Smith.
All right, in our Simmental Heifer Show, Class 12 results. First place goes to Sage Fisher of Dimmitt County 4-H. Second place, Dylan Earls, Callahan County 4-H. Third place, Reed Stringer, Trenton FFA. Fourth place, Harley Betty. Floyd County FFA. We are now doing our division drive for the Simmental Show Senior Heifer Calves. We need all the division winners from the Simmental Show to please report to the Spur Arena. Thank you.
We need Class 12 senior heifer mains to please report to the show ring. Class 12 senior heifer mains, please report to the show ring.
Nice little division lineup. Young man, streak-faced female. Like we talked about in that class, just tremendous quality, very fresh, very bold, and love how broody she is. And a female that, you know, for being that massive and being that broody, very refined up front and still takes a pretty good step on the move. The cow-calf pair, like we said, I think the calf's really nice at side, very attractive and feminine. I think the cow's refined and neat up through her front end. She roaches up a bit in her top and ducks her hip a little bit on the move, and might like to see her just pried open a bit wider from one end to the next. Let's give them a nice round of applause and we'll select your champion.
Congratulations to Cash Dale of Rains County 4-H for showing the division champion senior heifer calf, and the reserve goes to Garrett Sanders of Lynn County 4-H. We are now doing our grand drive for the Simmental Show.
Good class and a powerful heifer to go ahead and lead off with. And when she stands there, you get this look at her, kind of a rear three-quarter. Really like how stout and square her rear leg is. She's so bold and dimensional in the center part of her rib cage. Yes, she balances up really nice. She's a really good female to go ahead and win in this class. Young man's got him a tough one here in second. You're doing as good as you possibly could hanging on to her. She's got plenty of fight in her. That's a good cow. I like how just wide she is there on the upper part of her rib cage, stout out of her pins, yet she maintains that all the way to the ground. She could be just a little bit better in how she paints the surface off of her rear too, and obviously could be a little bit calmer for your sake. That's a really nice heifer for you to go ahead and win second in class with. And then the young man's heifer here in third, long and level down the top, long out of her hip. She needs to be a little bit softer there in the center part of her rib. We're going to move her up any today, but still a female that gets out and travels well. She's functional and she's dimensional. Nice cow-calf pair here next. Big feet, sound structured cow. She comes a little conventional in her size for me. I like to make them just a little bigger, a little more extended. But cut a nice calf on the side of her. Doing a great job. You guys did an excellent job of showing that pair. Young man, as you go ahead a little bit close to the class, I love her extension. I like how long neck she is. Her chest sits up in her really nice. She needs to go better off of both ends. I think we laid her back in the angle to her shoulder. Allow her just to reach a little bit better for the young man. But that's a long-sided female. Going to make him an excellent cow. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 12 senior heifers. Ty Boyd, we need you to report to the show ring. Ty Boyd, please report to the show ring.
Really nice Simmental show here in Angelo today, and a lot of quality within each division. And 3 division winners get back out here and kind of illustrate what we've been able to view and evaluate in this arena today. So hats off to you on exhibitors, hats off to you breeders and parents, ag teachers, county agents. You got them looking awesome. This calf that wins the first division, talk about setting the stage and setting the bar really high from the get-go. I love the proportion and the balance that this female has from the profile. Very attractive, very feminine, very smooth in the way she's built. And I'll tell you, she's as fresh as one as we've seen today in terms of her condition, her presentation. Just really high-quality heifer. I think that she's still got the right size to go on and be competitive as she gets older and gets to a bred state. The Brockle's one that's very, very solid, strong top, really attractive, really sound and functional. You study her, she probably doesn't have the drop and the broodiness to her lower rib and flank as a few of these other cattle do, but one that came out of that division super sound, super fault-free, and really, really complete. The streak face that the young man has out of the last division is very powerful. Bold-bodied, big-barreled, stout-ended, big-topped heifer, and we talked about in that particular pair, really fresh in her condition, and one, if we could change her maybe out here, I'd like to see her just go a little sounder and a little longer reaching off of her rear skeleton. But that's a stout, powerful, bold female indeed. Congratulations to you. I'll show you the one I favor the most. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside if you would.
Really nice pair here in our last class of main entry females. This cow's doing a nice job with this young heifer calf at her side. Really admire just the size and shape of the udder and the teat size of this cow that we've got out here. She's still big-footed and flexible, comes together really nice in the profile. Got a really nice calf here at her side that looks loaded with quality for just a young age. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Cadence Kennedy from Stevens County 4-H and Kinley Rathman for Lynn County 4-H as the champion and reserve champion, Scimitar Heifer. We will now be starting the limousine show.
Your Class 12 senior heifer class
First,
winner is Abigail Nowak from
he
Giddings,
beat me to it.
FFA. In the ring right now, we have your senior heifer division drive.
First call, limousine heifer class 1. First call, limousine heifer class 1. Hey, on the semi side, make sure all first and second place heifers go get your papers checked, please. And thank you.
We need all division champions and reserve champions in the mains. Please report to the show ring.
Two really nice classes here in our last division of our main show. The young maidens heifer that won our first class out here, just massive kind of from wherever you view her. Still really good balance when you step off and just view her from the profile view. I like her foot size and her foot shape, just the dimension she has. It still ties it all together with a really nice package. And the young ladies, a cow-calf pair that came out of our second class, just a really functional cow that's serving her purpose, raising a really high-quality heifer calf. Been an excellent project for her. Really like that female structure, her ability to get out and cover the surface. And the young man's a bred heifer here that's second to her first class. Really attractive up front, feminine female that's still really bold in the center part of her rear design. Like we talked to class, not perfect off of her hind tooth, but still a really attractive female that's giving him a handful out here. But he's getting her whispered down and doing an excellent job with her. Let's give this division of main entry exhibitors a round of applause. Also like our champion reserve.
I'd like to announce the junior and senior showmanship winners for the Junior Scimitar Heifer Show. Our junior winner is Zabarina Granado from Seagraves FFA, and our senior winner is Aubrey Thornton from Van Zant 4-H. We have a backpack up at the desk for you, so please come and collect your backpack. Congratulations, thank you.
Attention in the barns. We'll be starting the limousine heifer show in 10 minutes. Displaying Class 1 to the holding area, please. Bring Class 1.
Results from your senior heifer main division drive. Your reserve champion is Trey Ivy, and your champion is Schaefer Subtle. Coming in the ring right now, we've got our overall grand drive for the main show.
Over on the limousine side, we'll begin our 2021 Junior Limousine Heifer Show. We have 5 entries in our first class. We have Owen Hoffman from Gillespie County 4-H. We have Colt Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H. We have Allison Runnels from Hondo FFA. We have Trinity Summerseal from Crosby FFA. And we have Katie Jones from Spring Lake Earth FFA.
We're about to get underway with the ARB show. If you can have all your ARBs. ARBs, come to ring A. We will call all ARBs at one time. So get them all here to the ring. We'll start here in just a moment.
Judging our limousine show, we have Jake Frankie from Cisco, Texas. He had his BS and his MS and his PhD, all from Texas A&M. He's a member of the 2003 National Champion Livestock Team, and he coached the 2006 National Champion Livestock Team, and all at Texas A&M. He currently works for AmPro and has a herd of club calf cows, and him and his wife Jamie, daughter Collins, and son Brand all raise club calves, and Americans I think mainly, but in Cisco, Texas. Let's welcome Jake Frankie to judge our 2021 Junior Limousine Heifer Show.
We'll get started here in just a moment with our Junior ARB show. Our first class, we need Kason Murray, Cameron Beaudry, Kaylee Evans, Tyson Farquhar, McAllister Long, Mike Petrus, Kelly Whitaker, and Stockton Lightfoot to the north end of ring A.
Heck of a class of limousine females to start the show, and really there's not an off one in this group, and so it's pretty exciting to see what the rest of the breed's going to look like in this day. 2 really nice females, a little different in their type and kind. The one that leads off is easily the more moderate, bigger bodied, sounder fronted female of the pair. that I like in terms of just proportion, extra drop to her rear rib and flank, stout featured, really good in terms of bone and foot. Her ability to get out and go off both ends makes her the legitimate choice, in my opinion, to start. A heifer that comes in second is really intriguing as you study the front third of her skeleton. Her neck sets the highest at the top of her shoulder. She's really extended from there back. Young lady shows the wheels off of her and highlights that front end for the judge to look at, and that's a great job. I wish the heifer would move a little sounder off of her front end, like to pry her apart a little wider through her chest and give her just a little bit more natural width and substance compared to the one that led off. Female in third's a little younger and a little greener and a little further behind the rest of the cattle. Moderate, deep-sided, really sound and angular and very functional in the way she's built. I like the fact that she's neater through her chest floor, she's cleaner through her brisket, and she balances with a little more natural depth through her rear rib and flank than we have right behind her. Heifer that yellow tag female is one that is very strong topped, level hipped, has some stoutness to her feature. She gets just a little heavy about her throat. She's got a little more down through her front legs and her brisket. Just like to clean her up and make her a hair neater up through her front end. The red heifer is muscular down her top, slender about her front third. She needs to be redesigned out of her rump structure, a little low pinned up underneath herself and a little harsher in the way she strides out of her hind leg. But a really nice class of limousine females. Congratulations to you.
Our placings in Class 1 was first place goes to Colt Parkinson. Second place goes to Allison Runnels. Third place goes to Owen Hoffman. Fourth place goes to Katie Jones. And fifth place goes to Trinity Summerseal. We're now ready for Class 2. In our second class, limousine heifers, calved April 1 to April 30. We have Caitlin Ayers from Panola County 4-H, Tucker Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H, Callie Harris from La Pointer FFA, Brooklyn Tucker from Bridgeport FFA, Hope Vault from Mount Pleasant FFA, Fawn Shot from Brackettville FFA, Kylie Gaston, Eastland FFA. Attention in the barn. We need the main and Jew heifer superintendent at the validation desk, please. Main and Jew heifer superintendent to the validation desk, please. Attention limousine exhibitors. We'll need all the first and second place of each class to go to the validation table and have your tattoos and papers checked. And then the champion and reserve will need to go back and they'll pull hair on those also for DNA. Thank you.
It's an awesome class of limousine females in 4 or 5 deep that are awfully, awfully good. The heifer that leads off, minus attitude and disposition out here for the young lady, is a clear-cut winner. Extremely high quality, up-headed, neat neck, deep-sided, great running geared heifer that is absolutely has, just to me, has a unique presence. The way her front third's designed and to still have that kind of curvature to her body, that kind of power to her hip, and just absolutely athletic in terms of the way she picks them up and sets them down. Congratulations to you. Hopefully we can get her a little attitude adjustment. The one that comes in second is very square, very, very honest in her skeletal width. You study the cattle turning and leaving you. I like her being square through her hock, wider based, bolder in terms of her upper hip, and naturally built with a little more pride to her upper skeleton than what we have right behind her. When she's got weight on her back right leg and normally she balances up the right way, she's just not quite as out there through the front third of her skeleton as what we have to lead the class with. Beautiful silhouette here in third. A well-balanced, attractive, up-headed, neat-necked heifer. Simply put, I wish there was more to her. When you study her up top and you get right in behind her, she narrows up behind her blade and narrows back to her hip. And I'd just like to open her up through her hock and her rear joints with a little more natural pry. Muscular, bold-ribbed, stout-featured heifer here that's a little round through her shoulder and got a little extra brisket down there, and like to pick her up through her front end. She wasn't giving us the best look early in the class. She settles in. You admire the body and the power. Just like to see her a little prettier up through her front 1/3. Long-bodied, level design female that needs to be a little deeper and softer in her rear rib and flank of the young ladies here. We've got a deep-sided, muscular, brown-tinged heifer that I'd like to see prettier and more feminine up through the front third of her skeleton. And we close with a heifer that's muscular down her top, long and pretty through her front end. She's just at a deficit of weight per day of age and performance that needs to be enhanced. Congratulations, awesome set of limousine heifers.
Well, really an impressive class here to start our ARB show. And these two young exhibitors up front got some exceptional heifers here. Young man, go ahead and pull yours out. Really good female to go ahead and lead off with. And I like her right when you study her at the ground. I think her biggest advantage over the heifer in second is just her foot size and her heaviness and structure. She gets out and travels, but she's so comfortable off of her rear tube. Yet she still has the right amount of dimension when you step in behind her. Level down her hip, still balances up good from the side. Really nice place to go ahead and lead off with. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, she's higher performing. She's a little longer sided. For me, like I said, she falls to second. So we just study how she plants off of her rear tube. Just not quite as stout featured right on the ground and isn't as comfortable at the surface as she goes. Really like that heifer's muscle pattern. Like how her shoulder blends onto her rib cage. Young lady's done an excellent job of getting her presented and shown out here. Really nice female. Young man's got him a really nice heifer that comes in third. And for me, it was her flexibility and structure that kept him to third. His heifer can really get out and go. I like the shape of her foot and the shape to her toes. Yet she's still stout and dimensional when you get right behind her. Opened up there at the base of her forerib. Really nice heifer as well. The young man's heifer that comes next, when she first walked in, she was what I thought was a class contender. Really like this heifer's dimension and the balanced look she gives when it gets her stopped and parked. For me, it's as you study her right at the ground and study her toe shape and how she plants and goes, that she worked her way down. For me, I think that one down the road with the hoof trimming and just management can still be really competitive. Young man's got him a nice project. Then the young man's heifer that comes next, she's a young heifer. She's extremely green, but I still think she's high quality. I think she's built right. Lays her shoulder onto her body right. I like her hip, how long it is and square it is. She gets out on horse today. She needs to be just a little bit bolder there at the base of her forward if we're going to move her up. But really good at her lines, long and level there out of her hip. Young man's got him a nice one for the long haul. The Baldy female that comes next, a bigger body option than the ones that are right ahead of her. She still has plenty of dimension. For me, it becomes structure, especially out of her front end that she falls to where she is. She's rocked forward in her shoulder. Just doesn't reach as well as she gets out and goes. Young lady's female that comes next, she does get out and reach good, but for me, it's when she comes right at you. She's narrow at the base of her chest and flatter at the base of her forerib. I think if we can just open that one up and make her stouter throughout, we can move her up a couple places. The young lady's red female that closes the class. She's heavier structure than the one right ahead of her. For me, she's also a notch narrow gauge when you study right underneath her. She still wants to be just a little bit straighter off of both ends. But that's a long, strong top female. Young lady does a great job showing her. Really nice class to get started with our ARB show.
Our placings in Class 2, limousine heifers. First place goes to Kylie Gaston, Eastland FFA. Second place goes to Callie Harris from La Pointer FFA. Third place goes to Tucker Parkins from Hockley County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Caitlin Ayers from Panola County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Brooklyn Tucker from Bridgeport FFA. And sixth place goes to Fawn Schott from Brackettville FFA. And seventh place goes to Hope Vault from Mount Pleasant FFA. We now have Class 3 limousine heifers in the ring. Class 3 Limousine Heifers, Calf March 1 to 31 of 2020. We have Breck Boyce, Lipan FFA, Cameron Swanson from Shallow-Water FFA, Grace Helsher from Runnels County 4-H, Cameron Swanson, Shallow-Water FFA, Brindley Williams, Wascom FFA, Logan Sastry from Liberty County 4-H, and Corey Hammond from Quitman FFA.
Your results from Class 1 heifer calves in the ARB show. In 8th place, Kelly Whitaker, Cisco FFA. In 7th place, McAllister Long, Brown County 4-H. In 6th place, Kylie Evans, Kaufman FFA. In 5th place, Stockton Lightfoot, Fort Bend County 4-H. In 4th place, Tyson Farquhar, El Campo FFA. 3rd place, Kason Murray, Callahan County 4-H. In 2nd place, Cameron Bograve, Gonzales County 4-H. And your class winner, Mike Petrus and Patricio County 4-H.
unbelievable quality in this class, and I feel like I'm just saying that on every class, but I'm blown away by the amount of quality and the depth of quality in these limousine classes. These two are really, really good in my opinion. They're a little different in their type and kind, but both awesome females. Tremendous body and shape and power and substance, and a tremendous proportionality that this young man's heifer has. Not as sleek probably as you study her there right under her throat, but one from a sheer proportion and balance standpoint. Everything fits together, bold, powerful, genuine, wide-based, and one that can get out and simply motor to have that much power to her. The one in second's a little smoother as you study her, a little more slender about the top of her neck. She's a little cleaner as you study her up there through her front third. Female that gets a little open at the top of her blade when she put into motion. Love the body, love the soundness and the squareness, and she's one that gives you a really good proportional look as well. There's more natural squareness and stoutness to me in her than the one that we have coming right in third. The one in third is a deep-sided, soft-flanked, real cowy female that gets out and is square and tracks good. Just think she narrows up a bit as you study her down her top. She's got a little bit more down through her brisket. I'd like to stouten her hind leg up and give her a little more bone and foot. Female that comes in next is very attractive from the profile. Long-necked, long-bodied, and level-designed. Narrows up through her hocks. Like to pry her apart wider through her sternum and give her more upper rib shape compared to some of those towards the top end. This female for the young man is really attractive in the way her neck sets at the top of her shoulder, clean patterned and muscular. She's just a little off in that she's not as deep bodied back through her rear rib and flank. She's got just a little bit more brisket to her, and those two things kind of detract her lower third balance. I'd like to strengthen her up right behind her blade as well. Muscular, powerful female, tremendous amount of substance is next. Female that gets just a little round off of both ends of her skeleton, needs to go a little sounder out of her rear leg. We close with the female that's strong topped, has some correctness in terms of muscle shape, just a little too green and light condition today, needs to be deeper and softer in her kind. Congratulations on an awesome class of limousine females.
Results from Class 2 in the ARB show. In fourth place, Caitlin Schreiber. Hill County 4H. In third place, Jeneline McCollum. Hewitt County 4H. Second place, Jonathan Hudson, Venus FFA. And in first place, Riley Gilbert, Red County 4H.
We're now ready to pick our Division I champion in the Limousine Heifer Show. We'll bring our second places back in. Out of Class 1, our first place will be Colt Parkinson. Out of Class 2, will be Kylie Gaston. Out of Class 3 will be Breck Boyce. Our seconds in Class 1 will be Allison Runnels. Out of Class 2 will be Callie Harris. In Class 3 would be Brindley Williams. Our placings in Class 3 limousine heifers. First place went to Breck Boyce. Second went to Brindley Williams. Third went to Cameron Swanson. Fourth went to Cameron Swanson. Fifth went to Logan Sashery. Sixth went to Corey Hammond. And seventh went to Grace Helsher. Once again, we're now picking our division champion in our calf division here at the 2021 San Angelo Junior Limousine Heifer Show.
without a doubt, the toughest and the deepest division I've seen over here on this side today here in Angelo. And so it's a tribute to the breeders. It's a tribute to you exhibitors. And hats off on an awesome first division of limousine cattle. Blown away, really, by how many good ones we have out here in this division lineup. The first class winner, very attractive, very smooth, a good-bodied, bold-rib female, gets out and motors the right way. And typically, that would be the kind that would hit you hard from the beginning and you just latch right onto, and they just kept coming and kept coming. So congratulations to that young man on setting the bar high, and congratulations to the next two exhibitors on continuing at that level. The one out of the middle class is really unique to look at up through her front end. I like the way her neck set is. I like her body. I think her running gear is very sound and very athletic. Her attitude's a little off today, might be in heat, might be coming out of heat, or might just be a little ornery today with the weather change. But with that said, she doesn't maybe just sit there and strike the look that I think she probably could watching her move about the arena. I'd like to maybe just fix her right there in the middle of her back today or right behind her blade a little, have her just kind of step up and pose up into the stance that's very natural. But great look up front, great running gear for the young lady. The heifer here out of this last division is one that is bold and powerful, my kind in terms of her body shape, the depth of her rib, the stoutness to her feature, and her ability to still balance with proportion, top to bottom, front to back. Female that not probably as neat and sleek and cool up through her head and her neck as what we have in the first two, but from there back, a cow and a powerful one that's bold. Congratulations to you. Awesome set of reserves. We'll make another pass and select your champion.
Another good class in our ARB show. The young ladies female we're going to lead off with really gets out and goes. She's flexible off both ends, yet she ties together dimension and still balance while being so sound structured. Just a really good place to go ahead and lead off with. The young lady's red heifer that comes in second, she's more dimensional than the heifer in third. I like that about her. She's long and level on her top. Female that's still heavy enough structure at the surface. She ties her neck a little lower on the front side of her shoulder. We can just soften her up there a little bit in the center part of her rib, but a really nice heifer as well. Young lady's female in third. She's really flexible out of her front end of her skeleton. I like how soft in the center part of her rib she is. For me, she needs a shot more dimension. When I step right in behind her, she wants to narrow up to her pin set, kind of close to her hop. But that's a good female. Still balances up really well in the profile. Young man's heifer that comes next, longer sided, long bodied female. She's tall fronted. For being tall fronted, she's still really sound up front and gets out with lots of reach. She gets quite a bit flatter there at the base of her forearm, wants to narrow up to her pins when compared to some of the heifers ahead of her. The young man's red female that comes next, she's pushing him around a little bit out here. But that's a long-sided female that's really long out of her hip. I think if we stack her up in her bone work, we can move her up a place or two. Then the young lady's female that closes the class, got a really nice coat of hair on her. Female that transitions good from her shoulder into her forehead. I like to just lay her back at her ankles up front, allow her to take a longer, freer stride up the front end of her skeleton. But a really good class of females. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Our first division winner is Callie Gaston from Eastland FFA. Our reserve division goes to Breck Boyce from Lipan FFA. We now bring in Class 6 limousine heifers. Just have one entry in this class, be Emma Caffey from McLennan County 4-H.
We're going to need all of our first and second places from our first three classes to the check-in area. We need our first and second place in all the heifer ties. Also, if you are a first or second in any of your classes, you need to go down to the other end underneath the South Plains implement sign and get checked in with validation.
Really nice single entry, moderate, big bodied, easy keeping female that still has some balance to her as well. Like to lean her up just a smidgen through her neck and lean her up maybe in her overall condition, but a really good cow prospect. Congratulations, young lady.
Our single entry class winner in this class would be Emma Caffey from McLennan County 4-H. Now bring in Class 7 limousine heifers. We have 9 entries in this class. Starting out in this class, we have Catherine Norrell from Venus FFA, Olivia Helser from Runnels County 4-H, Kaylin McBride from Panola County 4-H, Logan Sashery from Liberty County 4-H, Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA, Raston Copeland from Shallowwater FFA, Braden Swanson from Shallowwater FFA, Gracie Bankston from Mansfield FFA, Daniel Kearns from Quitman FFA.
Cameron Botry, we need your second place from Class 2, Cameron Botrig. The division is about to go in the ring. Cameron Botrig, make your way to the check-in area. All first and second places, make sure you go over and make sure you're checked off with validation. Those are class winners, first and second in every class. Cameron Botrig, this is your last call for your second place to go in for the heifer division.
Let's go ahead and be bringing up Class 8 limousine heifers as well as Class 11. Let's keep our first and seconds on standby for a division. Follow Class 8.
your champion heifer division goes to Riley Gelrith, and your reserve goes to Mike Petrus. We'll now move on to our junior heifers. This class one, Brady Trotter, Trent Bogener, Tack Ferris, Jennifer Ramirez, J.D. Sartwell, and Kellen Boyce.
Really, really good class and high quality females. Young man, you can go ahead and slide up there. These top two hit me really hard when they came in, and there's 3, 4, 5 deep in this class. And the longer they're out here, the more collected this heifer that starts off remains in her top line, right behind her blades, super stout and square, jet level down her top, and really level out of her hip. A higher performing, longer bodied female that's still really neat through her chest to have that kind of sweep to her lower rib and flank, and to match it with some performance and extra mass as well. She wrinkles up a bit through her neck and got a little waddle there under her chin. Might like to tone that and shave that down just a hair. She's not as heavy structured as the one in second either, but I think just in terms of balance, proportion, and having a little bit more natural performance to her, I like that about her to win the class. Heifer in second's got the neat pieces. Big-footed, heavy structured, really neat in the way her front third of her body's designed, up through her head and her neck and her throat. As you study her, she's not one to cooperate just right for the young man. She gets a little off behind her blade and rounds out of her hip just a little bit compared to our class winner. Two really good cattle there on the top end. Nice one here in third in terms of body and rib shape and fleshing ability. Opens at the top of her shoulder blade, a little shorter about her neck and crest up at the top of her neck muscle there. Otherwise, I like the volume and the fleshing ability and the low input kind. Just like to make her a little neater and wedged in a little tighter up front. The heifer in fourth is moderate, deep-sided, has more natural depth to her, in my opinion, than the ones right behind her. She's a little off behind her blade. I'd like to redesign the way her tail head's laid at the end of her spine and make her just a little leveler when you study her across the plane of her top. Big heifer that comes in next in terms of performance and length of body. We get her set up, and she starts to look the right way. Strength of top line is good. She's just a little off in her hip. She's tucked up in her flank. Doesn't quite have the body to match that extra size and performance. Moderate, bold rib, deep-sided heifer. It's a little too conventional in her frame and pattern. brown tinged heifer that's super deep-sided, a little flat when you study the upper half of her body. Like to give her more natural shape, physical feel, tie her in a little tighter at her shoulder blade. We close with a very powerful, muscular female that gets a little shallow back through her rib, tucked up in her flank, not quite as broody as some of the other cattle. Congratulations, tremendous set of limousines.
Placings in Class 7. First place is Raston Copeland, Shallowater FFA. Second place is Blake Morrow, Bridgeport FFA. Third place, Kaylin McBride from Panola County 4-H. Fourth place, Logan Sashery, Liberty County 4-H. Fifth place, Braden Swanson, Shallowater FFA. Sixth place, Daniel Kearns from Quitman FFA. Seventh place was Catherine Norrell from Venus FFA. And eighth place was Gracie Bankston from Mansfield FFA. We now have Class 8 limousine heifers in the ring. We have Audrey Patton from Sam Rayburn FFA, Tucker Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H, Jada Lee Isles from Bryan FFA, Bryce Hudson from Idalou FFA, Sloan Moss from Lufkin FFA, Emma Sue Titter from Wise County 4-H, and Wiley Schrade from Rockwall 4-H. Class 8, let's have Class 9 limousine heifers in the holding area.
Colt 4, Peyton Barnett, Landry Vargo, Charles Purcell. Last call for Landry Vargo. Your class is about to go into the ring.
Another solid set of limousine females and two nice heifers here on the top end, and one that's super balanced, big ribbed, fresh, and proportional from the side. The heifer that leads off, I think, holds the advantage in the fact that she's much deeper and softer through her center body. She's pulled down further in her flank. She's flexible when we ask her to move, and the way she ties in at the top of her blade is ultra smooth, wedged in right, and makes for a really nice silhouette over here on the profile. She's not as long-sided as the heifer in second. Probably nothing in this class can match just total body extension of this female. With that said, she's a little easy right in the middle of her back. It's hard to get one that long to balance in her underline. I'd like to pull her down in her flank and soften her up there relative to where her chest and her heart set in her. Two really nice females, though, on the top end. Heifer in third's moderate, deep-bodied, and has a lot of rib shape to her. She's got a little extra skin and a little extra fat down there in between her front legs through her brisket. I'd like to make her a taller shouldered heifer, lean her up a bit through her neck, and then she starts to rival that top pair. Young lady's heifer in fourth is one that I find to be moderate, bold-ribbed, soft-hearted, a heifer that's just a little deep through her sternum and her chest, and a little shorter coupled female that reads to be quicker maturing when you study her head and her length of cannon. Can't say that about the young man's heifer here. She's tall-shouldered, long-bodied, very muscular. She's a little splay-footed up front. She's a little hard in her body and her rib. Like to soften her up, make her a little sounder up front. Young man, nice job. You can show the wheels off one. Nice job of presenting her attributes. The heifer that comes in next, deep-sided, strong top female. Like her standing still, we put her in motion, and she struggles a bit out of her right hind leg today. Maybe it's an injury, maybe it's just something structurally, but not wanting to pick them up and set them down as comfortable as some of the other cattle. Strong top, muscular female with some performance here to close. Again, a little too tubular in her kind, a little too straight off of both ends of her body. Congratulations on a nice class.
Landry Vargo, your class is in the ring.
Our placings in Class 8, limousine heifers. First place goes to Tucker Parkinson, Hockley County 4-H. Second place goes to Bryce Hudson, Idalou FFA. Third place goes to Jada Lee Isles, Bryan FFA. Fourth place goes to Wiley Schrade from Rockwall County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Sloan Moss from Lufkin FFA. Sixth place goes to Emma Sue Tedder from Wise County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Audrey Patton, Sam Rayburn FFA. We're now bringing in Class 9 limousine heifers.
Your results from Class 6 junior heifers. In sixth place, Trent Bogner, Erath County 4-H. Fifth place, Jane D. Sarwell, Falls City FFA. In fourth place, Jennifer Ramirez, Callisburg FFA. Third place, Tack Ferris, Jim Ned FFA. Second place, Brady Trotter, Hardin Jefferson FFA. And first place, Kellen Boyce, Mike Pan FFA.
We've got an exhibitor that's showing in the ARB ring, and we're going to hold up and wait for him to get through so he can show his heifer over here in the limousine heifer class. Now entering the ring in the limousine side is class number 9. We have Lana Kate Ditter from Wise County 4-H, Cole Keaton from Lubbock County 4-H, Dina Halfley from Magnolia West FFA, Genevieve Norrell, Venus FFA, James Harris, Wells FFA, Raston Copeland, Shallowater FFA, Jacob Keaton, Lubbock County 4-H, Landry Kleeman, Nazareth FFA. Class 9 limousine heifers, September 1 to October 31.
Lake Guthrie, your class is lined up in the ARB ring. First call, Clayton Guthrie. Second call, Clayton Guthrie. Clayton Guthrie. ARB Class 8 Junior Heifers is lined up. Last call, Clayton Guthrie. Two reminders in the barn. I know I've had some reports that the announcements aren't being made over at the barn, and you can't hear over there, but if you know anybody, all ARB heifers, we're a small enough show, get them all over here to the ring. Also, if you are a first or second place in a class, you need to go over underneath the South Plains Implement banner and sign up, visit with them over there with Texas Validation.
Both of these rings are done. Oh. And so we were going to see if you had planned on staying up here to live stream that, if anyone had told you, or if not, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
How long is it?
It's going to take like 30 minutes. It's not a lot.
Actually, I mean, I think that this is going to end early.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well, the
Your
done
results
in
for
that ring
Class
is
7
like
Junior
a show
Heifers.
afterward.
In
So we're
7th
waiting.
place, Kinley Moody, Bangs
If you
FFA.
don't want
6th
to,
place,
if you have
Peyton
a
Barnett,
it's not a big deal.
Johnson
We
County
just
4A.
because you were up here.
5th
Like,
place, Charles Purcell, Eagle Pass FFA.
Yeah.
What is it for?
4th place,
Our
Harley
ring
Womack, Wells
association, the
FFA.
show-off show.
Third place goes to Colt 4 of Whitney FFA. And second place, James Ryan Harris, Wells FFA. And in first place in your Class 7 winner, James Earls, the third Callahan County 4-H.
Thank you.
Another tremendous class, a little tougher maybe to match some things up here. We've got different sizes, different volume levels, and just a little different type and kind throughout here. But the one that leads off, in my opinion, does so rather handily. She's the combination of some body and volume, good set of feet and legs, with extra performance and extra mass and power to her as well. And I think she handles it the right way when we get the cattle going. We get her out in motion. She's sounder in the way she's designed in her rear foot than the one right behind her, and she's conducted smoother at the top of her shoulder blade than the one directly behind her as well. Not as heavy structured as a few of our other class winners throughout the day, but clean jointed, athletic in her movement. Congratulations to the young man. A lot of performance and mass finds the second place heifer. A lot of body, volume, and a lot of shape to her. She opens at the top of her blade. She's not wanting to go with maybe just as much correctness off of her rear joints as what some of the other cattle are. Just a little sluggish out here for the young man. Does a good job putting her together. Just like to see her get out and go a little bit. Tidy her up there through the top of her shoulder. I love the soundness and the type and kind of the one in third. There's just not as much to her compared to some of these other cattle on either side of her. The female, though, is great-footed, clean-jointed, well-balanced. She just needs to have more performance, a little more mass to compete with those first two. Can't say that about this one. I love the power and the upper hip and the natural dimension. She's up-headed and neat-necked. In this type of class, and when it gets this close, just like to fix her front end. She toes out off of her front feet, like to fix that, stouten her up in the shape of her upper forerib. Moderate, deep-sided, easy fleshing one here. A little heavy through her brisket, a little small and conventional in her kind. Red heifer's one that sure is nice in terms of length and levelness to her top line. She's a little shallow when you study her rib. She's tucked up in her heart, pulled back up in her flank. Doesn't have the broodiness that some of the other females do. Big frame, long-bodied, high-performing heifer that needs more depth. She needs to go with a little more stability out of her rear skeleton, a little more confidence in the way she sets them down. Muscular, powerful female, that comes in that we close with. Strong top, just needs more depth of body and needs to be sounder in the way she moves out of her rear leg. Congratulations on a nice class.
Another excellent class, probably one of the deepest classes that we've judged all day, just all the way down to the end of this one. There's nothing that falls out. Young man's got him a really nice female to go ahead here and lead off with. Really big body. When you step off and view her from the profile, just so practical and maternal in the sweep to the lower part of her rib cage. She gets out and she travels with lots of flexibility. She's still feminine for the look up front. Just a really good heifer to go ahead and lead off with. Good man's heifer here in second. She's heavier structured and just stouter at the surface. Another big body female that ties her neck high and has an attractive look. When you compare her to heifer right ahead of her, wants to just roll off in her pin set. Not quite just as stable and comfort. That's how she plants off in the rear too. Really nice heifer here in third. When a young lady gets her parked in the profile, she can give you a deadly look. Just so clean the base of her chest floor. Balance is so good back up into her flank. And as she gets out and travels, she does so really well. For me, she gives up just a little bit in terms of this body and dimension of two heifers right ahead of her. Another big body, heavy structure female that comes next. Just really flexible off of both ends and just pliable in the center part of her rib. She gets plainer up front or from her shoulder forward and just flattens out from behind when you step right in behind her. Then the heifer that comes next, big pin, lots of width and shape to her stifle. For me, it's when you step off and view her from the profile. She gets a little bit drier and harder there in flank. Her shoulder wants to separate away from her forehead. The black and white female that comes next, really rugged right at the ground. Another one that's got lots of dimension at the top side of her skeleton. I look to soften her up as well. And just lay her back in the angle to her shoulder, knee up front, allow her to go with a notch more reach. And the silver heifer that closes out the class, she's flexible and she's sound. She gets outmatched when compared to the heifers ahead of her today. She pushes the young lady a little bit, and when she does, just never so slightly wants to come up short off of her offside hind leg. But a very nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Attention in the barns. Due to the weather conditions, we're going to make a few changes. If you're here with wave 2 cattle, you can keep those cattle in the tie-outs and they do not have to come back through the line. We're going to let you keep your tack inside the cattle barn, but we ask that you tear it down and put it in the row 116 through 134 in the cattle barn. That row is clean, and if you'll stack it up in that row, they can clean the rest of the barn. Those of you that are in the horse barn, if each family or county or chapter, whoever you're traveling with, if y'all will take one stall and move your tack into one stall per chapter, county, or family, we'd really appreciate that, and they'll try to get the horse barn cleaned up as well. But again, you don't have to move your tack out of the barns. You just tear it down and get it stacked in the appropriate spot. The only thing we do need to ask you to move is your trailers here on the west side of the spur. We do need them out of the parking lot by 9 a.m. in the morning, and we're going to be moving trailers back to the east side of the roping arena where we've always parked them before. The lot to the north will be locked. It'll be the south lot, but we'll have the gate unlocked, so if you want to move your trailer tonight, that gate will be unlocked and you can move it, and it'll be on the east side of the roping arena. There'll be somebody in the cattle barn office if you have any questions, and somebody will be sitting up here around the announcer stand if you have questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. We're now picking our second division in the Junior Limousine Heifer Show.
Another stout division, single entry female, was really moderate, big bodied, easy fleshing, very low input in her type and kind. Maybe like to see her just a little bigger and a little stretch her out a nickel in terms of her frame and her length of body, clean her up just a hair up front. Really nice heifer out of the second class. I love the balance, the silhouette, the proportion that she offers. I like that in tandem with natural body shape and natural power through her rib cage. She's stout in her upper hip. She goes to the ground good and is athletic when we get her out in motion. A little on the bigger side of things compared to a few of the other ones. Might like to tone her down for some and make her just a frame size smaller. Heifer out of the third class, moderate, good-bodied, really deep and broody in her center rib. Female that gets out like these other class winners and travels really well off both ends. As you study her, maybe not quite as much natural power as we have in a few of the other heifers just from a muscle standpoint, but love the depth, love the moderation, and just the efficient look. Female out of the last class, really like in terms of her body shape, her depth through her heart and center rib. I like her silhouette in terms of proportion. She's got a little extra chest in her. Like to stouten her hind leg up, make her a hair bigger structured as well. Congratulations on a very, very nice division of limousine heifers. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside if you would, and we'll select you a champion.
Winning our intermediate division will be Raston Copeland, Shallow Water FFA. Now bring in Blake Morrow as second place. Our reserve champion out of the intermediate division goes to Jacob Keaton, Lubbock County 4-H. Let's bring in our next class, limousine heifers. We'll go back and announce our placings. Class 9. First place went to Jacob Keaton. Second place went to Raston Copeland. Third place went to Cole Keaton. Fourth place went to Landry Kleeman. Fifth place went to Dina Halfley. Sixth place went to Lana Titter. Seventh place went to Genevieve Norrell. Eighth place went to James Harris. We now bring in Class 12 limousine heifers.
Exceptional class winner here in this class and the last class before this division. And this heifer just excels in every area. Right there at the ground, she's huge-footed and flexible, balances up awesome. Where her chest sits into her is so impressive. Then still ties her neck out of her shoulder right, stout. Just a really good female to go ahead and lead off this class with. Gold female that comes second, matches her from the side as best as any in the class of being smooth and functional. When you step in behind her, she's not as overwhelming as far as dimension as the heifer right ahead of her. Still not quite as tight in the throat latch. That's a functional, good brood cow female for that young lady. Young man's heifer that comes here in third, one that when he gets her parked and gets her worn down, she can give you a really good look. Love a set and shake to her hind leg. When she gets out and goes, she comes apart her top line ever so slightly. Comes just gets a little weaker there right behind her shoulder. Wants to roll out of her hip. Young lady's female that comes next, flexible. She gets out and really covers the ring. Female that just gives up some massive body when you study her in comparison to the heifers ahead of her. One that's still a really nice female. Could have an exceptional future for that young lady. It gets a little closer here between the next two females. Young lady in the pink, her heifer is really smooth and really soft body. Needs a shot more dimension when you step right in behind her. And then we got a dimensional female that closes the class. Tons of shape, tons of muscle. Just needs to be a little bit softer and smoother. Really good class of females. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Our exhibitors in Class 12 would be Nicole Keaton from Friendship FFA, Tanner Brown from Johnson County 4-H, and Brentley Wilkerson from Van Zant County 4-H. Let's have class 13 in the holding area.
Awesome class here, and 3 very nice females, 2 on the top end of this deal that are exceptional and very much alike in terms of being big ribbed, deep sided, easy keeping, easy fleshing ones. There's a front end advantage to this female that leads off, in my opinion, a heifer that's fresher through her brisket, fresher about her condition, and gives you an up-headed, very attractive look, plus just absolutely wedged in nice at the top of her blade and bold and powerful and stout from there back. Significantly cleaner, I think, through her chest floor and her brisket than what we have right behind her. The one right behind her is Cowie in terms of her body, Cowie in terms of her movement, just very functional, very, very good at the ground. Heifer, study her. She's not quite as neat through her chest floor, and she's just not quite as neat in the way she views through her front third because of that, but 2 awfully nice ones. The heifer here in third is a big, stout, powerful female. In a normal day, when you didn't have those 2, she could be up towards the top of the class because of her mass, her substance, her body. She's just a little outclassed when you study her head. She's got a little more brisket than the first place, not as feminine up through her head, and the way that she moves out of her rear leg is the second. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Job well done.
Another really good division in our ARB show. I'll talk through our class winners. Young man, heifer that won our first class in this division. When he gets her parked, even though she's wanting to be a little bit of a handful for him, when he gets her parked, she draws back a really cool silhouette. I love this heifer set to her rear leg. I like how she's designed out of her hip. Just a really complete female. We can maybe lay her back and angle to her shoulder ever so slightly. I
Our placings in Class 12, Limousine Heifers. First place goes to Brentley Wilkerson from Van Zant County 4-H. Second place goes to Nicole Keaton from Friendship FFA. Third place goes to Tanner Brown from Johnson County 4-H. We now have Class 13 Senior Heifers, calf March 1 to April 30th, 2019. Our exhibitors in this class are Hope Vault from Mount Pleasant FFA, Allie Patton from Sam Rayburn FFA, Leigh Smith from Chapel Hill Northeast FFA, Audrey Ivy from Bangs FFA, Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA.
Attention in all the barns. I'm sorry for the confusion. Nobody has to get out of the barn until 9 a.m. in the morning. You can keep your cattle in the barn until 9 a.m. in the morning. Just at 9 a.m. in the morning, we need those cattle to go to tie-outs, and we need to have that tack torn down and put in aisle 116 through 134 in the cattle barn if you're staying for the second wave. But as long as you're out by 9 in the morning, nothing needs to change. Thank you.
In your junior calves, your champion, Corey Carr, and your reserve division. In your junior calves is Mr. Caleb Warner. We're now ready for our seniors.
It's kind of neat. You have every type and kind in one class of limousine cattle, and there's something to take home and obviously to build off of and work of with each one of these females. The one that to me becomes the most complete, the most problem-free, lies here in first, and tremendous amount of eye appeal and proportion and balance over here at the setup, lean and clean in her condition, and a female that gets out and tracks the right way off both ends of her body. Like to stouten her forearm up and stouten her front bone up a little bit, make her just a hair stouter featured in her lower skeleton to match that body and the mass that she has up top. But it's considerably fresher condition, more feminine featured and cleaner jointed than the heifer that we have here in second. Heifer in second's massive in terms of bone and foot, tremendous amount of volume and stoutness. She's got a little coarser jointed, got a little extra brisket and fat deposition down in there, and I'd just like to make her fresher in her overall condition and fresher in just her fat content that she has in the lower third of her cavity. Heifer that comes in third's a very attractive, big volumed, broody female, gets just a little heavy there through her throat. Like her lines, and I like her ability to get out and move and remain level when we ask them to be in motion. Wish she was further along in calf. And so consequently had to place her third today. Heifer that the rub marks there is strong top, level hip, just a little shallow as you study her through her lower body and flank. Pull her down and make her a bit broodier to compete with those top end cattle. Same could be said about the one we close with, tall shouldered and strong in her lines, just needs more depth and softness and broodiness to appeal. Congratulations on a nice set.
Our placings in Class 13, first place goes to Audrey Ivy, Bangs FFA. Second place goes to Blake Morrow from Bridgeport FFA. Third place goes to Allie Patton, Sam Rayburn FFA. Fourth place goes to Leah Smith, Chapel Hill Northeast FFA. Fifth place goes to Hope Vault, Mount Pleasant FFA. Let's now bring in Class 14. Our exhibitors in Class 14, senior heifers, calved January 1 to February 28, 2019. We have Logan Sassery from Liberty County 4-H, Lydia Brown from Ellis County 4-H, Brayley Reese Cowan from Fannin County 4-H, and Chloe O'Neill from Frisco Heritage FFA, Class 14. Let's have Class 15 in the holding area, please.
Paisley Lightfoot, Fort Bend County. And your class winner, Tamara McLaughlin, Kaufman County 4H.
Another strong class of limousine females, and the black heifer hit me really hard at the initial glance. Loved the volume and the body and the freshness. Great presentation to this female as well. And I think specifically there's a considerable higher degree of lower body and flank in her, and she's smoother about her tail head than what we have right in behind her. And I still think she tidies up nice up through her front end as well. Like to square her up in her hock when the cattle turn and leave you, and have her be just a hair more accurate from her hock to the ground. The red heifer's got some neat pieces. Her neck sets high to the top of her shoulder. She's really slender about the top of her neck. She's got some natural power and shape to her upper rib. Female that's cleaner through her brisket, and a heifer that, to me, proportions out just a hair more attractive from the profile than what we have right in behind her. A little coarse, a little rough about her tail head, and I'd like to pull her down in her flank compared to our class winner. This heifer can give you a really nice look. She's strong top, level hips, smoother about her tail head than the one that just left. She's a little more pronounced through her sternum and her brisket. I'd like to pull her down in her flank because of where her sternum and brisket are to help that lower third proportion out. The female we close with done a nice job here of having a shade over a month-old calf at side. Good bag to her, nice milk production to her. Just like to stouten up the cow, broaden her up, make her a heavier structured female that's a little cleaner in her condition. Congratulations on a nice set of limmies.
Placings in Class 14. First place goes to Lydia Brown from Ellis County 4-H. Second place goes to Logan Sashery, Liberty County 4-H. Third place goes to Brayley Reese Cowan from Fannin County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Chloe O'Neill, Frisco Heritage FFA. We now bring in our final class, Class 15. Senior heifer calves, September 1 to December 31, 2018. We have two exhibitors in this class. One is Benjamin Knowlton from Deer Park FFA, Colt Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H. Let's be sure and have our first and seconds out of each class in this last division, Division 3, in the holding area so we can pick our division champion female. And then we'll need all division and reserve divisions to be in the holding area so we can pick our grand champion limousine heifer.
really good set of pairs here. And to me, both of them are very good cows, and they've got the right attributes to make great cows in the future. Comes down to maybe just looking at the calves at side, and the cows are a little different. This one that leads off is slender and attractive and feminine up through her front end. That's kind of reflected there in her teat structure and udder design as well. Primarily, though, that calf at side's a really nice prospect, and I think one that goes out and does some nice things for these gentlemen. Great balance and great lines, and still has some natural thickness when you study him as well. Big stout cow that comes in next. I like the power and the bone. Not quite as neat and refined up through her head, neck, and shoulder. Not as good right behind her blade. And you look underneath, and she's got tremendous amount of milk for this calf for the first one. A little coarser teated compared to our class winner. Calf at side's nice. He's stout, featured. Be curious to see how he develops. Congratulations to both of you on a nice pair of pairs.
Closer for me between second and third. The black heifer in second's more dimensional when you step right in behind her and study her the width to her pinions. She carries that width all the way to the ground. She's a big-bodied female that's still a little bit neater and longer about her front end and her neck. Just a really nice female there for the young lady. The red heifer's a little stouter featured, a little stouter right there at the surface than the one right ahead of her. She's really smooth from the point of her shoulder back into her forearm. Female looks like she's really close to Kevin. The young lady's done an excellent job with her as well. The young man's got a flexible female that's athletic off of both ends. One that's really nice in her body shape and how attractive she is and her balanced look. She just gives up some mass in the heifers right ahead of her, but still a really nice female in her own right. Then the young lady's female that comes next, another one that I like the rear leg design she has as she gets out and travels. She's not quite as comfortable out of angle to her shoulder and her reach up front, and because of that, she comes apart just ever so slightly behind her shoulder. Big scale female next. She's really tall fronted. She's actually long and level out of her hip. She's wanting to labor just a little bit out here today. And for her added height, I'd love to see her just a little bit more massive and stouter when you step right in behind them. And the red female that comes next, long down her top, level out of her hip. She's functional in how she gets out and travels. She just needs more rubber when we step right in behind her. We can just open her up and stouten her up in her pin set, make her just a little bit bolder there in her body as well. And the young man that closes the class got himself a really nice female that's green in her condition. She just needs to be stouter bone and a little bit wider when you step right in behind them. An excellent class of females.
Our placings in Class 15, Limousine Heifers. First place goes to Colt Parkinson from Hockley County 4-H. Second place goes to Benjamin Knowlton from Deer Park FFA. We now pick our Division III champion, Limousine Heifer, and reserve.
Impressive division as the earlier ones have been as well. And to me, it's a tribute to the breed and just how good these cattle are, how sound these cattle are, and getting to these heavier breds and pairs, and they remain the same way. What a place to start here to discuss this last division with this young lady's first class winner. up-headed and absolutely draws perfect in terms of balance and proportion. Fresh as the day is long in terms of her condition, and to be that good in her center body, heart, and flank, and to be that neat up through her front end is pretty hard to do. And then we get them in motion, athletic and sound. A very nice female there to start things off. Heifer out of the second class, really stout in her overall power up top. Love the rib shape coming out of her spine. Love the hip width that she has, and a female that gives you a really powerful look at a three-quarter view. You study her, and she's a little cresty about her neck compared to a few of the other ones, and we're getting nitpicky. And when you get to this level, I guess it's unfortunate that you have to get that nitpicky, but just discussing the cattle, I'd lean her up through her neck and have her be a hair more extended once she comes out here in the division lineup. Another broody one out of the third class, big volume, bold rib, cowy, and really, really sound and maternal in the way she's designed. A female that you study her and there's a lot of balance and proportion. Not as sleek and neat through her throat, not as pretty through her chest as what we have in a few of the other cattle, but I love that maternal ability about her volume and her rib cage and her ability to handle it the right way in terms of length of stride and cushion. Like we said in the class, she could square up just a hair better from the hock to the ground. The pair is a really nice pair, and both of those pairs were, and this one was ultra feminine, very smooth and neat in her design. Calf at sides, a really nice one, be a good prospect for him. Nice set of seconds. Let's give them a nice hand, and we'll select your champion.
Our Division III champion goes to Brentley Wilkinson, Van Zant County 4-H. We now bring in Nicole Keaton, Friendship FFA.
Well, a really exciting class winner as we near the end of our ARB show. And this heifer, when she gets out and goes, she can really, really motor. Flexible off of both ends. And where she's really impressive is how good she goes up front. Just stays so collected and balanced and so good in her spine and her top line. And then she throws up her neck and he gets her stopped. Just has a picture perfect silhouette. Just a really good place to go ahead and start this class. Young man's he's got a stout early one here in second that just reads cow all over, big bodied and massive in her rib design, still bait footed and flexible as she gets out and goes. Just gets just a little bit heavier in her condition, especially from her shoulder forward. Just like to lean her up ever so slightly. That's getting awfully picky on a very good female. The heifer that comes next, she stays in third because of her structure. She gets out and travels, and she has more reach and mobility than the heifer right below her. I'd like to soften her up in her feature, make her a little heavier structure, make her a little stouter heifer, and then get right in behind her. Young man's got a big, high-performing heifer that's got tons of growth, really long-sided. For me, she needs to be leaned up a little bit, and also allow her just to reach and have more flexibility and be more stable off of her rear too as she gets out and travels. Another really good class of ARB heifers. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Our reserve Division III heifer goes to Nicole Keaton, Friendship FFA. We're now ready for our grand champion limousine heifer drive. Let's bring in all of our division and reserve division champions.
In your class 14, senior heifers, fourth place, Joshua Andrashak, Brenham FFA. In third place, Cody Gore, Bowles FFA. Second place, Jordan Baldridge, Sweeney FFA. And in first place, from San Patricio County, Mike Petrus. Single entry in this class, and we'll want all of our first and second places from our senior divisions. Then if we can have all of our division winners come back to the ring for our overall 2021 ARB champion selection.
In our 2021 Limousine Grand Champion Heifer Drive, we have Division I, Kylie Gaston from Eastland. And our reserve in that division was Breck Boyce from Lipan. Division II, our champion was Raston Copeland, Shallow Water FFA. Reserve was Jacob Keaton, Friendship FFA. Our champion Division III, Brentley Wilkerson, Van Zant County 4-H. And our reserve division champion out of Division III was Nicole Keaton from Friendship FFA. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge today, Mr. Jake Frankie, for coming and judging our cattle. We'd also like to thank Leighton Sashry, our Texas Limousine Association Executive Secretary, for being here and helping out today.
Apologize for the extra time, but it's really cool to be able to look at cattle that are this high quality, and you just catch yourself at a gaze and kind of just staring at them and thinking, man, that one's really nice and that one's really nice. And it's like I just said, it doesn't make it any easier the longer you look. So we'll just start discussing them. Heifer calf that won that first division is really high quality. I love her feet and legs. I love the look that she has up front, and I love her ability just to get out and motor and get around with such athleticism. She's square to the ground, and she's got some natural pride to her as well. She's acting considerably better than what she did in that class in that first division, and she kind of gets settled in here, and there's times that she gives you that elite look that I know that she can. Probably like to just have her, because of that attitude and everything, just be a little better as you study her across the plane of her top, and just draw her a little leveler from her top of her shoulder back to her tail head. One out of the middle division does a lot of things right. She's a blend of performance and rib shape and body volume with some extra mass and dimension. You try to, she's a little bigger maybe, like we said, in their kind, and might like to tone her down a frame score. Study her compared to a few of the other ones. I love the power. I love the mass. I'd maybe make her just a hair smoother at the edge of her shoulder and pull her down as you study her rear rib and flank compared to a few of the other cattle. Again, very nitpicky. At this level, I guess you're forced to have to do that, but a tremendous female out of that middle division. The one here out of the last division, again, she excels in a lot of fundamental traits. She's a great bodied, great volume female, perfectly sound in terms of her feet and legs, and she's wedged in so smooth and neat through her shoulder to have that much middle and capacity to her. Everything blends and is smooth and is proportional and draws the right silhouette. Super clean, super fresh in terms of her condition. We talked about the reserves in each one. The reserve calf's powerful, bold, and stout. Like we said, we'd lean her up just a little bit through her throat, make her a hair neater as you study her ahead of her shoulder, but love the dimension and the volume and the sheer stoutness that she has. The one that was reserved in our middle division, I love the volume and the depth and the rib shape. Again, a little chesty as you study her through her brisket. Like to make her stouter at the ground in terms of bone and foot. And we conclude with the reserve out of that last that's huge ribbed, very capacious, really cowy, just like to lean her up through her brisket ever so slightly. It's an awesome set of limousine cattle today. I know the exhibitors are proud. Let's give them a nice hand at ringside and show our appreciation if you don't mind.
Our grand champion limousine heifer comes out of the middle division, Raston Copeland, Shallow Water FFA. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Brentley Wilkinson was our champion limousine heifer.
Well, an exceptional division here in our last division of our ARB show. And, the depth of this division was extremely good. Young man's gold heifer out of the first class, really flexible, but yet still just gives us that look that we're after when we step off and view her from the side. Like we talked in class, not overly powerful when you step right in behind her, but you have to just like how comfortable she is because of her structure. The young man's heifer that won our second class has a lot of really unique pieces. Really cool how she ties her neck up the top side of her shoulder. Big-footed, heavy structure, still really dimensional when you step right in behind her. From a structural standpoint, we can critique her just a little bit. She wants to pigeon toe ever so slightly up front, and every once in a while on her rear, she wants to get up and kind of knuckle her pastures. But that's, again, really critical on a female that's exceptionally high quality. And the young man that won our third class here, just so striking with the profile and just so good in her structure that just allows her to stay just so collected, just gravitates your attention to her. You step in behind her, she's not overwhelming in terms of power, but still has enough, just a really high quality female. Then
Our reserve champion goes.
Mike's wanting to give out on us. Just a really nice cow-calf pair, super feminine. It's a really good set of seconds. Let's give a round of applause and we'll select our champion in reserve.
We need all of our division champs and reserves to the lineup area. We need all of our division champions and reserves to the lineup area.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of our ARB show, it's been a lot of fun for me out here today to sort through these cattle, and this breed particularly was stout right from the get-go. We had a really nice winner here out of our first division, then our second division as well, and all the way throughout. And then our third division, we got some really exceptional females, and I really like the seconds as well. I'm not going to talk through them again. The cattle are getting tired, and so are we. You've already heard me talk them a couple times. Let's give all of our ARB exhibitors a round of applause, and also look at champion in reserve.
And your showmanship winner, if we can have them back, we've got an award for you, is Jordan Baldridge. Your ARB Heifer Showmanship winner is Jordan Baldridge. You can have him come back to the ring.
Attention limousine exhibitors, we are going to start the TLA shootout show here at 5:45. We're going to start the show at 5:45. So begin your cattle ready to come back to the barn to start our show. Also, before we start the show, we will be awarding Heifer of the Year for 2020 awards, the top 5 heifers. So even if you're not staying for the show, stick around and watch those awards be awarded. Also, our San Angelo Showmanship Contest winner is Lydia Brown. Lydia Brown, if you come over, we have a prize for you. You were our showmanship champion. For the TLA Showmanship Contest, those of you that are interested, we do have our rankings from the San Angelo show. In the senior category, first place was Allie Runnels. Second, Logan Sashery. Third, Sloan Moss. Fourth, Jacob Keaton. And fifth, Katie Jones. For the intermediate division, first place was Lydia Brown. Second, Breck Boyce. Third, Cole Keaton. Fourth, Blake Morrow. And fifth, Tucker Parkinson. In the junior division, first place went to Colt Parkinson. And second, Kylie Gaston. That is for our showmanship contest that we'll do throughout the entire Texas Majors. Those postings will be online, so you can keep up with those throughout the season. Thank you. Attention in the barns, limousine shootout exhibitors. We are 5 minutes away from starting the show. We don't have a very big show, so if you have a shootout heifer, please be making your way up to the arena. We're about to get started. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around in this cold weather and supporting our kids in this shootout show. This is something that the board and that the TLA Association is extremely proud of. All of the money that goes into this show goes back to the kids. Every single kid is going to receive a check today, and we're very proud of that. And we just thank all of our breeders who have put in time, put in money, and put in effort to help these kids get to show, and the fact that we do get to show this year, we're extremely thankful. To get started, we're going to announce the 2020 Heifer of the Year Awards. Our 5th place overall Heifer of the Year is Jacob Keaton and LLKT Fergie. The 4th overall Heifer of the Year goes to Emily Frazier with SSTO Far Too Special. Third overall Heifer of the Year goes to Nikki Keaton with LLKT Miss Francesca. Second overall Heifer of the Year goes to Colt Parkinson with LFL Fiesta. And our overall Heifer of the Year for 2020 is Brandon Frazier with SSTO Glamour. All right, guys, we're ready to get started with our shootout show. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause for Willie Weiss from Iowa, who is going to be our judge today. Coming in Class 1 is Allison Runnels. Her heifer is nominated by Barton Cattle, COBN Hera 02H. Second is Trinity Summersill, nominated by Sashery Farms, CHAC Harmony. And coming in third is Katie Jones, nominated by Parkinson Cattle Company with JNPF PC Halo 004H. Just another reminder for our shootout exhibitors, we will be passing out checks throughout and at the end of the show. We would like to have a group photo at the backdrop with all the kids in their checks, no heifers. So please make sure that you stick around for that picture.
Well, a really good class of females as we get started in this shootout show. And I think both of these black heifers on the top end both have some give and take. But the young lady's heifer that I'm going to start with is just so captivating in her look from the profile. So tall fronted and ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's feminine and attractive. Yet when you step behind the cattle, she still has a stout pin set and just a very attractive look from the profile. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, really flexible when she gets out and travels, has lots of reach, especially off of her rear end. She's a big-bodied, cowy-looking female. She's really smooth from her shoulder back into her forerib. When compared to the heifer right ahead of her, she gets just a little bit longer in her toe and a little bit plainer there about her head and her neck, but an exceptional pair of females. Nothing to take away from the young lady's red female that closes the class. She gets out and travels really well and covers the ring with flexibility off of both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little bit rounder there in her hip and her pin set. When she walks away, she has to duck her pins to catch her stride, but a really high quality class of females to start our shootout show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to those in Class 1. First place went to Allison Runnels with COBN Hera, nominated by Barton Cattle. Second place went to Katie Jones with JNPF PC Halo, nominated by Parkinson Cattle Company. And third place went to Trinity Summersill with CHAC Harmony, nominated by Sashery Farms. Coming in the ring now is Class 2, Caitlin Ayers with CZRC 058H Ratliff Hope, nominated by Ratliff Cattle. Callie Harris with SHSK Dolly, nominated by Skinner Cattle. Brooklyn Tucker with SSTO 0836H, nominated by Stowers Limousine. And Kylie Gaston with AADC 526HDL Hosanna, nominated by Davis Limousine.
Just our second class, but an exceptional lineup we have of these particular 4 heifers, and they're all really, really good, and they're just differences between them. The young lady's female that I'm going to lead off with, when you study her right at the surface, I just really like just the foot size she has and how comfortable she is when she meets the surface and when she gets out and travels. Flexible off of both ends, yet when she gets her set up, so attractive about her head and neck. Still plenty stout and dimensional when you step right in behind her. That one just draws a really good silhouette and gets out and travels really well.
I really like the heifer in second, and she's extremely maternal in her kind and in her look. I like the way her shoulder blends onto her rib cage. I like how high she ties her neck on the top side of her shoulder, yet she has that maternal sweep to her lower rib. She gets out and travels. She takes a long stride. She's not quite as comfortable off of her rear two right at the surface as the heifer that beats her today, but an extremely high quality individual and one that has an extremely bright future. Really, the heifer in third has a lot of intriguing pieces. She's the stoutest pinned and the widest built when you step right in behind the cattle. She's so massive out of the backside of her shoulder and down the top side of her skeleton, it almost comes to her detriment as she wants to get up in the center part of her spine. She's not as comfortable as she gets onto her front end and has to reach and paddle up front. But that heifer, when she's stopped and posed, gives you a really high quality look, and she is massive when you step behind her. A really green female that closes the class, and she's too high quality to be last in this class, but there's just 3 other ones that are just exceptional out here as well. So smooth at how she blends from her shoulder back into her full rib, long and extended. I like how late maturing she is. She's just greener and just needs more time to mature. You step right in behind her and get this view. She wants to close to her pins and close to her hocks ever so slightly from behind. Let's give this class a round of applause for extremely good females.
Walking into the ring now is Cameron Swanson with LFL Helena, nominated by the Lawrence Family Limousine. Brinley M. Williams with AADC 508 HDL Holy Grail, nominated by Davis Limousine. And LFL Hager, also shown by Cameron Swanson, nominated by the Lawrence Family Limousine. Looking back on Class 2, first place went to Kylie Gaston with AADC 526 HDL Hosanna, nominated by Davis Limousine. Second place went to Callie Harris with SHSK Dolly, nominated by Skinner Cattle. Third place went to Caitlin Ayers with CZRC 058H Ratliff Hope, nominated by Ratliff Cattle. And fourth place went to Brooklyn Tucker with SSTO 0836H, nominated by Stowers Limousine.
Wow, what a show. We got another class of 3 females, and all 3 of them are exceptionally good. The one I'm going to lead off with, the young lady's female, when you step back and view her from a 3/4 view, either front or rear 3/4, she's just so much more opened up and stouter. I really like this view over here. You can see just how bold she is in her rib cage. The turn she has to the upper side of her rib cage is impressive. Yet even though she's built with more width, she still gets out and goes extremely well, flexible off of her rear leg. And then when she gets her stopped and set up, really has an attractive look from the profile. The young man's heifer in second, she's taller fronted and she is longer and more extended from her shoulder forward, and I appreciate that about her. She's still picked up in her pin set and draws back really level in her lines. It's when you step up in front of her or get right behind her that she just narrows up ever so slightly, and she's a little bit more closed up underneath. If we could open her up and just give her a shot more power, I think she can beat the heifer ahead of her today. But that's still an exceptionally good female, really flexible off of both ends. The young lady's female that closes the class, she's massive in her body, so soft and so cowy in her look from the profile, deep and sweepy all the way back into her flank. A female that still gets out and travels off of her rear end really well. She gets a little bit plainer there when you study her in her head and in her throat latched even down into the base of her chest. And then when you step in behind her, she still could be powered up a little bit when compared to the heifer that wins the class. Congratulations to those exhibitors, 3 exceptionally good heifers.
Coming in the ring now is Class 4. First is Emma Caffey with WFL Hurricane 005H, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine. And next is Madison Welsh with WFL Miss Howdy, also nominated by Wilder Family Limousine. Looking back at our Class 3 results, first place went to Brinley Williams with AADC 508HDL Holy Grail, nominated by Davis Limousine. Second place went to Cameron Swanson with LFL Hager, nominated by the Lawrence Family Limousine. And third place also went to Cameron Swanson with LFL Helena, nominated by Lawrence Family Limousine.
Another really good class of heifers here, and the one that we're going to lead off with, I think just fresher when you study her from her shoulder forward. Really like how she ties her neck high out of her shoulder. Still balances so good because her chest sits up right up into her, and then yet she's still, when you study her back out of her hip, long and level there. Plenty of dimension when you step right in behind her. She's not as heavy structured as the heifer in second, but still plenty enough bone for me. Really competitive female there to go ahead and win this class. really a moderate, stout female that comes in second. Like I said, she is bigger footed and heavier structured. She comes across just a little quicker in her maturity pattern. I like to make her taller front and just extend her out a little bit throughout. But when you get right in behind her and study just the width she has to her pins and the width she has to the upper part of her rib cage, it's gonna make an excellent cow for you on down the road and a really competitive female. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Walking in the ring now is Class 5, Kaylin McBride with MRRC Ratliff Hallucinate, nominated by Ratliff Cattle. Logan Sashery with DEBV Heaven Sent, nominated by Deb Vorthman. Braden Swanson with LFL Hush Puppy, nominated by Lawrence Family Limousine. And Raston Copeland with SSTO Hippie Chick, nominated by Stowers Limousine. Looking back at our Class 4, first place went to Madison Welsh with WFL Miss Howdy, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine, and second went to Emma Caffey with WFL Hurricane, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine.
Another really good class, and more trade-offs and differences in this class than a couple of the other ones we've had before. Young man's heifer I'm going to start with. Go ahead and lead her out, young man. Even though she's plenty big for my personal liking, when you study her right at the surface is where she wins for me. Really big-footed and just square how she meets the ground. She gets out and goes, and she's really comfortable. And I like how she just stays so collected in her top line, stays so collected in her balance. Look when she gets out and travels, and that's just compliments of her structure. Yet when you step in behind her, she's really wide-pinned, bold in her upper rib. Yet she's portrays just a really good, attractive look from the side when he does get her set up. Just a nice place to go ahead and start. Like I said, she's plenty big for me. We could moderate her a little bit. That's getting awfully picky on a really nice female. There's a lot more give and take between second and fourth. The heifer that ends up in second for me, I think she is better in her flank and the lower part of her rib cage than the heifer in third, and she's fresher than the heifer in third, and she's better in her lower rib cage than the heifer that is in fourth. This heifer, when he gets her stopped and set up, and when she lets her loin down and kind of picks up her pin set, she can really give you an attractive look. I love how, with the condition she's in, that she's fresh and youthful. She's got a great sweep to the lower part of her rib cage. Like you can see, where I was going to change her, pick her up in her pin set, and just relax her there in the center part of her spine ever so slightly, but a really high-quality female. The young man's heifer that comes in third, really stout when you step right in behind her, bold in the center part of her rib cage. Yet as she gets out and goes, she's still functional in her rear leg design. For me, it's in her front third where I like to change her. She's pushing plenty of cover from her shoulder and there forward. I like to just lean her up and pull some of that bark off of her, and that'd probably allow her to just go a little bit better out of the front end of her skeleton. The young man's heifer that closes the class, she's also a little bit upright in the angle to her shoulder, yet when you study her from there back, she gets a little bit flatter at the base of her forerib. She's narrower and a little bit lower in her pin set, but still being ultra critical of a really high quality female. There was 4 really nice females in this class. Let's give them a round of applause. That was a great class of females.
In the ring now is Class 6. Leading the class is Jada Lee Isles with WFL Giada, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine. Next is Bryce Hudson with PEDS Goldilocks, nominated by Sure Cattle. Then is Sloan Moss with LEGS Glades, nominated by Sure Cattle. And to round out the class is Wiley Schrade with PBRS, nominated by P-Bar-S Ranch. Your results of Class 5, first place went to Raston Copeland with SSTO Hippie Chick, nominated by Stowers Limousine. Second went to Logan Sashery with DEBV Heaven Sent, nominated by Deb Vorthman. Third place went to Kaylin McBride with MRRC Ratliff Hallucinate, nominated by Ratliff Cattle. And fourth went to Braden Swanson with LFL Hush Puppy, nominated by Lawrence Family Limousine.
Another exceptional class here, and the young man's female I'm going to lead off with, really extended and long and late maturing, and I appreciate all those things about her. Really like this heifer's hip design and how long and level she is back to her pins, yet when she gets out, she really takes a long, comfortable stride off of her rear too. Long centered female, but long spine female, but yet still balances up really good. If I'm going to critique her, I'd like to square her up on her front end ever so slightly. She wants to toe out there at the surface a little bit, but that's a big scaled, long-sided female that really draws back with a great look from the side. Young lady's female that comes in second, it's kind of the opposite. She's more moderate in her frame size, big-bodied female. You step in behind her, you really appreciate her dimension. For me, if I'm going to change her, I like to just pick her up and make her a little bit taller fronted. Also, just lay her back in the angle to her shoulder ever so slightly. That'll allow her just to pick her neck set up a little bit. But that's being awfully critical. Really good female there. Love her body shape and her dimension. Young man's got himself a heifer here that's high performing, really got a ton of dimension, a ton of shape and spread. When you study her down the top side of her skeleton, you step in behind her, she is massive out of her hip. With all that extra power, she comes just a little bit rounder made. Gets a little bit higher there at her tailhead, a little rounder out of her hip. Then as you ask her to lead, she's just not as comfortable in the reach out of the front end of her skeleton, but she ties the neck high out of her shoulder. She's a big scaled, extended female. It's got a ton of power for the young man. Nothing to take away from the young lady's female that closes the class. She blends smooth from her shoulder back into her full rib. She's actually a female, when you study her, she's really square in her hock. It's as you ask her to leave that she kind of comes apart. She's rocked farther forward in the angle to her shoulder. Just isn't as comfortable. It doesn't stay as balanced and collected on the go as the heifers ahead of her. But a really good class of females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Walking in the ring now is Class 7, Lana Titter with TRHD Miss Daisy, nominated by Aces Wild Ranch. Genevieve Norrell with LEGS Gypsy, nominated by Sure Cattle. Landry Clayman with LEGS Georgia Peach, also nominated by Sure Cattle. Results from Class 6, first place went to Bryce Hudson with PEDS Goldilocks, nominated by Sure Cattle. Second place went to Jada Lee Isles, nominated by WFL Giada, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine. Third place went to Sloan Moss with LEGS Gladys, nominated by Sure Cattle. And fourth place went to Wiley Schrade with PBRS 9345, nominated by P-Bar-S Ranch.
really powerful heifer to go ahead and win this class. From wherever you study her, she's powerful at the ground, from behind, from the front. Just even when you get off to the side of her, you can just read just how much dimension that she has. Really appreciate that about her. She gets out and goes. She's comfortable, especially off of her rear end. I love to change her up front ever so slightly. She kind of wants to just plant and toe out and just splay out up front. But still, high quality female, gives you a great look when she's parked. Tons of dimension in her. The young lady's heifer that comes next, she has the advantage of reach up front, and she meets the surface square. But to get that way, she gives up a lot of dimension when compared to the heifer that beats her. She's a really attractive female that's feminine about her head and her neck. I love the way her shoulder lays onto her body. Just wish we could power her up a little bit. Nothing to take away from the red female that closes the class. She actually has more shape and spread on the top side of her skeleton than the heifer right ahead of her. But when you study her, she wants to run downhill and get a little bit more vertical in her angles, especially up front. If we could lay her back, make her a notch bigger scaled, I think we could move her up a place. Another really good class of females here. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Just a single entry, but an extremely high quality one. A great structured female here that I just love the way she blends and balances everything together. Lays her shoulders so smooth onto her body. Step in behind her, the right amount of dimension. It's long and maternal how it lays onto her skeleton, yet she's still fresh enough. Young lady does an excellent job of getting that one put together. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 7 winners. First place went to Landry Clayman with LEGS Georgia Peach, nominated by Sure Cattle. Second place went to Jenny Norell, nominated by LEGS Gypsy, also nominated by Sure Cattle. And third place went to Lana Titter with TRHD Miss Daisy, nominated by Aces Wild Ranch. Class 8 was a single entry, and winning that class was Lydia Brown with WRL Genie in a Bottle, nominated by Weiss Limousine. Coming in the ring now are our class winners, who are all eligible for Grand and Reserve Champion of the Shootout Show. From Class 1 is Allison Runnels with COBN Hera, nominated by Barton Cattle. From Class 2, Kylie Gaston with AADC 526H DL Hosanna, nominated by Davis Limousine. Coming out of Class 3 is Brinley Williams with AADC 508H DL Holy Grail, nominated by Davis Limousine. Out of Class 4, we have Madison Welsh with WFL Miss Howdy, nominated by Wilder Family Limousine. Coming out of Class 5 is Raston Copeland with SSTO Hippie Chick, nominated by Stowers Limousine. Out of Class 6, we have Bryce Hudson with PEDS Goldilocks, nominated by Sure Cattle. Out of Class 7, we have Landry Clayman with LEGS Georgia Peach, nominated by Sure Cattle. And rounding out with Class 8, we have Lydia Brown with WLR Genie in a Bottle, nominated by Weiss Limousine.
Well, what an incredible show. For only 25 head in the show, the quality was just insane. All the classes were deep, even though maybe there was only a few in each class. I'll talk through the differences here in our class winners real quick before we pick a champion in reserve. Our May Heifer class winner, so striking in her look from the side, extremely tall fronted, extended from her shoulder forward, yet still has some dimension when you step right in behind her. For being that age and having the scale and size she does, she comes off obviously really green, but just maybe not as mature in the center part of her rib, what you'd expect from a heifer of her age, but down the road that one is going to be extremely competitive. The young lady's heifer here that wins our second class is one I'm really high on. I like her foot size and her foot shape. I love her ability to get out and reach, just stays so comfortable as she travels. Yet she ties her neck so high out of the top side of her shoulder, still has plenty of dimension when you step right in behind her. That's a female that's really going to get good down the road as she continues to mature. Another one I really like here in our third class, one that's so fresh in her head and in her neck shape. I love just how flat and smooth she is in the top side of her neck, yet her shoulder lays onto her body correctly and then just explodes from her shoulder back. Really bold-bodied, not only just soft, but still has some turn to the upper part of her rib cage. You step in behind her, it's a female that's got a lot of dimension. You know, she's maybe not quite as perfect in the angle to her shoulder as some other heifers out here. That's getting extremely nitpicky on a very, very high-quality female. The young lady's female that comes next, another one I like her body shape. Her body length is the right length in order to allow her to have that maternal sweep to the lower part of her rib, but still have the spread up high that we've been talking about. A female that maybe is not as long in her pin set or as long as in her hip as a few of the other heifers. I'd like to lay her back in her knee just ever so slightly, but I do like that heifer's body shape, and I like how balanced she is from the profile. The young man's heifer that came next, like I said in class, she's big for me. I wish we could moderate her a little bit, but a female that has a lot of things that I really admire. I like how stout she is. I like the foot size she has. I like just how she plants and goes off of her rear leg. Like I said, like to moderate her a little bit. Really high quality female. Young man that won the next class, Another one that I think can really give you a nice look from the profile. She's long from her shoulder forward, but yet she's still long-bodied. When they get that long-bodied, it's hard to make them go from behind, but the nice part is she's got a long hip that allows her to be flexible. Like we talked in class, it's up front where I'd like to change her, just square her up in how she meets the surface. Young man's heifer that came next, bold and stout, really a powerful female from wherever viewed. Like we talked in class, it's right up front at the ground that we'd like to square her up, change her shoulder design. But when you study her rear third, big pinned, really stout and secure on her hind leg, really nice female for that young man. Then the young lady's female that won our last class, thoroughbred, she's still fresh in her condition, really like her body shape. She gets out and travels really well, and like I talked in class, has the right amount of dimension for me where she has skeletal width and power, but yet it lays on her in a maternal fashion. A really good set of seconds over here. Let's give them one big round of applause. I appreciate you guys having me judge this show. It was a lot of fun. I will select the Grand and Reserve champion for your shootout.
Congratulations to our champion female who went to Lydia Brown. And congratulations to our reserve champion, Miss Kylie Gaston. Shootout participants, please stick around, come collect your checks, and let's please take a group photo at the backdrop. Thank you.